Da, da, da. Merry Christmas to you. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to TSN Arena with your host, Rob, on Christmas Eve. Helgamar, Merry Christmas to you. Hope you're well. What is your favourite Marvel Crisis Protocol character? Please let me know. Pragmatic, drunk as fuck, but happy to watch. Yeah! Merry Christmas, Pragmatic. The Last Hut. Hello. Yes. Warhammer Dude Our Day, thanks for subscribing. Merry Christmas to you, you gorgeous, gorgeous person. Tank Roberts. Rum, Ribs, and Rob going down right now. Tank Roberts, Merry Christmas. Modok. I don't know who Modok is. When does the strip show start? Strip? Oh, for fuck's sake. When does the strip show start? Not sure yet. Crazy Horse, thanks very much for earlier, by the way. Loads of love. Morning, Joe Cry. I hope you're well. Mary Chrysler. I'm doing some painting. I actually set this up for you guys, just so you can see. Oh, hold on. Tom's going to be calling in at some point. I'll hide my phone. Look. Oh, these are my, if anyone wants to see what my Streaky Grime Plague Marines look like before I unstreaky grime them. If anyone would be interested to watch that in action, I'll show you guys. It's super fun to do the non-streaky bits of it, if anyone's interested. Yeah, has Tank got special Christmas shorts? That's the real question. Hey, Scrivo, just Kev, Merry Christmas to you. I can't say Rob, but I just wanted to let you know that while it's been a shit year, you and everyone at the Honest Wargamer crew have absolutely brilliant this year. JBM, thank you very much. You've also been great. Honestly, the Honest Wargamer crew includes the chat and the podcast dudes. So, if you guys... I'm just going to get my white spirit. There it is. I'll show you guys my new painting technique. Basically, this is how I paint. Rob, question. What made you do the switch to 40k, mate? Genuine question, love you always. Just Kev, I still play Age of Sigmar. I actually, over the past few weeks, I've rebased my entire Seraphon army, which has been pretty sweet. And I also built 100 skinks, which I already have quite a few skinks, but I just rebased them. So I'm just doing one army at a time. So, doing my Death Guard now, and I'm not sure. I'm probably going to do Ogres after this, so I'm very excited about that. I'm going to do Stonehorn-ish army, but Conquistador Pirates. Woo-hoo-hoo! Very excited about that. So yeah, I'm just doing an army at a time. I really like 40k, but I've got a lot of terrain to print now. So, alright, so let me show you. So you take the little white spirit. You dab in your doodad, cotton bud, and you see here, you guys can see, right, so you see this leg panel, so you just bang it on, which I've just done. Yes, I can't really, I put this in a shit place for you guys, haven't I? Oh, there we go, that's better. So you can see I'm taking it off there, which is super fun, and then just give it a put, and then, as you can see, where it's like different to the rest, which is quite nice, and it still leaves it in there. I just think it looks great. It's such an easy technique, especially if you're lazy like me. I'd really like to try this on like not Death Guard stuff as well. I think this would work really well on Cities of Sigmar armies. You just do like the plain colour on it. You bang it in, because it's basically just like a really aggressive Agrax, effectively. Like that's how you see it, and then you just do a step after. And the step after is where you get a bit creative, where you take it off a certain area on the panel. You don't take it off a certain area somewhere else, and you can like leave the bits dark that you want to leave. It's really good, but it's also really easy. And I think one of the things that really stresses me out is when I think I'm going to be shit at something, so I don't tend to do it. But I've done this once now, and it's boss. It's so fucking easy to do. Look at that. The back of this is just Jim Vessel in the chat. What up? Jim Vessel. Oh man. Thanks for gifting 5 gift subscriptions. I think that's what you did. Shared rewards with 25 people. What did you do? Oh, man. Thanks, Jim Vessel. You fucking Merry Christmas to you. And also, Arju, Merry Christmas to you. Thanks, man. That's really nice. Jim Vessel, the vegan superhero chef. I really like him. We should get him on the show. Jim, do you want me to call you? Do you want me to call you right now and you come and talk some Warhams with me? Because you're welcome. If you want to, you're more than welcome. It's an open house, okay? Let's talk to the man himself, Mr. Jim. Hold on one second. Let me just call him. I think I should just have his number on Skype. That's the great thing about the stream streak. I literally have everyone on Skype now, like fucking everyone. I'm gonna call him right now. Oh, Pragmatic, thanks for donating 5 gift subscriptions. Also in the chat, big love to you. You have limited time to earn exclusive modes. Oh man, thanks man. That is so Christmassy of you. Am I calling Jim? I think I'm calling him. Calling him now on my touch screen. Oh man, you guys are so lovely. Hey brother Scar, hope you're well. Don't know if we're still connected. I'm missing the resident. We are missing. Okay, I'll put this back. I'll wait for Jim. Jim, just call me on Skype if you want, and then we'll get you in the call. Or I'll call you. Anyway, yeah, looks great, right? Fucking so great. Look at that. Like, there you can see I've taken it off really aggressively, like on this bit. And then on this bit, you can see I've only taken it off a little bit. And it's just so good. Like, so easy to do. And I'm not a great painter, as you all know, but that makes it super easy to see. Wet Bandit, love it. Oh, Jim, here we go. Yes! Yeah! Merry Christmas! Yeah! Let me just put you in the chat so everyone else can see you. One sec. Da-da-da-da-da. And we are... Oh, no, wait, hold on. We are good to... Welcome to the Christmas house party! Hey, Jim, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Oh, man, I'm so... Yeah, I'm really good. Really
I'm
good.
painting Death Guard too. I don't know if you can see these.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Have you gone for purple?
Yeah, well, I did, I went... Oh, well, I'll show you one that's finished. I don't know how,
Yeah. Put your hand behind it for a sec.
This is like the,
That's what you do. Yeah. Yeah, man. I can see it. That looks great. What have you done the trim with? What metal?
So, okay, that's probably better. Oh, I can put a cool background like I'm like,
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
You can't see my... So this one, I've got a Christmassy one for everyone.
Yeah, I can't see it. Yeah, so I did, what's the best way to look at this? I went kind of like more of a traditional scheme. So, the green kind of pale armor, and then brass trim, and then my highlights are purple and like a neon green. So
I would never think to do purple. That's actually kind of
well,
blown my mind a little bit.
I don't know. I thought it was a good. I don't know. I mean, I there's somehow managed to work purple into all my paintings, so I feel like I have to have purple.
That's me in orange for some reason. Wherever I go.
I have to say though, like I've been painting. So I'm on my second set of 10, and the first 10 took me so long. There's so much detail in these models. It's absolutely bonkers. And I have like the full. I think it's like 28 models once you get all the different, start collecting the like I have the Japanese set, and then the like reinforcement set, and like all the various sets.
Ooh.
So there's 28 unique Plague Marine models, and it's so much work to paint them all. But
no,
I'm almost on my second set.
Yeah, same. I did like a bunch of like Indomitus, not like, you know, the Start Collecting Box last edition. I just had loads of that, so I just like banged it out in a couple of weeks while we were doing streams and stuff. And now the Plague Marines, I really want to do a good job on, but there's so much detail on each one. It's outrageous.
Yeah.
Like
I'm on the home stretch, but it's definitely tough.
Yeah,
so.
loads. Like it's just there's loads of detail, far too much detail for me. But I've done pretty well. I've done 7 Blight Haulers and 2 of the big tanks. Forget the name, whatever.
Yeah, I have I've got 3. I did 3 Defilers.
Ooh.
Defilers are my favorite. I love these. I don't know. I know people hate on these models, but they're like literally the coolest. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, that looks great in that scheme
It's
though.
like I did bases for all of them because everyone was like, "Oh, don't put them on bases." I'm like, I know, but they look so good on bases,
Really good.
and they're all fully magnetized as well. So like I can and I changed the gun so it's not sideways. Like I made them look less silly. Like I didn't put the little heads on because I thought the heads look ridiculous. I have a lot of Death Guard. I've been painting Death Guard I feel like since like for like 3 months, waiting for this book to come out if it ever comes out.
What made you jump into Death Guard? Like, has that always been because you do Chaos Demons, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I just it's like the one set of chaos that I don't have,
mm,
and I had like I had some Derredios painted from back when people were running like purge detachments
mm-hmm.
in 8th, and I had 3 Plagueburst crawlers and a Mortarion painted from like just because those were good. Um, and I was like, well, I should actually add some stuff to this army um, now that like I got time.
Yep.
And I don't like I have everything else painted for chaos. Like I have so much chaos space marines, so much demons. So this is just my current project. But I'm almost done. I need to get 3. The only thing I don't have is the blight drones. I need 3 of the blight drones. And then
That's
I'll
what I'm
have like
painting right
3 of
now.
every vehicle. Yeah. I have 1 from the Dark Imperium box, but I was thinking I might just buy 3 of the multi-part kits so I can magnetize them. But
I was good.
then I end up
Yeah,
yeah, I
go
don't
on.
know.
No, I was gonna say, like I've got the 3 with the ones you get from the start collecting. So like they've just got the flamers, but I think I'd want them flesh mowers. So at some point you'd have to probably not the Blighthorn launchers. Blight launchers? Is that what they call
Yeah.
it?
I
I
haven't
think
seen
so.
the rules yet.
They're not a thing basically. Like I don't think. But well, we don't know. We don't know any of the rules, right? Like ultimately, so, apart from the -1 damage, which I think is great objectively, but other people seem to be. You got any thoughts on it?
Yeah, like I say this to everyone. I'm like, it's better in a lot of scenarios, and it's worse in a lot of and it's worse in some scenarios, and it's better in some scenarios. Like it's okay for a rule to be like situationally better and situationally worse. Like that's not a bad thing. It just means it's different. And I think overall I like it because it's less dice rolling. Um, and I know how to. And I don't know if a lot of people know how to do this, but like I think it's fairly common at like high level tournament play, which is like how to fast roll field no paints, where you like roll and then you pick up and then you pick up the ones that pass and you roll those again. And as long as like they're both 5s, it's essentially a pass.
Yeah.
But like that's very confusing to a lot of people. Like I always have to explain how that, and I'm like, I just not having to explain how to fast roll field no pains because I'm used to playing Plague Bears, right, which is like the king of field no pain. So people are like, wait, what just happened? How did you do that? I'm like, yeah, well, so if you think about it, I take all the 5s and they're rolling in. If those are 5s, and it's like, okay, and then I can tell that they're like skeptical. I'm like, okay, just trust me, it's like it works that way. Um, but yeah, I'm excited for just that. And I think there'll be ways. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a warlord trait to get a feel no pain back, or maybe a stratagem on like for a
I
phase.
mean, we've already seen like so the plague surgeon has to have his rule changed because obviously it was reroll discussion resilience rolls of 1, which obviously he's not going to have. So I wouldn't be
Right.
surprised if the plague surgeon just becomes an apothecary basically.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
That
I
would be.
feel like
God,
oh man, if we had apothecaries, chaos apothecaries,
would you be
that'd
happy
be really
about that?
nice. Or maybe like gave -2 damage. Thinking it. I don't know, that'd be gross. I'm wishful thinking now, but yeah, I'm excited for the book. Sounds like you guys are having a rough go of it out in the UK as far as like COVID and everything. Because I mean, we
Yeah,
are too in Canada, but our
yeah.
whole country's not really shut down, I guess.
Yeah, we're properly shut down, which is interesting. Yeah, there's a big conversation about how stuff's even going to get out, and as you've seen, like yesterday, I think Games Workshop announced obviously there's going to be like a 2-week period. So like instead of every week now, stuff's going to come out every 2 weeks, and I do think that that's because, that's going to be because of, or who knows? Because I think shipping is going to be the major issue there. Maybe they're trying to catch up on a backlog. Who knows?
Yeah,
But it's a
I
major
was
change for them.
I was very like I was gonna buy those 3 plague drones. I had them in my cart for GW because I'm like panic purchasing. I'm like, okay, well if I don't get them now, what if someone buys them and then they're out of stock and not back in stock for 6 months, and then I don't have them, but I'm like, I still have so much to paint, and I feel really guilty buying that. So I'm like, I don't know if I should do it.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's been a bit of a blessing, the Death Guard book being pushed back, actually, because it's given me time, because I'm not a prodigious painter. Like, I can paint armies pretty quick, and actually, but like we said, the actual Marines are pretty challenging, ultimately. There's a lot to them. So
They're so detailed.
they're so detailed. So I'm hoping to get them done to a reasonable standard for me, which would be sweet. And then once I've done the Marines, I think I've got like 45 Marines to do, and then do the Terminators, and then it's just
of like
plain
Space
sailing.
Marines or of Death Guard? Are we still talking?
Of Death Guard Space Marines specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I luckily, I painted like my Blight Lords last year, so my Blight Lord Terminators are done already. So I have quite a bit. I don't have any pox. I have 10 Poxwalkers still on sprue from the Dark Imperium box. Which I need to assemble and paint, but and I have all the characters still.
I'm just going to pretend that they don't exist. Basically, if the list is for Death, if the list for Death for Death Guard is Poxwalkers, I'm like, I'm out. I'll go do something else. I'm not doing 80 Poxwalkers because they're as detailed, arguably, as the Marines. But there were so less points. I can't be bothered, basically.
Yeah,
to do them.
I have a pretty good system for. I don't want to speak too soon, but I have a pretty good system for painting. Because I think I did about 100 cultists. At one point in like a month, and my system basically is just like a gray. And I'll figure out. But I did like a gray base coat, spray primer, and then I basically just like I would wash one area with like a black, and then like one with like a purple, and then I would just kind of like use and then like one with like a blue, and like just basically tinting the different surfaces, and then highlighting from there. So like you kind of use a single base coat for. It's almost like contrast a little in a sense, or it's like you use a single base coat color that's like fairly neutral, and then you use like heavy washes to like tint them, and then that way you don't have to go back and do like a ton of base coating, and then you just basically highlight up all the surfaces from there.
Okay.
So I managed to do like I never this was like 2 years ago. This is right when the start of 8th, when like cultists were a thing, where people were running like cultist bombs. But I did like 80 cultists in a month for a tournament, and I never want to paint another one. But they're painted to kind of match my Thousand Sons, so I feel like I need to paint some to match my Death Guard. So that could be a thing. Unfortunately,
that is a thing. That's why I've got an Age of Sigmar army that's like all Nurgle demons, and so I had to have a real like serious like conversation with myself. I'm like, how much do you care what like the metal color is on your Death Guard versus having to do more Plague Marines, not Plague Marines, more Nurgle demon stuff again, just to fit into your Death Guard? And I was like, I don't care that much. So I've taken my Age of Sigmar Chaos theme, so they've all got the same kind of metal, so it all fits in. And then I've like condensed it into my Death Guard scheme, which is good because I don't want to do more Nurglings or more Plague Bearers or anything like that in any other sort of scheme. So and then keep the consistent basing across the same. Like I think that's really like because you've got like a variety of different demons. I guess all of your basing is exactly the same, right?
Yes, I've been very lucky because I kind of started collecting most of my I kind of got back into 40k at the tail end of 7th, and so I didn't actually play 7th. I just started collecting, and then by the time 8th dropped, like people were souping right out of the gates, right? So, the whole idea of like using multiple faction books was something that I was very, and I wasn't playing Age of Sigmar either, so I did basically base all my stuff, all my chaos is based exactly the same way, and so it makes it really easy to kind of interchange. And then the other thing I did is there's certain like elements in my army that I always paint the same regardless of the faction. So for instance, like all my chaos, like anytime there's like flame, I always do this kind of like green flame. And or if there's any time there's I don't know, there's just certain things that I try to keep consistent. So like if you ever see a flame in my army, it's always the same color. And so even though the schemes for the various factions are different, there's like these kind of elements that kind of tie the army together across. I don't know if that makes sense.
It does. No. That's exactly what I'm going for. Exactly the same. Like, I think that's really important as well, because I think eventually, once I've done these Death Guard and several months down the line next year, because I've got to do like 96 bits of terrain for the venue, which is pretty stressful. So
Which event are you talking?
What of going to, or like to
That
paint
you
terrain
got to
for?
do this train for?
Oh, so since we last spoke, and I'd love to catch up with you. How you been? Since we last spoke, we just went straight into it. Let me tell you about my army right now. The Honest Wargamer has got an arena, so the TSN Arena. So we've
okay.
So we've got 8 tables built into a space. But what's cool about it is they're all set up to be live streamed from. So I'm now inside the commentary booth. So where you're looking at, behind here is like a nice backdrop that's not the green screen. So this is like the commentary booth, and there are 8 tables out there, and there's a tech room as well. So when we want to start running events, people can play events here, but also we can live stream the whole thing and commentate it like it's an event that we would normally go to.
And this is obviously like not where you live though, right? Like this is like a venue.
Yeah,
and this
venue.
is like you guys got like a warehouse, or what's the actual?
So it's an old nightclub.
Oh, nice.
Which is really in keeping.
There's a disco ball. You still got the disco ball hanging. You can have a little bit of.
There's a feature. I'm not gonna lie. There's like some architrave at the top or something that looks really, really nice. So this is in Nottingham, everyone, which is sweet, and it's the second floor of a building. So the guys downstairs have got like a gaming club and whatnot, and I met them during the summer, and they were like, I told them about this idea for doing the Super Series, and then they were like, oh, we've got a room upstairs, and it was just a shithole. So like we've had to like rip a bar out, build some build some stud walls, build tables, like so we've had to do the whole thing.
Right.
But it's awesome. So super excited. But
That's amazing.
But now I have to do all of the terrain, which is
right. And are you going to be doing like obviously right now you're not doing anything, but is the plan to kind of do regular events once you guys are up and running?
Yeah. Like for a couple of reasons. Like obviously I'd like to do regular events so people can come and play. That would be really important. Like, but the important part for me is do regular events and then also do coverage from at the same time, so that we can practice commentary, we can practice the overlays, we can practice all that other stuff. So it's very, very regular. And because obviously with our eye on going to the WTC next year, COVID willing.
I hope I see you there. I'm still technically on the team. They haven't kicked me off yet. We have like a meet.
Go on.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm pretty sure Australia is going to win this year because they're the only country they're the only country that's actually getting to play. By the time the WTC rolls around, like most countries will have like still not really had many events. Or only very minor events, whereas Australia is like full 300-person GT mode. So I joked to I think I was joking on Twitter to Tom and Innes. I was like, hey, we should just move the whole thing to Australia, and then I'll just move to Australia and I'll live with like Adam or something for a year and live out of his on his couch and play Warhammer.
Perfect. I'll move in with Diffie. I can't wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Go on.
We still do like a weekly meeting, like our team, and every week to like, hey, like games played this week, and everyone's like, no, or like one TTS game, or like I'm like, yeah, like literally. So there's a few small RTTs going on in Ontario, which is Eastern Canada, where you visited, but in BC, literally there's like nothing at all. Like we didn't even have RTTs before COVID, so during COVID it's definitely not happening. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but honestly, and I had this conversation with my buddy Jeff. I was like, I've just been really enjoying like hobbying, focusing on just like not having that pressure of like constant competition. Like don't get me wrong, I love competition, but there's been something nice about just being able to enjoy the pure hobby aspects. I'm I love painting and I love hobbying and I love so there's something about that where like there's no pressure to like painting a unit for an event or painting something because it's meta. Just being able to paint things that I enjoy. That's been something really nice about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I agree. Same, really. It's given me an opportunity to like get rid of like the backlog, which has been super fun, and I've enjoyed that process. And then, like I say, I'd be pretty intimidated staring down the barrel of like 96 bits of terrain, like if everything else was going off. But having the opportunity to do that is super fun. And then also just like learning like how I'm going to go about doing that stuff is good. So I'm with you as well.
Are you
go on.
Are you like, I don't know. I always, so I don't, because I don't have any tables. I actually really like building terrain or building display boards because I feel like it's always like the part of the hobby that I get to do the least. So that's why I love building display boards, because for me it's like my opportunity to build terrain essentially. This
Hmm.
is kind of the way I see it. It's essentially just like a 2x2 piece of a table. So you build like a 2x2 table. So for me, I really enjoy building display boards because it is like essentially terrain building on a small scale. How's your like how do you feel about terrain building in general? Like, is it something that you enjoy, or is it something that you
Not
generally are
not
like,
something not something I've ever done.
okay,
Ultimately, like I've painted up terrain, but like terrain building, not massively. So fortunate enough that over the past couple of weeks, some guys have donated money to the show, so we got some some 3D printers in.
oh
Um,
nice,
so because we had a plan before, so James that does all of our merch, so he does like the objective markers and the other stuff. He's got a 3D printer, and we kind of ran like the cost analysis of it, because there's some like really competent terrain out there, right? Like,
right.
have you seen the stuff the Art of War guys have got, which is like their featured named boards?
Yeah, and I know the WTC. I know we got a few sets of the WTC terrain for practice in
Yeah,
Canada. I don't know the cost, but I mean it's not definitely not cheap, but it's very nice terrain.
yeah. So like, there's for 40K especially, like there's a conversation between like functionality, which can just be like an L-shaped bit of wood, or there's like design that looks really really nice, and I'm trying to like work out what the cheapest way to do, and the cheapest way to get the very best looking board, and that really is just 3D printing really. So like we're
Yeah,
exploring that, so that's fun. I've just got the first couple of pieces actually printing out now. And then I'm going to see what that looks like over the next few weeks. So looking forward to it. So one of those other things as well is having the money to like get 96 bits of terrain. So we're just going to print them, which is fun. And then see where we are after that. But I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I'm really into the idea of like building, because for the Super Series, I don't know if you caught that when we did our
yeah,
Age of Sigmar stuff, we actually had 4 boards that were designed by like terrain makers. So they were
okay,
like, so they had a theme. They were like named as a place. They had a story and a backlog. Like they had a history. So when we would like jump over to table 1, we weren't jumping over to table 1. It was the Caverns of Gasmore. And I know that's a bit like meh, like, but it was
I
really
think it's
fun.
cool.
Yeah, I think it was cool. Like it was really fun. And then like each bit of terrain started to get a bit of a story to it as well. Like there was a seaboard where it had like the ribs of a kraken in it and stuff. And then it's like, oh, they're fighting near the ribs of the kraken. It was just cool having the story, and I do think that there's like, because I think CCBB, I think their terrain was really great when
Yeah, I
you
was
were
just
there.
gonna mention. I think one of the things I really liked about that was the and I mean I was lucky because I and this is my one humble brag, like because I played on the top table for like 3 games in a row. I like that they kept changing the train. So every stream game the train was different, even though it was the same table. I thought that was really cool. And the train sets, like there was like that like Arabia themed one, the desert one, and then there's like a snow theme. I thought that was really cool that there's kind of like these themed sets. It kind of feels like you're in different um uh,
Places.
different places. It's always actually funny too, like um I don't know, maybe it's just from watching too much Star Wars or 40K, but like you're like, yeah, everything's either ice planet, a forest planet, or a desert planet. There's no like I'm like, yeah, but like if you look at Earth, like it's not a you wouldn't call Earth a desert planet or a forest planet. It's like a mix of various like
Yep.
things. And we just assume that in like 40K and in like Star Wars, everything, the whole whatever it is, the whole planet is that. Like there's
Yeah,
no like
Tatooine is
very
sand.
yeah, it's
Only
just
sand.
it's only sand or only ice or only forest. There's no like mixed like environments planets. I'm just like I don't think that's how planets work, but okay.
No, I agree. That's why I like the idea of creating a board that's a setting rather than like a world, because that doesn't really make much sense. Like it's
Yeah.
a little snapshot of an area, which I'm pretty excited about it ultimately. So yeah, looking forward to that a lot. Catches up with you. How like, because we had you on before 8th. Well, sorry, before 9th landed. Like, how have you
Yeah.
been? Like, talk to me. How have you felt? What have your thoughts been? It's been a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, I mean, I think as I said, like I've been kind of uh I had tickets to BAO that got canceled. And then after that got like all my a lot of my events were front loaded. Like most of the events, especially in my area, are front loaded at the start of the year. So I didn't really get much events at all this year. And then I was in the middle of opening a restaurant when Ninth dropped. Like right, I think we opened our restaurant in September 18th, and I think Ninth dropped like the week before or something like that,
Jeez.
or 2 weeks before or something like that. I can't remember. And so I bought an Indominus. I have 3 sets of Indominus Space Marines for my Soul Drinkers. still on sprue in the original box in a closet, in my closet of shame. And I haven't really played because it's been so hard to play. I think I played one game, um, um, one game like of ninth, and it was it was just kind of more of like a practice, kind of just kind of get a feel for it. But I haven't really been playing, man. It's just been enjoying my life and enjoying. I was trying to, I tried to have like a good summer with just like camping and just trying to do things outdoors while I could. And restaurants are open here in Vancouver in BC, but like it's very strict right now. Like you're not supposed to be out with like outside of your family. There's a lot of really strict rules right now, and we just extended that till January 7th at this point. So I don't imagine they're gonna not extend it again because our cases are still fairly minor, but I've been good, man. I've been just taking care of myself, trying to like get healthy again, and um, I'm actually going to Mexico on the 2nd for 2 weeks. So I know I'm going to Tulum, so I'm very excited about that.
That's cool.
Yeah, like that's like the first time I've left the country basically all year. So I'll have to quarantine when I get back, but I did have COVID in September, very mild. And I went and I got like an antibody test, so I've tested positive for antibodies, and the vaccine's starting to roll here. So yeah, honestly, like it's funny. I just been like trying to take care of myself and stay positive and kind of do the things that I enjoy, which is painting. I'm hoping that you know by hopefully summer. I don't think things will be back to normal very quickly, but I'm hoping by summer probably next year.
Yeah.
Things are
I
starting to kind of.
I hope that something like the WTC can happen, which is August. Like it would put me as a bummer if that couldn't happen. I feel like that's not unrealistic.
Right.
With vaccines rolling out, and I feel like that's the sort of time period where that would be something that could happen. I'm not in any rush to rush the whole situation. I don't want to like do this, like make everyone go out there before the right time. So I'm not in that sort of rush. It would just be nice, like looking at it, thinking, okay, like that would be. I mean, that's still a year and a half that we'll have like gone through everything, really. So I'd like to think August is okay. With
Yeah,
me,
it's so tough too because it's not like with something like the WTC, like it's not just that like I guess it's in Austria this year.
yeah,
I feel like every month it changes. I think it's in Austria this year, and it's not just like okay, well maybe Austria is doing great, but like what if? And I was kind of joking. I was like, well, what if like the only countries that are actually allowed to come is like Australia and like New Zealand and like Japan, and then all the other countries are like if UK like are still on lockdown, or what if we can come but our team has to quarantine for 2 weeks? Like our team's gonna want to come for an extra 2 weeks just so like you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
even if in Austria it would be fine to have, the question is like our team's gonna make that trip, and is it gonna be kind of like the ITC season this year where it's got like a big star next to it if it does happen?
hmm
Because there wasn't really like a season, but some people are still trying to pretend like it matters.
trying really hard.
That's as much as I'll say without I don't want to stir any
Without
pots
going any
on the
further
show.
into it. Same. Yeah, it is an interesting one. I mean, I think the hardest part for everyone is that it has to be more day by day, which isn't terrible for me because I'm not the best planner in the world. So I'm more I don't know, whatever. So yeah, I know you haven't been into like not much, but lots has happened, right? A lot
Yeah,
of codexes.
I've been paying attention. Like I still listen to lots of podcasts. I'm actually on a 40K podcast, Exterminatus podcast. I'm about to plug that here. And
You
it's
are.
funny because I feel like I obviously have opinions on a lot of what's happening in the meta and like the game, and then I'm like, does anyone actually like care what I have to think anymore? Because like I feel like I was like I've barely played a game of ninth, and I'm speculating on a million things. But I guess that's the fun part about being a 40K commentator is like you don't actually have to be right. You just have to have an opinion.
That's it, baby. You got it. That's all you got to do. Like, it's one of the things that I always tell people when we're about to do commentary. I'm like, look, you don't have to be right about everything you call. You just got to you got to add the drama for everyone else to think that there's something
That's
going to
right.
happen. That's the exciting point.
But yeah, I'm liking the addition. I really hope that this release schedule doesn't Like I hope GW gets caught up. And when I think about it, like I was like, oh, they're going to every 2 weeks. It's kind of insane how much they released to begin with. Like I remember back in like when I first started the hobby, and I'm sure you probably remember these days, but like you'd get a White Dwarf a month,
Mm.
and that is where you'd learn about what was happening because they didn't have Warhammer Community, any of this stuff. And then sometimes it would be like one codex a year sometimes, or two codexes a year, and like maybe one new army a year for between all the systems. Like that was like that was like a lot, right?
Yeah.
And now it's like I feel like every month there's like a new army, a new codex. There's all these specialist games. There's the AOS release schedule blows away anything that they ever had when fantasy was like fantasy would get like one release a year, maybe sometimes two codexes a year was like, whoa. If you got through like an edition and you got a codex, that was like a cool thing. Like that was like a novelty. Like, hey, I went through a whole edition of the game and I got a codex during that edition. Hey, that's awesome. Like, because that didn't always happen. Some armies would have codexes that would be. I remember I think it was like the like the Lizardman Codex or the Bretonian Codex was like 9 years old or something by the time they
Bretonnia.
killed fantasy. Like
Yeah.
it was like, or like so. I don't know. Like I think it's crazy how they've managed to maintain such a crazy release schedule to begin with, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm fine with them slowing it down. I just hope from a codex perspective it doesn't slow down. Like I really wish they would just release the books, like in quick succession, and then yeah, say like, hey, maybe the models and rules are coming later, but I kind of get what they have to do it this way.
So, I mean, big question on everyone's lips, obviously, is you can't get digital books anymore. How do you feel about that? That good old app and no digital books. Or did you always buy physical books anyway?
So no, like so I usually would buy the physical books of my codexes because I like I have all the chaos codexes. I think my biggest problem with the app and like this whole system is I want to be able to do it on my PC. Like I like to read on like I use laptops. Like I'm a PC guy, so even my laptop is a PC. I don't have an iPad, and so like I like to read books on my PC or on my laptop or build army lists on with my mouse and my keyboard. And so the fact that I have to sit there on my little tiny I have an iPhone 11, which is like a nice iPhone, but I don't want to sit here iterating lists for 2 hours on my phone. I want to be able to, with using my index finger, I want to be able to like have multiple windows open and like look at lists and have a codex and like just this like that whole process of like building lists and going through books like that for me is something that I really lose with the app. It is convenient and there's definitely some things that I like about it, but I want the app. I want the PC desktop version of the app.
Yeah, it's like when
I don't want an app. I want like
a laptop
program.
with one screen, and then all of a sudden you get like a multi-screen computer at home, and you're like, oh, this is what life was. This is why this is. Like, yeah, I think being able to do multi-screen or like have different windows inside a screen would be so useful for an app, but the app is good for new players. Sure.
Like I almost thought about getting like like you can get like emulators for like that'll emulate like the iOS environment on your PC, and I'm like, well, maybe I should get like an emulator so I can like use my mouse to build lists because like I don't know, I've never been really great. Like I'm not the kind of guy that plays mobile games that sits on my phone with like that's just not my thing. And I'm not like I can text pretty well, but I don't like to use my phone for productivity. And for me, building lists is productivity. It's like a productivity exercise. So that's my biggest complaint. It's not the actual app itself. It's just like, can I get a PC version, please?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, no, I get that loads. Thanks to Adam117 for raiding us with 7 viewers. That's pretty pog. Lovely of you to be here. Also, Jim, are you a fan of, or have you heard of a young gentleman by the name of Vince Ventrella?
Of course, yeah, he's an amazing painter.
Well, would you fancy talking to him on the phone?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have him.
So he's going to come on the show in but a moment, if everyone's okay with that.
Yeah, you can kick me off whenever you're tired of talking to me. By the way, I don't know if I interrupted your
no.
normal, like,
The whole idea is meant to be an open house. Yeah,
Okay.
and I like the idea of just like throwing different people together. I think that's really fun. I think that I love that idea. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
No, I woke up yesterday and I saw that you had done a because I knew I don't know what it's only at 11 a.m. today here. I don't know what time it is there.
It's 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah. So I woke up yesterday and I saw that you had already done like a stream, and I was like, oh man, I really hope his streams aren't all super early because I want to join the stream and paint like I said I would on Twitter, and which that thread got super out of hand, by the way. I don't even know what's going on. I had to mute it. It was like I was like I don't even know half these people. Everyone's tweeting at me, throwing weird, creepy references and stuff. So, but yeah, like I was like, yeah, I'm in BC, by the way. Some people.
Let me just add Vince in. Let me add Vince in the chat. It should work now. We'll see if he's ready.
I'm in that, I believe.
Everyone's in the chat. We can hear you though, Jim. So you're all good.
Yeah.
Oh no, hold on, I've done that wrong. No, I'm still calling him. It's not working right now. We'll wait. Yeah, in BC, you got in with all the Canucks. This is a very Canadian show now, The Honest Wargamer.
Yeah.
Like
well, I was gonna.
Yeah,
I mean between Val and Rob, or between Val and the Falcon.
Yeah. Well, no, not just him. There's also Dayton's on the show all the time. And he's over in God knows where. Then there's Bud. He's always on the show. Our statsman for Age of Sigmar LLV, he's based in Canada. There's always Karen from Danhammer. Why is there so much Warhammer in Canada? Like, what's going on there?
I mean, it's just there's not much else to do. Like, it's just a lot of land, and I guess people have nothing better to do. We're all we have long cold winters.
Hold on. Let me just. Have I done this right? I think I have. We have got in the show, Mr. Vince Ventrella. I've said your last name wrong, definitely there. With Jim.
No, you're pretty good.
Vince, Jim. How are you?
Hi, Jim.
Hey, Vince. How's it going?
Good, man. Nice to meet you.
I'm a big fan.
Well, thank you. That's strange, but I'm glad to hear. That's wonderful.
Sorry, I'm not
I don't think of myself as being someone worthy of being a fan of, but I appreciate that very much.
Let me rephrase. I'm not like going through your garbage or anything, although
I am.
That would be kind of weird. But I appreciate the content you produce. How about that?
Hey, there you go.
You produce some great content.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, it's
and
fine.
I'm glad it's helpful.
It's fine.
It's all right.
It's fine content. Vincey, baby! Welcome to the show. Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas to you, sir. By the way, I'm happy to join you again tomorrow. I actually, just before this, was like talking to my wife, and she's like, wait, what are you wanting to do? And I was like, okay, look, see, Rob's doing these streams. And so I had to like lay out the whole schedule so we don't conflict. So I can watch Christmas movies with her and then hang out with you. I got the whole schedule laid out. So I cleared a good chunk of time tomorrow as well. Assuming I'm not inviting myself. I'm just saying I know you're
welcome. That is it's just a house where you can just rock up and hang out is the idea.
Wonderful.
Only not everyone.
Well, I can think a few people I'd rather spend my holidays with, Rob, than yourself. So there you go.
Thank you. Well, do you know much about Jim? Can I introduce Jim to you? Is that okay? And
Please do, yeah.
As well.
Hi, Jim.
Jim Vessel is a Canadian, born and bred, I think. Is that right? Yeah.
I was born in Istanbul, but I am a Canadian citizen. That is correct.
Istanbulian, born and bred.
Yeah.
But then in Canadian. But he's also a phenomenal 40k player.
Right.
And has been had a lot of success with 8th edition. But Vince has gorgeous 40k armies as well. Quite often, Jim, am I right in thinking you've also taken away quite a few best armies as well as taken awwe the prize at most events?
Yeah,
some events.
That's correct. I think I have probably more painting awards than I do winning awards. A winning award is, I don't know if that's a word, a winning award.
That works.
Yeah, I'd say it's about 50-50. But it just depends on the yeah. But definitely, I take a huge amount of pride in the appearance of my armies and my hobby over and kind of being able to do both. I think I really try to be that. I'm not as much as a Renaissance man as Sean Naden, but I definitely try to kind of uphold my painting standards really high as well.
I can see that. I'm looking at your armies right now. See, that's the magic of the internet, Jim, is that all I had to do was literally put in Jim Vessel 40K or
Oh,
Jim
wow.
Vessel Armies, and boom, now I'm looking at your stuff you've painted.
Thank God. Thank
So-
God I'm so easily to be found on the internet.
The magic of the internet. Yes, I very much like your Nurgle army here, painted in this like neon bright green with your very cool handmade free-handed banners, like the fly and the little symbols and stuff, and your conversions around. It's looking like a Vermin Lord mixed with some Bloodthirster parts there.
Yeah,
among many other
I use
things.
it as a Corn Demon Prince, but it's got about I think there's probably around like 12 different kits worth of models in there. Of metal, and like it's got pieces from like old school metal models too.
Nice.
That's probably one of my favorite conversions I've done. So
yeah, I like the big. Obviously, he's got the big Bloodthirster axe. Looks like this Vermin Lord head. We've got the Terrorgeist face or Zombie Drive, whichever one it is. One of those faces. I that kit being it's great stuff.
I'm the kind of like, and I'm sure you're the same, the kind of madman that will buy like a $200 kit for like a single bit and then try to figure out what I do with the rest of it.
Yeah, because you know you're going to find stuff later. Like there'll
right.
be something. Yes, I have lots of half-used kits where I'm like, it's fine. I'll find a place for that later.
Which I have to say is definitely like my biggest complaint now with some of the kits. Like the models themselves have gotten so much nicer, but I really do miss the multi-part kind of aspect of a lot of the older kits where it was a little
just
bit
a torso and arms and legs. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, just like a little bit more like there's a lot more like I guess pre-formed because the sculpts have gotten so complicated. I guess the way that they cut the molds, it's a lot more like I think I use my Death Guard as a really good example. I'm painting the Plague Marines right now, and like there's not. I mean, I have some conversions in there, but it's just so hard because the models are so. I mean, they're already so beautiful as they are. They don't really need much, but and they're all so unique as they are. But it's because everything's so. And my sculpting skills are probably the weakest thing that I have. So, for me to do a lot of like hand sculpting to try to like, it's just not the time. The time investment is not there for me. But I do want to become a better sculptor. That's for sure.
Yeah, one of the things I found with the newer kits is that you have to like you actually put them together and then cut them back apart.
Yeah,
is what I've usually found myself doing because like it's too hard to figure out how a lot of the sprues attach. So I'll like build the piece and then say, okay, well, what I actually want to do is take this arm off or put this into something else or whatever, right? And so I'll put it together and then cut it back apart and reshape it with the new piece there.
Yeah, I've seen your like your steampunk. I don't even know what army it represents. It's like the blimps and the crazy.
This guy what you're talking about? Oh, that one.
No, I think you had it on Armies and Parade.
My city's a Sigmar. Yeah.
Yeah, the Age of Sigmar one, and I was like, that's the kind of army that like, it's so out like not out there in a bad way, but like it's so creative that I don't even like that's like beyond my like brain power. Like I'm a good painter and I can do a lot of conversions, but like when I see people doing those like kind of scratch built armies, I'm just like the conceptual part of that is just like. So for me, like that's a gorgeous army, by the way, and it's so creative and so like different. Like that is like for me like the ultimate like representation of like the hobby because it's like totally unique, right? Like you can do arm swaps and head swaps and small things here and there, but when you're able to kind of scratch build an army out of like totally different kits and create something super unique, that for me is like awesome.
Yeah, that was a very fun army. I was happy they featured it on Warcom. I submitted it to Armies on Parade knowing it would never, ever win, that was an impossibility. Because, like, Armies on Parade is some part marketing exercise. And, like, at what point are they going to be like, hey, here's this army that won. You can buy officially 0 of these kits.
Yeah.
It's all scratch built out of terrain and plasticard that Vince found lying around the house. He built this entire 3,000 point army for, like, $150 in old terrain bits and plasticard. Like,
is there a gimmick to like giving yourself the opportunity to win more? Is it like include more of the official kits? Did I not know this?
With any big thing like that, right? I mean, sure, because like all things like that, whether it's and this isn't a judgment, by the way. I'm not being negative on them at all for that. Some people it might sound like I was, but I'm really not. Like whether it's Golden Demon. Or whether it's Ever Chosen or Armies on Parade, especially when it becomes a global competition as opposed to just going to your local store, right? I mean, some part of that's a marketing exercise. like undoubtedly, if I'm the marketing person, I'm going, okay, well, what we want is things that are firmly within our IP. And they're very transparent about this with Golden Demon, right? Like it has to be firmly within our IP, using Games Workshop kits and bits and stuff like that, and no third party stuff unless but you can sculpt your own if it again fits wholly within. And like part of what they want to do is they want to show off how cool their armies can look, right? And so like that army that I built of just nonsense vessels that a lot of people look at and go, I don't even know what army this is supposed to be, right? Like you have to be pretty deep in the lore to understand that I'm representing like a steampunk Cities of Sigmar army, and be able to like, okay, no, I see, okay, so that thing is clearly a steam tank, whatever, and so on and so forth, right? Because I'm using so little of the real things. There's just no way that thing, regardless of how well I did or whatever. Also, it probably didn't help that my display board contained a 3-foot long model that was definitely not a GW thing, because I bought the old G.I. Joe USS Saratoga aircraft carrier and then ripped a bunch of it apart and then rebuilt it with other bits and greebles on top to make a KO like Zondbeck, like a full aircraft carrier. But I doubt they're going to be like, hey, check out this cool thing using a 1992 Hasbro toy.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you see. And I think you nailed it, Vince, which is that like ultimately, those armies like yours, like they're so unique, but GW really wants to showcase kits, models they can buy. Like if there's like minor conversions, that's fine, but I think that's probably a newer policy, because I do remember some of the Golden Demons in like the early 2000s, and I have quite a few from like I think it's called Fantasy Miniatures. It's I think it's one of their books where it's like all the old Golden Demons from like the 90s and stuff, and there's a lot more leeway because with like doing scratch builds and sculpts, and like even though creatively things were less creative overall, because I think the envelope's really been pushed in the last like 10 years with like the level of painting, the level of conversions, level of sculpting from like the 90s. But back then, like there was models that people would win Golden Demons with, and you're like, I don't even know how they did this. And now there's no way a model that you can't go and buy off a shelf with, and then maybe with some minor conversions, that would win. It's just not going to happen. Like and again, I agree with you. It's not anything. Look, it's prerogative, and that's why it's great to have things like painting contests at Adepticon and other. Well, I guess it's Golden Demon now, so I take that back. But like the Crystal Brush and like other events that can showcase those kinds of things outside of the GW ecosystem, because I feel like if your army showed up at say like an AOS event, it's gonna get a lot of those players' choice votes, those best army votes, because the players are gonna be like, that's a super rad army. But at an official GW event, the official GW judges, especially for a global competition, are not gonna want to showcase an army that people can't actually buy.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting. It's interesting, the line. You're right that in the 2000s, there's a lot of. Keep in mind though, that was the time period when, and I mean, Rob, I don't think you were playing back then, but I mean, if you go back to the 90s and the early 2000s, I mean, it was not uncommon for them to print army books with multiple units that just didn't exist as kits.
Yeah, no, right? and
those, they just weren't there. Like, here's a unit. There's no, you cannot buy this unit. It does not exist. It's just a thing in a book. And so people would just scratch build it. Now, you've got like Maxime Pinode, who took the Slayer Sword here, the 2019 Warhammer Fest, and he used like part of the Dankhold Trog boss, but then sculpted half, like a full half of that model. If you look at it, is completely sculpted by him. And he added so it became a two-headed, or no, that was a single-headed Trog boss, so whatever. It was beautiful. He did a complete resculpt of it, but it looks like it's the original kit. Like it was perfect sculpting,
very similar to the original.
Exactly,
IP,
like
from an IP perspective as well. It looks like something GW could have produced.
Yeah, so, he built like a new, beautiful, perfect version of it.
At what point though, like, because I'm a terrible sculptor and painter, but I'm an okay person, so I'm fine with that. So like,
you're at home with the you that's on this journey, Rob.
Yeah, I'll take award for most likely to make you chuckle in a way that you regret to your parents. I think that's come up to me recently Vince. Obviously,
Rob,
like,
hold on 1 second.
yeah.
I want to just jump in here and say, with you on his team, Tom got a Best Sports Award. If there's anything that speaks to your quality as a human being, I mean, the amount of work you've got to do to drag him to Best Sports, like that is the amount of positivity you've got to add to pull that anchor up from the ocean floor. So there you go, right there. You should feel
Rob's got
forever
a
proud
broken
of that.
back from carrying Tom across that line.
See,
Yeah.
what I enjoy about this is Jim thinks by Tom you mean Tom Layton, which is hilarious. Yeah, no, but it works for both. It works for both.
Toms, yes. Like I've never met Tom, but obviously I've watched your show with Tom a bunch of times. I feel like I know him. Spiritually, he's a lot like my Tom. They're very similar.
So it's a different Tom, but it's
Your
still funny.
Your Tom is such a riot at the tabletop. He's like a child. He has like childlike wonder. He's so enthused. He's like he's electric. I'd play Warhammer with him all day long. Tom, this is a different Tom who's in the chat. Different Tom, I promise. My question was going to be, because actually I think it's really relevant in like the current climate.
Mm-hmm.
It actually alludes to both of you, because both of you are fantastic. Like Jim was talking about, he had like 17 models in his demon prints, which I saw when I was over in Canada. Looked beautiful, as did the rest of his army. And Vince, obviously, all of your armies also look beautiful. And like you've got some heavily converted Gargants at the minute, which look again brilliant. Like
I really want to figure out how I can use one of those in 40k.
yeah, as a knight maybe or something. That
I
looks
was
great.
like, how do I get this model in a 40k? Tell me.
I mean,
Either
he's
demon
already
of-
like Dark Mechanicum with the face, so you know that are these are exactly Imperial Knight size, by the way. The
Okay.
megas and the babies are exactly Armiger size
Are you
because I
using that
use their
for-
legs.
your AOS or
Yeah, these are my AOS models, but like I've used the other two megas I have regular Imperial Knight legs, and the baby Gargants have Armiger legs. They're literally the exact same size models. This stands as tall as a Imperial Knight. So like, and obviously he's got a little Imperial Knight shoulder
I
pad.
think where we're really lucky in Age of Sigmar though, Vince, like versus 40k, because I was thinking about this recently, like Jim's like put his defilers on some bases, which I think is fine, but like there's only so much you can fuck around with a 40k model before it affects how you would be able to see it in a line of sight sort of situation game where really that isn't much of our conversation, which I think is great. But the kind of like, which is sad, but ultimately like the difference between the two systems, I think. One of the
you're right. Actually, can you hold that thought for 2 seconds? I want to grab something that's the perfect example of what you're talking about. Just
cannot wait.
Pause
I
for 2
even
seconds.
with my defilers, I even magnetized them so that if people did try to give me a hard time, I could just pop them off the bases.
Yeah.
Because I was like, well, if I ever want to play these competitively, I can't glue them to the bases. They got to be magnetized.
It's sad, right? Like, but I understand it as well. I do. I really.
Oh,
do,
for sure. And I
because-
think ultimately, it's just a thing you got to work around, I guess. And I have, that's your Archeon. That's like 17 feet tall.
So this is my Archeel, my converted Slanesh Archeon, right? And I'll back up here so you can. It's on a house. This is the bottom of the base.
Jesus Christ.
So she's 23 inches tall,
Oh my
right?
God.
Like this probably would be a problem in 40k if I literally put a whole
house
terrain piece, it's a 3-story house that I have under this model, right?
I'd
She's
allow
attached
it.
to the roof. She rode the car with me for 7 days when I went on a big road trip to a couple different games last year, and we met up with friends. So she's in the passenger seat with me the whole time, just like riding along. So, yeah.
Yeah, so like even for me, so I like to do like, so my Typhus, which is not as obviously tall, but I use the 30k Typhus base for mine.
Yeah.
So it's like literally an inch and a half above the base, but the actual Typhus is flat on his base.
Right.
So even this, I could see people being like, oh, you're modeling for advantage. And I'm like, well, actually at LVO last year, I actually brought extra demon princes on flat bases. If there was any that I didn't put in my army, I just had them in my case in case someone was like, oh, like you're modeling for advantage, so that I could switch them out just to like kind of shut them up. Because I was like, okay, man, like if you think that's what I'm doing, then like whatever. But even that, which was literally an inch and a half, like bit of a plinth display base, I'm worried about it sometimes. I'm like, oh, like I hope no one gives me a hard time,
Yeah, I mean, there's also just like the weapons factor as well. Like, who really cares what your model is armed with in AOS? Like, it's irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like, it's most weapons are just weapons. It's like that's the weapons they've got. Who cares? You know what I mean?
Definitely not in any way attached to any sort of sense. A club be a name could be of damage of any variety, of any size.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So like there's just a lot more freedom in that regard in AOS for conversions and stuff. You have to between what you can do with the basing, the reposing, the size, stuff like that. Like I've never once thought about modeling for advantage or disadvantage. I only think I want my models to be taller. So if I meet the same thing, like in other words, I've played my Archeon in tournaments against other Archeons. Okay, both my Archeons are up on terrain. That's correct. I want to look down on them.
You're like, we're not gonna roll
and
dice.
Let them know that they are lesser.
It's just like whoever's Archeon's taller wins. That's the rule.
In my experience, that's been the case. That's fine.
Well, so this brings me like, in fact, maybe reinforces the conversation I wanted to have, like, from sculpting, which was like, there are loads of really, really good sculpt. Vince, good example. When I was over in NashCon with you, you had 3 Keepers of Secrets. I think you only had 3, but maybe you painted.
I had 3.
But one of them was the Creature Caster.
I mean, I have 6 total, Rob, if that's what you're asking. I have 6 painted secrets, so...
It wasn't, but you continue to tell me. I'm listening.
Sure.
Yeah.
7 if you count the one that's just a Golden Demon entry. But anyways, go ahead.
Wait, I get it. You're bigger than me. Like, you don't have
and
to
I have 0. I feel
this
so
is
inadequate.
The point I'm trying to communicate, Rob. Yes, thank you for seizing it. No, I had 3 with me at NashCon. Yeah, go ahead.
But one of them was the Creature Caster one, right?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, okay. So my point is like, like is it sad? Like, how do you feel about, like, because we're obviously talking about painting competition, the Golden Demon, but when it comes to tournament gaming and playing games, like, I feel like that there's such an opportunity for there being lots of creativity in how your armies look, like we just talked about a little bit ago, but also the opportunity to just use other models. Good example would be that Creature Caster, which is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful model. So I would like to see, thanks Primus Torch there for donating £1 and also working out how to do the GIF thing. I hate that. Loads. Yeah, like, how do you guys feel about, because we're into a future now where 3D printing is easier and easier and easier and easier. And you guys, sure. Like, Jim's, like, was talking about him not being able to sculpt very well, but he's kit bashed like 17 bits into stuff. Vince, obviously, you're great at kit bashing and other things. Like, how do you feel about just, like, I can't do that. I could eventually if I learned, obviously. But what if there's just a sweet-ass ogre conquistador that I wanted to use as a tyrant? Like, it looks sweet, it's the right size. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I saw your talk where you went through those other I don't know, ranges, I guess, what we want to say. Yeah. Do I have a problem with it? No, obviously not. 100% not. Like, I think it's cool as all get out, right? I love when people make stuff their own. And sometimes in the world we live in, that's going to mean, grabbing other figs from other ranges. All I want is them to be good figs, right? Like, I don't like seeing somebody's, really like low quality thing, right? They're like, Look, let's be honest. There are some models out there, some model makers out there who are not producing the same quality stuff, right?
Yeah.
GW still produces like the highest quality commercial kits.
Yeah, and you also don't want someone showing up with like a doll on a base and being like, here's my giant. It's like a scary Barbie doll with like some bits glued onto it.
Exactly. But like if they've got a cool model, like you had the Conquistador Ogre and you had the Hunter with the Walrus or whatever, like, yeah, that stuff's cool as, man. Absolutely. Like, I have 0 problem with any of that. It feels like the kind of thing that's silly to complain about. If it's your army, it's your army. I want to see it. I want to see it be your army, right? That's what's going to be more interesting to me, is when you express yourself through that army.
No, I'm with you. I don't think there is, like, the thing about it is like, I don't see how there's any negative conversation about it at all, which is what kind of like shocks me. Because when you have that conversation a little bit, people are like, I can't. Like, a good example would be I've talked about these before, the Skaven Globadiers, because they are just like £13 a model, and you could genuinely, arguably, have a good army with 60 of them in. It's a fun army to play.
Sure.
But you can no one's buying that army, like, physically, right?
No, I mean, we don't have holes in the line like we used to, like we mentioned, where there's just figs that don't exist, right? Like, they don't print a book anymore with like stuff that's not in the range. Now, instead, what we have is figs that have been around for way too long and should have been retired or replaced, but have never been so, right?
Yeah,
like the Globadiers.
I don't think I've seen a Dark Elf army with actual grotesque models in like 3 years. Everyone's got like sorry, did I say Dark Elf? I meant Dark Eldar. I don't think I've seen an actual grotesque, like the resin fine cast grotesque models in anyone's army. Like someone's always got some conversions, but I think the thing, and I actually like I don't know, the whole like modeling for advantage. I think it's a bit of a boogeyman that doesn't really actually happen. Like,
agreed.
I think of all the if you take all the different models that have been modeled, like, I guess, especially people that care enough to model like their models like in cool ways, I'd say like 99.9% of them are doing it for like rule of cool, not because they're thinking, they're scheming at home like, oh, well, if I put his sword this way, I'm going to then go and abuse that for like that whole, it's such a boogeyman that I've never experienced in competitive play. And also like in competitive play, hey, like here's this model I have. It's slightly converted. If you have a problem with it, then just bring it up with your opponent and just come to an agreement on like, okay, hey, so for the purposes of this specific line of sight, we're gonna maybe add an extra inch to it or whatever, and like come to an agreement where I can say that I still feel comfortable modeling my army the way that I would like, and the opponent feels like there's a fair resolution in case he feels that I'm trying to do it from advantage. Now the solution that I really think should happen is we should go back to like an abstract line of sight system. One of the things I actually really everyone's like, is like where like true. I think true line of sight, especially in 40K, is like, given that it's such a terrain heavy, line of sight heavy, it's like it created a lot of the things like magic boxes and invisible walls and like the bottom floor blocks line of sight. Like all those rules that they've now baked into the rule book were a result of that original thing of true line of sight. Like you can shoot from antennas and you can shoot from like the corner leg of a tank. The knight just needs a tippy toe to shoot. And like I get that there's a simplicity there, but I'd much rather them go to like maybe an abstract system where things have like different classes have different heights, different things block line of sight to those heights, and then beyond that you can kind of model. That's one of the things I really liked about Kings of War is that the kind of being able to do dioramas. Because right when they killed fantasy, I did give a go at Kings of War, and even in my fantasy armies, when the square bases, I love doing little like you do little display unit fillers. And one of the cool things about building unit fillers was you could build these little tiny dioramas. So I love that idea that the game rules don't interfere in your like modeling ability, I guess. I want the rules to support and encourage modeling, not the other way around, where it's like kind of discouraged. Like that would I think you can have your cake and eat it too in this case, is what I'm saying. And I just think GW needs to be brave and just do it.
I would agree with that. But that's kind of not the antithesis, but the reverse point to the conversation about what's happening with Golden Demon is all. I just think it's a fascinating conversation, and I think I think it's not. I don't think it's a pressing conversation now, but like Final Cookie was saying in the chat earlier, I think it's going to become a very, very relevant conversation because I think the number of 3D designers out there is going to upscale massively over the next, I don't know, let's just say 5 years, ultimately. Sure. And then I think the quality of the variety of options available to players is going to upscale massively as well. Which means there needs to be like a conversation had about like how people feel about that ultimately. If I took my conquistador sort of ogres to an event, would people feel comfortable with that because I hadn't given Games Workshop the money for the models that represent those rules, for example? It's just it interests me at the moment just because it's relevant to me at the moment is all. But I do think it feeds into Golden Demon, it feeds into everything else, and it feeds into like what we all like love and don't love, like little baby Yoda, obviously super cute. I know he's got a name, but being able to have one of those that you could paint yourself, for example, that's in like really good detail is just awesome. And who doesn't want to have that? You know, I'm just interested in it a lot at the minute, and I wonder where it's going to go in the next several years, especially when it comes to tournament play. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Like, GW's kind of done a bit of a yo-yo. So in the I guess in the 90s, early 2000s, when we had like Games Workshop Grand Tournaments, that was like, yeah, you couldn't show up to Games Workshop Grand Tournaments with like a toy army or an army made by another. Not that there was a ton of other model makers, but people had models from outside of GW. They used non-GW models. You couldn't go to those events. And when at the time GW was the kind of, I guess, overlord of grand tournaments, that was fairly widely accepted. But since we had the I guess we'll call it the independent circuit era, which was probably most of like the aughts and like the 2000s, where GW kind of stepped away from the tournament scene, all of that came. People encouraged that. They're like, yeah, use different models, use models from different manufacturers. They convert your armies, do really cool things. And now GW is trying to control the ecosystem again with like things like what Mike's doing, Mike Brandt, with kind of taking over this kind of event thing, with them reintroducing GTs. Like, I think they're trying to kind of get back into controlling the ecosystem a little bit more. And it'll be interesting to see how that affects, because they always set the, I guess, tone. And I guess it'll be interesting to see how that trickles down into the independent circuit, if that's something where we really do see a lot of events adopt those rules, or if there's resistance from the independent circuit around those kinds of like, oh, you have to use GW models, or you have to use like. So I'm really curious to see, because I would say like if this was 2010, people would be telling GW to go F themselves if they tried to introduce those rules. But in the last few years, people have like gone, they love GW now, or they can't do no wrong for the most part. And now it's like everything they say, like with whether it's
Agreed.
Scenarios or GT rules, it's like people are they've become very like GW. The biggest trick GW has done is making people forget that they're a giant like profit-driven multinational publicly traded corporation, and that they're just a bunch of hobbyists that like love you. Like, I love Games Workshop. They've brought so much happiness in my life, but I still know that Kevin Roundtree or whatever his name is, he's still got shareholders, and I think as there's always a business decision, there's a business benefit to the decisions they make. They're not making the decisions oftentimes because of some like altruistic love of the hobby, even though the people even in those positions probably think they are. It's kind of like they kind of self-select. Like, you want to self-select people in your organization that are drinking the Kool-Aid. So for them, it feels like they're making decisions that are altruistic. But you, as the scheming CEO, I guess, is like, again, I have nothing bad things to say, but good things to say about GW. But I am concerned about the independence of the independent circuit once GW gets more involved, and I hope that we don't lose some of the uniqueness of the circuit, of the models, of the different manufacturers, just because GW at the quote-unquote official events only allows GW models. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. You got any thoughts, Vince?
I think this is mainly a 40K problem. Like, genuinely, like, look, you Rob, you've been over here for enough AOS events now.
Yeah.
And you know how entrenched, like, the AOS events and what they are and who runs them and how they work. Can you imagine that world ever really changing in years to come from the current sort of sentiments and thoughts on all this stuff? I mean, these are entrenched TOs, owners, independent conventions, stuff like that. And like, these are already big successful things, especially in like the Midwest and the East. I mean, the Midwest, where we don't even use like best coast pairings or anything, right? Like, we steadfastly refuse to use that. Like, if we're not even taking that.
My favorite thing about the events you have in the Midwest is where each one of you is announced as you enter the door via a trumpet. I mean, I still find that to be a little grandiose. And a bit Renaissance fair, but like...
Yeah, I mean, here in the Midwest, it goes, you the player, then the TO, then God. That is your only appeal. So, like, there's no room to fit in there for anybody else to slide in there. Like, it's not a problem. Like, could there be some events in AOS? Sure. Would it ever be a thing that became the dominant thing? No.
Sorry.
There's too many good people who have a very strong independent streak in AOS who run these great tournaments, who are going to always do their own thing.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not in any way. I'm not actually So instead of it being like a pervasive threat, that's not the way I'm trying to phrase it. Big shout out, thank you so much to Percussive Scruff for donating 5 subscriptions to the show. Big love to you. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to everyone. It's actually the other way. Actually, instead of there's this potentially changing landscape where we're not allowed to be as creative anymore. That's not actually how I'm phrasing it. Like it's actually it's the other way. I'm actually very, very excited and very positive because, as talked about, I'm not the modeler, Vince, that you are, nor Jim. But for me, the ability to like just work out how to even buying like a cool extra model, like buying a creature caster demon prince, which is insane, or something, or just taking the time to research one different website where there's some other alternate models. Let's say we'll ignore the 3D conversation completely for a moment. Just getting alternate models and putting them on the tabletop. Is really exciting from a creative perspective, is what I'm trying to say. What I'm most excited about over the past few weeks, having looked at loads of different designs and looked at loads of different things out there, is that the volume of amazingly produced other sculpts is only upticking, and at a phenomenal rate. Kickstarters are jumping out all the time. Patreons where people now there's people with their like whole business now is they're like, join my Patreon and every month you can have my new STLs or something. And I think it's an amazing... I think it's a super cool new thing in our hobby. I think it's a really excellent. So I'm not like, oh no, what's happening? I'm like, actually, how cool is this new thing that we're going to all be getting to be a part of? And I'm more wondering, will there be a pushback? And I hope not, because I think it's only going to explode as time goes on. It's generally my thoughts.
I think in the end they'll keep, like, GW will keep winning the same way they've traditionally won the market. Like, they know, like, as much as we all sit around and complain and have fun talks about rule stuff, right? Like, that's not it. They know just as well that it doesn't actually matter very much. Like, the rules kind of need to be like good enough, and then for people like us or whatever that want to complain and want it to be like really good, and we want these certain things fixed and these proud nails hammered down, the reality is the vast majority of players could not care less. It's just like, yep, that's good enough. There you go. And, you know, GW will keep winning the way it's consistently won, which is by producing the highest quality, most original, most interesting models that you feel like you want to own. Right?
I agree with you, Vince, to a point, because and I'm sure you do, I remember when Age of Sigmar came out. I remember that first year of Age of Sigmar. And yes, there was the kind of people that kind of went over to the Age of Sigmar side, kind of both feet in right out of the gates, but there was a lot of people that were like, this is not a game. The rules are not where they need to be. And maybe, again, I'm coming from a more of a competitive tournament player standpoint, but like even our friendly group, there just wasn't enough there to make people want it. And that's why I'm playing 40K, because I was a fantasy player through and through. I hated 40K. And the only reason I'm playing 40K now is because that year and a half, 2 years where Age of Sigmar, before that first General's Handbook came out, it was in such a weird place. As the rules specifically, the models were cool, that it was like, this is what happens when we don't take the rules seriously, I guess. And I think they've learned that lesson, I guess. And the other thing I just want to be clear is I'm not actually worried about. I don't think it's a problem existing. I'm just curious if we'll see that in the future, because it's been very, I don't want to say shocking, but it's been very interesting, especially in the 40K community, especially coming from like a very heavy ITC background, where a year before 9th edition, if you told people that you were going to run an event and use rulebook rules missions, people would not come to your event. Like, it just was not going to happen, or it would be very successful. And now it's the opposite. Now it's like, and all it took was a few key TOs to kind of adopt and like obviously the ITCA, like, you know, a few key TOs at some of the big events to basically say, hey, yeah, actually the rulebook rules missions are the ones we're going to be using. Yeah, okay, Tom, I know, but you guys don't even play 40K in Europe. You guys play some weird ETC conglomerate Frankenstein games. So don't only North America me, man. I know what you're up to over there, drinking your tea and stuff. But anyways, I guess my point is like that it was so quick, that transition from GW will never play those rules to hey, we're gonna play those rules. It was a little bit like, and I'm happy. I'm very excited that we're all globally on one rule set. That is the thing that I'm so excited about for 9th edition. But it was interesting to see how quickly people just jumped over.
Yeah, I mean,
no real like ascension, I guess. Everyone was like, "Yep, jump off the bridge."
Yeah, sure. Again, 40K continues to be a strange and mystifying monster to me. The entire competitive scene of 40K is this weird. It's like looking at an Escher drawing to me. Like I don't understand how the stairs connect. It's some sort of miskatonic geometry that doesn't make any sense as to it. But you know, AOS is my speed. The competitive scene of AOS I would best describe as mainly populated by dads with 2 kids who are really excited to have a nice weekend. That's generally the vibe.
I honestly thought you were just going to say eels. That was going to be your.
Who also like eels? Who doesn't love eels, right? But no, I mean, I think your point about early AOS is a great one, right? That's why I say it's about when it comes to like rules quality, there's a threshold.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a light switch. I think we tend to frame this stuff like light switches. It's not. It's diminishing marginal utility. Right. If I suddenly gave you like $1 million, that would be life-altering amounts of money. Once you had that $1 million, if I gave you another $100,000, which to you right now would be like an immense amount of money, right? Well, it wouldn't actually be that much on top, right? There's a diminishing utility to additional money, and if that amount still doesn't move you, we can run the numbers up until I get to the point where it doesn't matter anymore, right?
I was gonna say, can't you see the spacious mansion I'm in? Obviously, $1 million is nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, my point is that with rules very much suffer from a diminishing marginal utility if you're talking about broad success of a game. If you're talking about, like, market success, right? Like, you have to hit a threshold. If you fall below it, you will suffer. And that's what early AOS did. But, like, look, I mean, Rob, you've been here in the thick of this for AOS for the past X number of years. We've had some rough armies about, some people who were out of bounds, some really wacky, ridiculous rule situations going on, and yet every year we were doubling the number of people showing up to every tournament.
I mean,
I
don't really like talking about that stuff. I barely mention it. But when I do, when it does, it does come up. No, yeah, you're right. Like, I think you're super right. Like, even when the game is like Age of Sigmar has been at points like ludicrously like out of touch. Or if you take a really good example, look at how the beginning of the year 40K 8th edition was dominated by Marines. Like, as an example, and obviously then, Vince, we could talk about Sinesh or Change Host or like a bunch of other stuff at any point, or Vanguard Wing. So there's been examples, but the sales have kept creeping up and up. And I actually think, because one of the really fascinating things, actually, if you look at esports, and I wish Tom was here to be able to maybe have this conversation with me, I could call him later or ask him about it, is that the esports community is an esports community. Like, there is a League of Legends community and a Fortnite community, and there is a general community. But, like, if you look at things like, I don't know if you ever were into, like, early, like, YouTube reviews of computer games. So, obviously, you've got things like Yogcast and those sorts of guys. Now, Yogcasts are basically just, like, variety streamers at this stage. And generally, what's happened over the course of time is that they just have a community who are into computer games, effectively. I think what's really interesting right now is, as much as Warhammer is the leading and driving force of what this is, we are now in a wargaming community. A good example would be, like, everyone in the chat like consistently brings up Marvel Crisis Protocol as being like an excellent game, like it's continuously said, and there are other game systems that aren't just done by Games Workshop that people talk about as well. And I think that the game's rules are less important is kind of my like point that I'm moving towards. The game's rules are less important. Ultimately, I do think that like having bad game experiences will drive people away or make people play less, but not enough that they will give up and disenfranchise themselves from all of the friends and the community that they've made. And that's what I'm trying to get at. I think you're right that the rules have been super janky for both systems over the course of the past few years, but the community has just developed and grown. And Vince, you've been a huge part of that. Jim, you've been a huge part of that. Like, there's been huge elements of people driving that community forward. And I ultimately think that they're always centered around events, or they feel centered around events to me. And I think that's why we've seen that growth.
Have you ever seen those things on Facebook or whatever, or any social media thing, where it'll be like the best-selling albums of all time year over year, and it's this little moving bar chart. You know what I'm talking about? That'll go over time, or the wealthiest corporations, or the wealthiest countries, or the wealthiest people, right? And it'll be 1963, 1964, and the timeline advances real fast, and then the bar charts move up and down as the old titans rise and then fall, and so on and so forth, right? You picture what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. To me, it's the same thing for war games, not in their overall game-to-game popularity, because for the most part, GW has had a hegemony in this for almost the entire existence of this hobby as a commercial thing, beyond an extremely niche hobby of historical wargaming, which, by the way, is still 10 times bigger than anything we do, just as far as sheer number of people participating. But again, that's the full community thing. That's your esports example, Rob, right? Because it's not like there's one game that's dominant. It's just this conglomeration of historical people who are playing 100 different pike and shot, Napoleonic, blah 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 games, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to this niche of a niche, fantasy and sci-fi wargaming, GW's more or less had a hegemony. There's a couple times in the ICV report that they haven't been the top, but that's an extreme rarity. And so to me, it's rules, if we were to watch that little rising and falling bar chart, it would how much does this matter? Rules matter up until you hit this point. They're the most important thing, right? Because they have to be I can understand how to play this game and feel like I can play it relatively with competence, and it's not horribly imbalanced, right? And then all of a sudden, once you hit that point, there's some kind of threshold, right? Where now every hour I invest into additional rules refinement isn't paying me back at the same dividend of utils, right? Up to that threshold, every hour I invested gave me 1 util of customer interest. Past that point, I'm getting 0.5 utils of customer interest. And then if I keep going, I get 0.25, and then 0.1 and 0.01. Because just people aren't caring enough, aren't engaging with the game at the level where they're going to notice what I'm doing at that point anymore, right? It just diminishes on this curve. Whereas then what matters is exactly what you're saying. The community, the people that I have, is it strong enough? Are the models interesting? Can I picture, do I want to play the army? Is there cool stories that I want to feel like I'm involved in? Yada, yada, yada. All the other amorphous things that are part of this hobby, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you think though, and we're all grown men for the most part, we probably all have. I mean, I don't know how you guys have been doing with all the pandemic and stuff, but I've had a steady income. I make good money. For me, to make a change for me, even me who could from the I guess I kind of think of almost a sunk cost fallacy with when I think about it's this concept where yes, I've been playing 40K Warhammer for so long, but for me to go out of that ecosystem and say switch to X-Wing or Marvel and to get a whole new community, it's almost like there's a bit of an anchor. I'm kind of anchored in this community as it is, and so and I don't play OS, but I know about how bad Slanesh was and Zinch was and all these things.
Careful, Vince.
Yeah. The notoriety of those books even permeated across the Great Wall into the 40K ecosystem. So
Would you say across the Rubicon?
Yeah, I guess my question is so for I also remember when I was starting hobbying and I was 15, 16, I didn't have a lot of money. So for me to buy a regiment, and I think I bought my first Chaos regiment of 12 Chaos Warriors for $32 or something, and now that'd be $70. But at the time, if you had said, hey, if you don't like the rules, just go get another game, at that time, that would have been very difficult. I'd invested my allowance, there's almost it's once you've kind of bought in, there's this gravity that holds you into the hobby, even through those tough times, I guess. And I think there's something to be said for the fact that it's not actually easy to go find a new war game because this is such a time and money heavy investment. Like once you're in, you're kind of in unless you like. And because there's not like it's not like Magic. I mean, at least it's like games like Magic. Like maybe you can sell your cards and then you go use that money for something else. But I feel like with Warhammer, unless you're like an excellent painter, resale value is not very good. It's like as soon as you open the box, it's depreciated 30%. So I'm just curious if there is a lot of, I guess there's a bit of this kind of gravity there that keeps you in the hobby through thick and thin, right? And part of that's the community, and that's the thing. Like with one of the biggest things with the AOS launch was it shattered our community because we had people that went to Kings of War, we had people that played War Machine, people that went to X-Wing, people that went to 40K,
yes.
people like
the Faithless. I'm familiar.
And that was a very like, yeah, that was a very tough thing to overcome. And finally, we're now most of us came back to 40K, some of us came back to AOS, and we've kind of regrouped our gaming club, our community. But there was a good 2 years there where like we were playing Blood, like everyone was playing different games, which I thought was awesome. To be fair, you didn't have this like we all used to be fantasy players, and so once that was gone, that gravitational pull of fantasy, everyone went and just played games that were like cool and games that they enjoyed, and it didn't feel like, oh, everyone has to play fantasy because everyone else is playing fantasy. And there's something that I found really cool about that. And now we're mostly back to playing 40K and AOS, but I always wonder, like, GW is the same. The GW, they've kind of reached this critical mass where, yeah, like even if they have a year or two of bad rules, and I guess I'm agreeing with you, Vince. There is this like whole of community, of the hobby, of the models that kind of totally outweighs any bad addition or any bad set of rules. You always come back to it because it's going to pull you back, right?
Well, I think it takes a very unique character type that would like. Can I just say a huge thank you to Pete for donating £10 to the show. Big love to you, Pete Pratt over in Northern Ireland, who is like a huge community leader in his own right in his own community. So Pete, massive love and Merry Christmas. I'm gonna message you after. I was gonna say, like, have you ever had any of those friends who are just like, so yeah, I'm moving to Australia now, and you're like, oh, okay. They're like, how long for? You're like, ever, and ever. I'm gone, and you're like, wow, that's a big move. Like, those people are genuinely fairly rare. I think one of the great things about the Wargaming community is it does feel like a community more than anything else. So like just being like, I'm going to leave now and go into another community is weird. Like, not weird. Weird's wrong, but it takes a certain character type. Let's put it that way.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot
for that individual. Like, you got to rebuild your friendships, you got to rebuild those connections, you got to rebuild all the reputation, all that kind of stuff. Potentially.
Yeah. Neil in the chat. Oh, sorry. Go on. Vince, after you.
No, I mean, I'm just about to make a big point, so you do your shout out and then I'll make a big point.
Okay, so yeah, big shout out to Neil in the chat. It says, to be honest, I moved to Sweden. I used to regularly frequent my local Games Workshop store. A lot of the time just to hang out and chat with mates, especially in York, where the store was more like a community centre with people dropping by all the time. And I do see people using that all the time, but it goes more points. But they're probably, do you worry, and I worry about this sometimes, like when some new stupid rule comes out for Age of Sigmar or something, or like my friend Jonathan's a good example from Sweden. He always says to me, he's like, Rob, this game's so shit, you should play this game. And I'm like, okay. And like he doesn't mind, he'll jump between different systems all the time because him and his community are really like vibrant like that, and that's what they're about, which I think is awesome. I worry that like I'm like proselytizing for like something not very good. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's good, I enjoy it, but like, what if there's like a really great system that we just never talk about because it's just not very big? Do you know what I mean? Like,
for sure, that's true. There's definitely good systems that have been like forced out of, like, that never got off the ground because Games Workshop sucks up so much oxygen, like Games Workshop games. There's definitely good game systems out there that never get the light of day because, so for sure, whether they're better or not, I mean, but there's definitely some really great systems out there.
That's true. Go on, Vince, what was your point? Sorry.
No, you're fine. All right, so, boy, Vince has a lot of points to make. Okay, here we go.
Do you mind if I go to the loo while you make your point? Oh, no, I want to hear it.
No.
I'm so torn. Wait 1 minute. You carry on the show. I'll be back.
That's fine. We'll carry on the show. Rob has a little bio break. I'll tell you what. I'll hold my points, and I'll ask this question. So, Jim, you said you were a big fantasy player. When did you first get into the hobby, and did you have a break in the middle of the hobby?
Yeah, I did. So I got in probably when I was like 13, and I took a break in kind of college years, my early 20s.
Sure.
But like I took a break from playing and painting, but I always like I still had GW bookmarked. I would still kind of go
Yeah,
to
sure.
read forums and like read. Like
Still
I still
consider
kind of kept,
yourself part of the community, part of the hobby. You just
yeah,
weren't
I
really
still
like
kept up,
actively playing
kept
the hobby.
up with it. I just didn't play or paint because I just didn't have time or
Yep.
like my paints, everything was packed away. But I never felt like just because I wasn't playing, I never felt like I was like out, you know?
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so I wonder, like, I'm reading. The reason I keep looking over here, by the way, is because I have the Twitch chat up on a different screen here on my left.
That's okay. My camera's here, my screen's there, so I'm always like looking in weird places too. So
Right on. Yes, I'm not paying attention to you. I'm just so like I would be curious as to people in the chat. Did you have gap years? Okay, so people in the chat, how many of you who are here who are players, did you have gap years where you started wargaming when you were, let's say, a teenager or something like that, right? At some point in your teenage years, and then you stepped away for some kind of years, and then you came back to it at some point later in between, currently today. Maybe this is your first day back. Welcome back. This is exciting. Christmas Eve, you decided to jump back in. You're expecting to open up a bunch of new boxes of your new hobby tomorrow. I'm excited.
I'm excited for those people.
Okay, let's see. I'm watching the chat roll in. Gap, yes, yes, yes. Lots of it. Okay, good. Yep. All right. What I'm seeing here is that the vast majority of people had some kind of gap in there. Okay. Like vast majority of people who are responding. Yep. Okay, cool. Like some people have played all the way through. Some people have started later. But a lot of people have had a gap in there. So here's my point, Rob. Here's what I want to make. Let's touch on all this at once.
Go for it.
Here we go. One, is there better games? Yes, who cares, because rules don't matter that much. That's the stat truth of it.
I love it when Vince throws an argument out he doesn't want to have in the prologue. Classic, yeah, but carry on.
Sure. Are you familiar with the concept of fantasy heartbreakers, Rob? Do you know what this means?
Is it my biography? I'm so confused.
Yes, that's it. You are a fantasy heartbreaker, Rob. No. Fantasy heartbreaker was a term designated in the mid-90s speaking around role-playing games. So you're familiar with the seminal role-playing game Dungeons and Dragons. I assume you've heard of it at some point in time.
Heard of it.
I've heard it's a rip-off of that Maze Runner. I don't know. Yeah, I heard it
right on. Satanic, and it leads to satanic.
That's true. Tom Hanks told me so. So in the 90s, second edition Dungeons & Dragons was getting a little long in the tooth. The rule system was a bit kludgy. It had been basically cobbled together from first edition and then that from OD&D. And so a bunch of people said, you know what we're going to do? Like, D&D is the most popular game in the world. So what we're going to do is I'm going to fix it. I'm going to make my own game, and it's going to be D&D, but better. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. And all of those games failed, even though they were all mechanically better games than D&D. And there was a writer who wrote about it, and he coined the term fantasy heartbreakers because all of them were D&D, but this thing is better. You understand what I'm saying? Like, oh, but the magic system's fixed, but the combat system's like this, but the they all had their own little things, right, that they wanted to fix.
And just to quickly interrupt, second edition D&D is still my favorite edition.
Well, you should play 5th edition. It is better than second, but I love second.
And also, to be fair, I've only played second and third edition. So.
Oh, there you go. We'll play 5th edition. There are reasons why I'm biased toward it. As somebody who's played since OD&D, I do. Second edition was my favorite up until they published 5th. So there you go. Okay. And I still use a bunch of my second edition resources in 5th edition, to be fair. Anyways, neither here nor there. So the point is that eventually what ended up changing D&D was when they just published a new edition, right? Because what people were concerned with wasn't rules perfection. It was the broader D&D experience, the community, the legacy, the sunk cost that you're talking about, Jim, right? Of I'm already part of this. I don't want to learn a whole new thing and figure out just the one difference of, right? Like, what games that tend to stand out and succeed are ones that offer a completely different experience from anything, right? Like I think of Infinity and how very different it plays than 40K, right? It's a completely different experience. Like, this is not a similar feel, look, touch, taste to 40K, even though they're both ostensibly sci-fi games, right? The thing that I think is most prominent in the growth of recent is the games hit a level of quality to where you didn't immediately turn off new people. They were simple enough that you could pick them up, you could relatively explain them quickly, because these games have always had a huge barrier of entry. It's always the biggest challenge of getting people into wargaming, is the barrier of entry is massive. Not just in like buying things, painting things, gluing them, putting them together, learning a whole new hobby, but just learning the rules. These games tend to be more rules dense, right? Like, I can throw Cyberpunk at you, the video game, right? And you could install it, and you'll pretty much figure your way around with probably minimal, if any, tutorial, right? Like, you'll just get it, you know? That's not a war game. And so getting people in is hard. And if you then have your rules below a certain level where the immediate experience they have is a bad one, that's a loser. That's a loser right there, right? So the fact that we got the rules simplified enough down, like getting people into Warhammer Fantasy Battles was almost impossible. When I would hand that rule book to people, they would look at me like I was a lunatic, right? By the way, I know there's people who in the chat who said they're sad about Warhammer Fantasy and people like that. I lament the death of the old world 0%. I could not care. I'm glad it was burnt to the ground and have evinced so many times.
But Joe, I'm actually super excited about it now, more than I ever was because of Total War. Like, it's got me all jazzy about it. I'm like, it's such a cool place.
Sure. Yeah, I don't miss not Europe and not England and not Atlantis and not South America. That's real cute, original. That's great. I mean, I could bang out anything. Though. Yeah, I could bang out anything they did in 5 minutes with an AI just trained on like read history and then make your own bad version of it. Insert elves.
Insert elves.
Like
drunk history with elves. Is that what you're talking
I don't
about?
want to start a fight in the chat about the old world. If you loved it, I'm glad you loved it. I played it for 20 years. I certainly must have loved it some. And I hope whatever comes with the new old world thing is awesome and satisfies the needs of the massively diverse audience who has hung all of their hopes and dreams on it. And I'm sure in no way will possibly be let down in any way, shape, or form. It will be everything you want in that box, including a boat. So, but the point is, I think what's actually benefited the broader audience here over the past, like what has made this game grow? What has made wargaming grow so much? It's the sociological. Yes, it's Rob. It's all Rob. No.
All Rob.
I honestly think sociological trends are partially responsible. Like, the game got good enough on one hand, but that's pearls before swine if there's not an audience there waiting. And at the same time, you had this age cohort of like the end of Gen X and millennials who aged into the level where they were then ready to have the disposable income to have a hobby, right? Mm-hmm. And those two things coincided in this perfect way in the late 2010s, okay? Where a cohort of people hit the age where they were like, hey, I remember that thing I did. It was real fun. By the way, D&D is benefiting from this as well, right? Because of bringing a bunch of people back in who are younger, and then also attracting a huge new young audience, right? So I'm not saying it's like no new young players are coming.
They're having like,
they are as well.
Record years.
Yes,
and I remember people just quickly lamenting in like the 2000s that video games was gonna cause GW and things like D&D to go out of business, and we're never gonna see them again, and they're gonna like fade away. And like both those industries are having record years. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm mentioning, like somebody said, millennials. Vince, please stop. I'm referencing literally the age cohort born between 1980 and 1998. I'm only referencing it to show that these certain group of people have hit a certain age. I'm not like, oh, millennials are killing this industry. I don't care about any of that crap. That's all dumb. What I'm saying is that this cohort of people aged into a point where they were ready to want a hobby, right? At the same time, the game was there waiting with an open hand going, hey, I'm pretty good now. We've got the best models we've ever got. We've got the best rules we've ever had. Come back, right? Mm-hmm. So it's still attracting new people. It's always attracting new people. There's always new people coming into the hobby, right? But it had this great conflux of events where you had a bunch of people who were ready to come back over the past decade, combined with the fact that we've got the best rules and the best models they've ever had, right? I think that sociological trend helped push it into the stratosphere. Does that make sense?
Can I propose at least a contributing factor which most people don't communicate about?
Sure.
Which I feel like I don't have a unique perspective on, but at least some expertise in the area. So one of the things that happened when I went to work for Games Workshop was they were like, we were talking about videos because I was hired into the video department, and I was like, you need to put all of the videos onto Facebook, and they were like, why? We don't understand that. And I was like, well, it's the #1 video uploader. Yeah. And they were like, no, it's not. And I was like, yes, it is. Here's the stats. And they were like, oh, okay, so you're right. I was like, yes, correct.
Yeah, no, we'll forgive you because you were probably using the broken stat set that Facebook overinflated from that time period, because that was famously a big kerfuffle. But you were statistically correct based on the best data you had at that time. So yes.
But that wasn't why I wanted in the videos to predominantly go onto Facebook. Like, they obviously went onto YouTube by rote anyway, but the point was never that. The point was always to understand that if you were a nerd, then you probably had some nerd mates. Yeah?
Yes.
Like, that's how it works.
Yes.
Like, social media connection, because this is what I did for nightclubs as well. Social media connection is if you liked this band, then more than likely you and your friends and your social circle were into that sort of music as well. So if I could get one of you, I could get all of you. That was the important part, right?
Yep.
And so, like, one of the things that we overlook a lot is the impact of social connection, which has had on, like, lots of different industries. It's changed music from being something that's been pushed by, like, top-level music execs to being a very grassroots thing again, which I think is excellent, and I think it's really, really good for music. But for wargaming specifically, I think it's really, really important, because actually it means that really if you grab one guy in a group or a couple of guys in a group, that really permeates out into the others. And I think what we're really seeing over the explosion over the past 4 or 5 years in the amount of people going to events and everything else, I think that is that permeating between all of those different groups and slowly going. Like, Dayton's a good example, right? So Dayton's super into it, and he's like trying to get all of his firefighter mates and everyone in his local Canadian town into it. Tristan, same thing in his little area. Like, someone's in some little boondock area, or they're in a big city with a group of friends, and the people they generally fraternize with are people who are also going to be interested in it. And that is that social connection where people have found people more on their wavelength than they ever used to have to be. Like, back in the olden days, you were just stuck with your mates. Like, that's it. Like, but now you get to meet people from all around the world, which is sweet. And then you get to connect on a different level. And I think that's been very, very important for the growth of the whole industry as well. Arguably, I don't really have any like tie-off point with it. I just think it's something that sometimes gets overlooked a little bit, because while there's also been the increase in what's happened in the Games Workshop, or what's happened with wargaming in general, isn't happening also inside a vacuum. It's also part of a larger growing trend. I think very similar, like, reading books now is a bit of a chore. I don't know if you guys have found that anytime recently, like an actual book and set down, because I'm so used to consuming like small snippets of information very, very quickly that to quiet my mind and sit down nowadays in the modern world and read a book is actually a little bit tougher than it used to be. I find it. I used to read loads when I grew up, and I don't.
I used to read loads too, and now I do almost entirely audiobooks, and because I feel like I'm being more efficient. I can do I can paint and listen. Whereas if I'm reading, I can't paint or I can't do other things. So for me, it's hard to read. I feel like I'm not using my time well if I'm just reading, which sounds absurd. But it's like that's I'm so like my whole, I guess, I don't know, it's just our generation so focused on like being hyper efficient, hyper maximizing, min-maxing my time, that I'm like, I gotta listen to something and be cleaning and be like doing something else. Like, I can't just be doing one thing.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I think, Rob, you're dead on. That's my honest response to what you said. Is the missing piece of the puzzle of what I sketched out is also at the same time to those trends. This was also now birthed into a modern social media landscape where suddenly people could be connected way easier. So keeping in touch with your friends, getting your friends more involved, seeing what your friends were doing, right? Understanding that they're going to a tournament, seeing their hobby or their awesome minis they're sharing. You're like, oh, hey, what's that cool thing you're doing? Right? Just like all of those sorts of things became much more prevalent, right? So like that then also fed this growth. right?
But
So
I
you had
also-
all of
I-
these trends working together.
Yeah, and I also think what it does is, like, you know, there's so many jokes, right? The rise of the nerd, or like the return of the Attack of the Geeks, or anything else like that. But there's also been so much like that's happened over the past like couple of generations or past couple of decades, which has really allowed like creative spaces and creative people to be creative, and then those creativities to be seen as a positive. Like being like a positive creative content creator is now a genuine job that people like. You know, they're like, that's cool, you're entertaining me, I enjoy that. Whereas it used to be like an almost looked down on profession, like in some ways, like be that like a musician or an artist, like not like rock stars, but you know what I mean. Like,
I know what you mean.
Like, and I think that's good as well, because we're really recognizing that, like, you know, we could get into this in a real deep way, but like someone just said, like Jim was like, I always have to be doing something. Like, it's wasting my time reading a book. It's almost like capitalism, Raven. I'm like, yeah, to a degree. Like we're slowly learning as a human race that playing games is like, they're like, stop being a child. Why would you want to play a game? And I'm like, because I'd like to have fun for my whole life, not just for my growing years. Like, I would like to always enjoy myself.
Right.
So yeah, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's definitely that. I'm not sure if I could pin down what the sociological change was or have any ideas as to why all of a sudden this stuff became largely acceptable. I think it's mainly because probably old boring people died, and that seems fine to me. And you know, we the better generations took over. Maybe it's also because nostalgia and our love of games is ultimately quite cheap. And, you know, previous generations would have went and had real expensive adult-like hobbies, you know, that were like, you're going to go out on the catamaran and go fishing. And like, I don't even know what you just said. That costs so much money. I can't even picture how I would afford a boat, the fishing gear, step away from my job for a week to do all that, or, you know, whatever, right? So there's probably a lot of all that together. But yeah, I mean, it's, I think that like, ultimately, what's the best part about this is not just that, yes, people like you can now do this, right? That you can be here for us every day. Like, I mean, I've probably watched 90% of your stream streaks, Rob.
Oh, thanks.
You know?
And also, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fun. It's a great part of my day. You know, even the 40K ones, by the way. Like, I now know all these 40K guys who you have on the show that I didn't know. I have zero interest in that game, but I just enjoy having something there, right? Like, it's worth it to me. And I think that's like largely a very positive thing. That somehow, like, you know, one of the sort of things was, well, in the new world, we'll all be way more connected because of social media and all of that. And a lot of how that's worked out in the world hasn't been positive. You know, there's been some negatives to being hyper connected, like people who can find their other friends with their crazy ideas.
Right.
But especially within our community, I think it has been a largely successful story. The number of people that I know in this community that I'm friends with, that I now count as lifelong friends, a lot of that's largely been driven by this community, by what you're talking about, right? One person pulling somebody else in, pulling other people in, and so on and so forth. I wouldn't have connections to any of those people without that.
And I think sorry, Vince, just
No, please.
touch on what Rob was saying earlier. Like, I think it also goes in the opposite direction too. Like, I have always been a bit of a one-man band when it comes to like my hobby. Like, I have my quote unquote Warhammer friends, and then I have like my non-Warhammer friends. Some of them know that I do the Warhammer thing, but like it's not something that like comes up in those interactions. And the thing that's kept me, and I was always someone that joined communities. I was never a community builder. So I think of someone like Dayton, who's got and I've met Dayton. I know his brother and stuff because they used to all live down in Vancouver. But he's such a kind of like big personality in his community. He's a natural leader, and like he's able to kind of bring those firefighters and be unapologetic about his hobby. In his, you know, the guy's a firefighter, like does one of the more macho things careers, and here he is painting toy soldiers. And so there's this like there's this kind of weird contrast there. And I think for him, he's able to be that community leader, build a community for his group. I've never been like that way. So I've been a causes hobbyist for my whole life. Like, I will find out people that are hobbying and I will join the community. I've never introduced any of my like non-Warhammer friends and I'm like, hey guys, you should come and play Warhammer with me. Like, check out this game I play. That's just never been my approach. It's always been more of like, hey, this is this cool thing that I do that I like. And if I want to find other people that like it, I don't want to have to try to convince people to like it. And I think of people like Pete who lives in God knows where. Like, I live in Canada, and I don't even know where he lives in Canada. Like, I've never even heard of the place that he lives in. So, like, who knows where he lives? And I'm like, if he didn't have the social connection, the streams, chat, the podcasts, would he still be involved in this community? He wouldn't. Like, his involvement is entirely online. It's entirely digital. And for me, the thing that keeps me so grounded in the community is it's not the guy that I play with at my club. It's the like digital community. It's the online community. It's the podcast. It's guys like you. It's guys like Val and Pete who I talk to. It's guys like Pablo. Like, those are the guys that that make me feel like I am part of the community. It's literally not. I spend more time interacting with my online community than I do with like the actual gamers in my normal community. And I'm probably closer to guys like John Lennon, who he lives in Florida, than I am, because I spent so much time with him playing events, than I am with like the guys that play at my local game club. So it's just I think in the same vein where you're like, people are bringing people into the community like Dayton. There's also a lot of people like me, I think, who our only connection to the community is through these online kind of channels, and those didn't exist 10 years ago. Those didn't exist 12 years ago. And so I'm more all into the hobby today than I ever have been, even though like the people that I actually play with and interact with couldn't be farther from me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's become so global, and that's something that I really cherish, because I can really connect with people that share those interests, and it doesn't feel like I don't have to hide anything. Or I don't have to, like, not that I hide things with my painting desk is a corner of my apartment, and if my friends come over and they're like, hey, what's all this stuff? I'm like, yeah, I paint models and I play this game. Like, I'm very like open about it, but it's not like I'm like, I show up to have beers with my mates on a Friday. I'm like, hey guys, like, guess there's a new codex coming out for 40K, and they're like, what? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, we don't
Right.
like they'd be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't discuss those issues with them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
No, makes sense. Yes, it just random people.
I really
Rob
like
just
going
runs
into
up literally around the streets of Nottingham like, new Death Guard Codex. Have you heard about it? What do you think?
Honestly, I think one of the most fascinating things is watching is I like people when people explain stuff to me. Like, I don't really get into celebrity drama at all in any way, but we had this thing in England called Wagatha Christie. Based on, Vince or Jim, have either of you heard of this? Do you know what this is
I've heard of
I
Agatha
have
Christie.
no idea what this is. I mean, I know who Agatha Christie is. She's one of my favorite authors. I've read a ton of her stuff and watched like every adaptation of Poirot and everything else ever.
Awesome.
Okay, so let me explain it to you both, because it's fun, right? Like, this is what I like doing sometimes. So WAG in England stands for Wives and Girlfriends. Normally, women who have married rich people, specifically footballers. They have their own subculture. They're famous for their own reasons because they are the wives of the footballers. So it's very much
is this like is this like your version of like the Real Housewives of LA or something like that? Is that what this is?
Yeah, but done through kind of tabloids, but also done through, like, you know, with the explosion of social media like Instagram, they're famous in their own right to a degree for some ways, right?
Sure.
So Basketball Wives might be another one. I walk back in on Wagatha Christie, yeah. So what happened is a particularly famous one, Colleen, I think, Justice for Colleen. I don't know the specifics, but there was another one. Again, I don't know her name at all, but it was explained to me in intense detail. She posted a bunch of stuff on Instagram, but then she hid everyone, specifically because she thought one woman was leaking all of her information from this like more private Instagram story or something. Rebecca Vardy, thank you, everyone in the chat who knows for some reason. And
Tom's
fascinating.
He's really into this drama. He knows all the names right off the gate. Tom, is there something you want to tell us?
He's all into it. But effectively, what she did was she hid absolutely everyone. So only Rebecca Vardy could see her story and the information. This is what happened, right? Yeah, and then posted stuff for months, and then effectively did her for like like mental assault or something, and now it's all in court. It's like gone to the highest level. Like it's like super serious. It's
Wow.
like suing. But the reason, obviously, she worked it out, and then someone coined the phrase Wagatha Christie, and now it's a whole thing in England, and it's brilliant. But my point is that's fascinating. When someone told me about it, I was like, that's hilarious for 5 minutes of my life. And I sometimes feel like explaining Warhammer drama to people is the same. Like if you can make it exciting enough, then I don't know. I find you can explain it well enough sometimes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, does it have to be like? Does the drama need to be like true drama? Like this person cheated, this thing happened, or are we just talking about like the game itself and its normal play?
Yeah, the game itself and its normal play, like, or even just like the things that you like. Like, look at this dude, and you're like, oh, what's he about? Like, okay, well, his brother had 18 other brothers. Like, let me get into it, right?
Sure. I mean, you got to be careful because I don't know if you've seen the meme, but I've seen it go around a lot. There's like the picture of the guy at the sport, like at some sports game, where he has his wife around, or he has his arm around like a fairly attractive girl, and he's got a beer in his hand. He's like leaning over to here and like explaining, and he's like, so anyways, the Horus heresy. No, wait, let me start back further. So anyways, there was the emperor. No, hold on, let me go back further. So anyways, and I'm just like, oh boy, like, because the girl looks completely bored at whatever this guy's explaining. Like, in theory, he was explaining the game or something. I don't know. But I think you're right. You've got to boil it down to like the moment of tension. Like,
you do.
Star Wars is interesting when the thing is happening, not because of all the background stuff. Does that make sense? Like, it takes a certain type of person to be real into all the background stuff. Like, when I first watched A New Hope, there was all the rest of that stuff was just the rest of this universe and these things were just ideas and concepts.
Mm-hmm.
What was interesting, what was happening in the movie. In other words, what I'm saying is like the actual arc that has to be explained. The background lore, where we often get tripped up in explaining, is boring and no one cares until you're already invested.
Exactly, which is why the pod racing is the best bit. Because you're just in the moment, living the pod racing, and you don't care about the overarching story and who's the one or whatever. You just pod racing.
I know about your opinions on the prequels, and you're a bad person.
I just think the pod racing's fun, man. Oh, that's all I can say.
It's wizard, as they say.
It's so wizard. My girlfriend once made a meme for Facebook and tagged me of that guy playing a brass horn into that woman's face pinned on a wall and wrote, Alex Warhammer at me.
That's amazing. I was just reading that same comment.
My wife was just explaining my miniature hobby to her very rural German family on our Christmas Zoom call, as they looked very confused. Oh dear.
I always find, like, when people ask me, I just tell them that they're all I'm like, yeah, you get these models and you hand paint them, and that alone, that, like, for most, like, people that don't understand, like, that don't know that that's a thing, that alone is enough for them to be like, oh, that's super cool. They're like, oh,
absolutely.
Like, you, like, just saying, I always start with, you buy models, you build them, and you hand paint them, and these are all hand painted, and I'm like, I painted all these by myself. And then that is enough where they're like, oh, wow, that's actually like a crazy cool thing. If I start just talking about the game, like, yeah, it's a game, it's a war game, like, then it's just like, whatever. I think for most kind of layman's, I guess, non-Warhammer people, the painting hobby part is way more interesting than the game itself, because that doesn't impress. It don't impress me much, I guess.
Yeah, do you know what always shocks me is they never know it's got, like, one of the fundamental things that I never think about is the fact that we use dice, and that's always the first thing that people normally comment on to me about. They're like, "Oh, wait, you use dice," and like they don't get it. Like they never knew that there was dice involved. And as soon as you give them a couple of dice to roll, you're like, you give them 3 dice. You're like, you need 2 6s, and then they roll it, and they're like, oh. I'm like, yeah, you're shit at this. Yeah, and like, right, or you give them an easy one, you flip it the other way, depending on what the character they are. You know, you're like, okay, you need 3 dice that are 2 or more, and then they roll them, and they've got them. As soon as they feel that moment of elation, I think you can get them. I think that's the thing that, like,
so
gets them.
Gambling's the way.
Gambling is the way. I honestly,
I think also, like, when I tell people I travel for events, they think that's really cool too. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go to Austria this year for the World Championships, and they're like, whoa, like, they're like, oh, this isn't something that you play in, like, your closet with, like, a bunch of like gremlins. Like this is actually like a thing that's like popular and like big.
Well,
Especially, I think esports has helped a lot now. Like
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
growth of
I was gonna
esports
say
is really
like
like
esports,
people
the
understand
Queen's
esports. I'm
Gambit,
like,
the
yeah,
growth
it's
of
basically like
D&D.
esports,
Yeah,
but like with models.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I'm sure the Queen's Gambit will help us a lot. My wife was watching the Queen's Gambit and was trying to infer, and she was like, "So is this what Warhammer's like?" And I was like, "Yeah, kind of. All I guess." I watched 2 episodes and then fell asleep because that show is way boring.
What?
I can't
Vince,
get
you're
over the
the
amount of-
only one I've heard say that. It's so
Sorry.
good.
I don't like it.
It gave me such massive Warhammer boner. I was so excited by it the whole way through. I was like, yeah, fucking, let's do the Chef Seventini shuffle or whatever it is as the opener. Or
Yeah,
the,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me.
I really wish Warhammer had like more
Babes.
like you could name maneuvers. Oh, Tom did the like Harrison bottle opening.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, classic move. Like, and I could see you commentating like, great move, but how will we counter? Like you just.
It would definitely start with
that'd be
setup,
hilarious.
right? You'd name setups. That's absolutely what would happen. You'd get setups named after you. But yes, here just real quick on the Queen's Gambit because I've actually been wanting to talk about you this for a while, Rob, because I know how much you were a fan of it.
He's been waiting to shit on it for a long time.
Love it so much.
Like here's the thing. I don't like dramas. They're boring. Okay.
That's the opposite of what drama's supposed to be.
All dramas are boring.
Okay.
Like you know, all these shows that people say are like the best shows, Breaking Bad or The Crown or whatever.
I mean, The Crown is boring for sure. Anything about British like.
I'm just trying to pick popular things I've heard of, right? Like I don't watch any of them and find them all boring. I watched The Queen's Gambit and I was like, if this was just her playing chess and nothing else, I would love this show. If that's literally all it was a struggle to get to the first episode. I was like, how long is she a kid? I don't care. And my
you didn't
wife
care about
was
the
like,
Russian janitor. I was so invested. Like because, and most importantly, because I picture that's how my life ends. Like in a basement, like teaching kids how to play Warhammer. That's how I picture my life.
100% I agree. That's how your life ends. But no, I can't watch dramas. I was like, I need either something to explode or a dragon to show up or something like that sometime soon. Like, I am a very simple man. I have very simple tastes. I do not like straight dramas. They've got to have some kind of twist to them.
I can,
that's the bottom line.
Vince, you're definitely in that meme with the guy. He's like, yeah, Breaking Bad, it's no good, but have you heard of the Horus Heresy? like Breaking Bad's a bad drama, but have you heard of the Horus Heresy? That's a real drama. Like,
that has explosions in it, right? Like somebody said, like, what about Mandalorian or something? Yeah, like stuff like that I could watch because I like, so have you watched Doom Patrol at all? Have you seen that show?
I have. I watched the first season of that.
Yeah, I love Doom Patrol. Fantastic show, right?
What
like it's
it
very...
I've never heard of it.
It's about the Doom Patrol, a series of sort of reject, I guess the best way I would say, heroes in the DC universe. It's just a wonderful, weird story. It is weird, but it's very character driven. Everybody's haunted. They all have problems. It spends whole episodes like with, you know, Matt Bomer's character going back to how he abandoned his secret gay lover in the 1960s Air Force, and we'll just spend, you know, a whole hour talking about that. But also there's a guy made of like half a person who just shows up and then can suck the entire world up into a donkey, and then the whole world comes back out of the donkey's butt when it explodes. That's a great show. That's a great show. See, it has both.
Is that how you sell it? The world gets sucked into a half man's donkey brain and gets exploded. That's what the show's about.
Yeah, that's kind of what the show's about. I can't think of anything to sum it up better.
Yeah, well, I grew up reading like loads and loads of sci-fi fantasy, and whenever someone would talk to me, like, because I could never read a drama book, never once, not one time, not it. Like, I mean, I've read like Flowers for Algernon and stuff like that, which I guess are dramas, but they're still sci-fis. Like, I rarely can. I tried to read Jane Austen, like when I was younger, did not take. I was like, this fuck, no way. So the point is like I've always, whenever I've explained that to people about my reading taste, it's always because I've always said I like third world narratives because like I need to see the tree kick the machine to understand that nature is versus the industry. Like I need that kind of extrapolation out. You need to give me a third world perspective so that I can like I can take it because I'm not a subtle person. But I do think like video's always been a medium for me, which is like is really beautiful. Like so, it's like personally transitioned over for me, and they're just really really good. Like good dramas, good tight taut dramas for me are good because it's sometimes often what's not being said, the understated camera shot, etc. But I think the quality of those sometimes it doesn't really matter. But I think that's an interesting thing about Warhammer media that we've rarely consumed, and also like as a way to kind of like bring it back to the fore a bit, because
by the way, let me make one final point on that stuff real quick, which is to say that is not me saying those shows are bad. Mm-hmm. Just so we're all clear, I don't think The Queen's Gambit was bad. I think it was actually a fantastically good drama. I think Breaking Bad was an amazingly good show. I find it boring. Is a different statement than I think it's bad. I think they are seminal, incredible works of genius and some of the best television in the history of television that I just don't happen to like. That's all. Yeah. Okay, please continue.
I was just going to say, like, that how people ingest stuff is super important. And again, one of those really interesting things where, for talking about exploding Warhammer over the past few years, which is one of the things we were talking about, is the narrative videos that we ended up like the kind of like the cartoon-esque narrative videos. I talked about this a bit on the show before, because they're just so good. Like for like so like if I try to like whenever they do the mini reveals, like the silly reveals that they do, the stream reveals, they're awful. Like no one cares.
Oh,
they're like mini, and you're like whatever, right? But when they do like a narrative video, like if I showed someone like the Scragrot video or the Gene Stealer Cults video, or like any of those videos, and like or an Astartes video, let's say, you show someone that 1-2 minute kind of like presentation, and you normally can hook someone. That's normally what they need. They need that presentation, and like, and we're only at like the really like bottom end of that. Like we've only just started to get over those over the past 3 or 4 years. Like we haven't yet had the Eisenhorn videos. We haven't had any of that yet. We've had no
like the mainstream TV shows and stuff.
Yeah, we haven't
had
not even
any mainstream,
of that.
but just like a show in general.
Yeah. It's just they just none of that has been out yet. We haven't and we've only started to get those like narrative videos even now. Like the Astartes video was this year, or like most of the Astartes videos. They might have started a couple of years ago. I can't remember exactly. But the point is like we've only just started to get that now, and I think that we're going to see. We're not even at like the tippy top of the explosion of people into the hobby.
Ultimately. 100%. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
I would agree. I mean, the one thing I always wonder is like obviously, I think, what was it? I know it started quite late 70s, and then kind of in the 80s was a bit of a weird frontier days. But like Games Workshop, I'd say proper wasn't really around as we know it. It wasn't really around to very late 80s and then like 90s. Like obviously they were doing a lot of random D&D and like all sorts of stuff right when they started, but Games Workshop as like the way that we think of like when there was like Citadel Miniatures, Games Workshop, one company producing their own minis, producing their own games. It was like late 80s, early 90s, and so a lot of I started probably in the late 90s, and I'm not sure when you started, Vince, but it's interesting. It's gonna be interesting to
like
see.
97.
It's gonna be interesting to see like in 15 years when I'm in my 50s. God, I'm going to be 50 in 50 years. Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's not talk about that.
I'll be 50 a lot sooner than that if it makes you feel any better. So
I guess my point is like, it'll be interesting to see people that have, like, we're still not seeing overall, I'd say the average age of the hobbyists are quite like middle age or like 20s, 30s. But for like adults, I guess, but it'll be interesting to see like when there's a huge generational span. So when you have people from like 15, like I think of Star Wars, and I think of people that grew up in those movies in the 70s, and now they're in their like 60s. And so Star Wars has this like generational like appeal across 50 years, 60 years of it's almost 50 years of like existence. And it'll be curious to see when Warhammer is at that 50-year mark, and you have these people that have been in it since they were 12, and they're like in their grandparents now, and they're passing it on to their kids. Like that for me is like, I feel like we're not saturated enough, not just in people, but also in like range of age. Like there's lots of senior citizens like me and 15 years are whatever you get there, Vince, that we're going to be passing that down to like other generations, I guess. And like, I'm really curious to see how big the hobby can get at that point, because I feel like we won't hit peak hobby until we're at that full age saturation, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So two thoughts on that. One, it's a great point. One, yes, the cinematography and that stuff was beautiful. Somebody had asked that. Yes, it has. The Queen's Gambit has beautiful cinematography. Absolutely. So here's a fun thing. Warhammer is only 5 years younger than Star Wars.
Younger,
okay?
yeah.
So like, they're not that far off.
Well,
right?
but they have different
trajectories.
Right? Yeah, you start out explosion and then kind of like plateau to increase, I think. Whereas Warhammer's like tiny to explosion, and then there's also the dark times. There was also the shrinkage when there was like a significant opportunity for growth for the 6 to 8 years where Games Workshop were truly mental. And then like so, and then that condensing down, and then another growth, and now we're in the second expansion again. If you're explaining this to a new girlfriend, you'd be like, "So this is when Horus went out. This is that time."
we're the
well, yeah, I mean, your nightmare situation is that we end up like historical games, right? Which are probably below the replacement level right now. Like, their people are aging out, and they're not replacing young people at the same level. Because the people who are interested in that had a closer connection to sort of the generations of people interested in world wars and big things like that led to their interest in World War II, World War I, Napoleonics, whatever. We want to go back, how far?
And those people were old when I was a kid. I remember the Napoleonics guys in our gaming club, and I'm like, yo, those guys are old.
It's always trended quite a bit older. I live in a city here. The city that I'm in has a very big convention in it, but one of the biggest parts of that convention is it has a huge historical gaming element to it.
What's the convention, Vince?
It's called Origins.
Okay.
Here in Columbus. For a long time, it was the same size as Gen Con, and then it lost that battle. But when you go into that historical hall, it's busy. Like, don't get me wrong. This is like a huge deal, right? For a lot of players of this game. I mean, there's tons and tons of people playing historical games now, all a myriad of types, right? Every table is a different game. But the average age in that room is like 60.
Yeah. So when I came over to NashCon, I'd never been to or seen historical people before, and I thought I was going to get called a whippersnapper. Like, I did not know what to do with myself when I saw them in there. But they look like they're having a great time. Slowly.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not saying like there's no young people playing.
Time.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's like no young people coming into historicals. Don't misunderstand the words I said. I said it's functioning below the replacement rate, right? Like, every year you tend to lose about 20% of your audience, just for various reasons, right? So is the game above or below the replacement rate is always the challenge you have, right? Can you bring in more people than you're losing? If you've got for every 5 people playing your game, you tend to lose about 1 a year, right? Now, you can play with that number through doing things like strengthening community outreach and having more events and tying people together harder and keeping releases to keep them interested and yada, yada, yada. There's all sorts of ways to push that number around. That's just a sort of generic across the board number. But historicals are probably functioning below that number right now. And that's a real challenge for them go forward, right?
Yeah, like, I think outside of maybe Flames of War, for the most part, I haven't seen anyone play or even talk about in all the, and I, most of the community that I interact with do play a lot of different games. And I'd say Flames of War is probably the only quote unquote historical, and it's pretty modern day. It's not like Napoleonics or I think Warhammer Ancients was like there's like Roman age or whatever. But like, most of it is World War II is kind of as historical as you're getting these days. You're not seeing a lot of like those kind of really old era historicals these days.
Well, it's because I'm sorry for what I'm about to say. Obviously, don't mean however you're going to take it. But World War II was like the cool war, right? Like that's the war. Like that's the war that you make.
You're
all
saying
of the...
there was a clear protagonist and a clear antagonist, is I think what you mean there, right?
No, I don't mean that, but that is obviously true. There was a clear good guy, clear bad guys.
Sure.
I mean that's obvious. I just mean it's like the most like it's got the most hype around it. Films all the time, TV shows all the time, like alternate histories all the time, like even most excitingly, potentially new versions of it sometime soon. So like, you know, not good news, obviously. Side joke is what I'm saying. But the it's hard. Like I'm quite excited by. I watch Historia Civilis, if you guys have seen on YouTube. So I quite like the Roman campaign into Gaul and all of the engagements there and the interpolitics that were happening in Rome at the time. But that's only really because I was exposed to it through that. There hasn't been like the TV show or the movie that's really like captured people's attention. And I think that's one of the other things about it is like Warhammer produces their own media all the time. You know, they're like, check out this cool story, check out this cool thing, constantly. They're pushing the agenda of their world and universe, which is smart and good, and like they've backed it up. Whereas historicals, like I don't know, like you you have to convince me like you should care about this particular battle during the Boer War, and I'm like, but why do I? Because I don't understand what happened.
And I think
just looking at the comments real quick, like Gary said, it's still growing. It's not below replacement level. This is the kind of thing I'd love to see. I admit I'm giving you my feeling of the thing. I have no statistics to back that up. His point was there's still a lot of people making a lot of games. I think that's definitely true. I mean, I look at a lot of those games. A lot of the stores I shop at, like Michigan Toy Soldier here in the States, is huge into historicals and has new stuff coming in all the time. This stuff is still very, very popular. Like I said back at the beginning, if you take historicals as a whole, they crush fantasy and sci-fi wargaming. I mean, it's not even close.
Right.
Like there's way more people buying that stuff. Okay.
Yeah, and someone mentioned Bolt Action. I mean, Bolt Action was made by Rick Priestley and Alessio Cavatore, who are like GW guys. So like, I think I think maybe even produced the original version of Warhammer Ancients, I remember came out. But one thing I will say though is we live in a world of IP, and you can't really copyright and protect World War II IP or historical IP. So I think there is a even within the fantastical, you see things like GW when they went changed the names of all their after all that chapter house stuff to like Adeptus Astartes. Like everyone's about monetizing their IP and their having strong intellectual property. And I think when you think about something like World War II, there's no money in that. Like you could create a rule set for World War II game, and anyone can make miniatures for it, because you can't say, well, no, you can't say Panzer tanks are only this miniature company can make them or whatever. Like sure. So I think there is a thing there where nowadays a lot, like having like unique and marketable IP is such a big part of driving investment into games. People don't want to invest in things that can be easily copied.
But if we don't think about it like monetarily, like we just ignore that for a moment, because I always feel like passion, like inspire passion, money comes after. Like,
well, also most people who are writing these types of games aren't doing it for the money. You don't get into game writing because you're looking to, oh yeah, it's going to be Bezos and then me. That's my plan. Why I got into game writing.
Yeah, no. My point is, is that the universes and everything that you can create are like different media like creates more like. So I played The Witcher 3. I loved The Witcher 3. I think it was a great game. I played The Witcher 1. I played The Witcher 2. I think Witcher 3 was brilliant. It looked beautiful. It was mechanics are fine, but ultimately it was fun. And like sometimes I would like kill a cool thing, and it would be like, you have a new beastie entry, and I would read it, and I'd be like, that's kind of cool, yeah. But then I wouldn't read all of them, because after a while it would be too much to read, even though they put it all in the game. But then they present The Witcher to me as a TV series, and I'm like, yes, all day. And I'm like far more intrigued, right?
That was a great show.
A great show. And I could have like they could just do an old wizard man sat like explaining every bestiary to me thing, and I would watch that entire fucking show. I would subscribe to whatever service it was. I would love that. And like I'd be like, yeah, tell me them all. Like, you know, as long as they presented it in that sort of style, I'd be into it. Yeah. And like that really keys into the idea that the different, like if you catch an idea with the media in the right way, you'll inspire like us into it. And like Jim said, and like you were saying earlier, Vince, once we've been inspired into what this is, you're not inspiring us out anytime soon, I don't think.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I think my point on the IP stuff was that not necessarily that people aren't creating, but like that's the reason you're not seeing big growth is because yes, although like Rick Priestley can go write a rule book for or like whatever historical game he wants, for these games to get the kind of growth and reach, and they need investment, they need money. And I'm just saying people don't want to invest in, but like it's much better to invest in unique IPs that can be turned around and sold than it is to as like a passionate board gamer, I could go create Jimbo's historical rule set, but no one's gonna and publish it for free. But like, and that's great. Like, but if I want to create a game that's actually going to become like the next 40K or the next AOS, you need money, you need investment, and I don't think people are going to invest money into things that can be easily copied. So that's why I think you're not seeing the investment in the industry of historicals from like the people that would be spending that money. Much better to take that money and invest it in like I think what's his name just started a wargame company, the Blizzard guy.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He did all the stories. I don't remember. I know what's his name. Gonna remember it.
But I remember the story.
Well, no, who's the guy from Blizzard that did all the like original IP or the stories? He's like the creative guy, because he's actually buddies with like some of the guys from like Next Level Painting and stuff. And I know he plays in the California area. Can't remember his name. Anyways, I think it's called War Chief Gaming. Yeah, Metzger. Yeah. So I think it's called Chris Metzen. Yeah, that's his name. Oh. So he just started I think it's called War Chief Gaming. And that's like a brand new miniature company. And I would imagine they've got quite a bit of money. They've got some investors. And when they're thinking, okay, well, where do we want to put what kind of game do we want to create? You know, their investors are thinking, well, don't create a World War II game just because you guys like it, because we can't then take that IP and make T-shirts out of it. We can't make a video game out of it. We can't sell the video licensing rights. Like these are things that are, unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily stymie creativity, but it limits the kinds of investments that people want to kind of do, I guess, especially the big money interests.
That's actually really, really interesting. I remember seeing that because I think it was only a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? That got announced.
It was like probably a month ago, I think, maybe. It wasn't that long ago.
That's actually real exciting for me personally.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like that is like that for me is he's got enough following, clout, probably enough investment. I don't know. Like I assume he made a lot of money at Blizzard. I don't know. He was like a pretty big shot at Blizzard. I assume he's got enough investment and like industry connections that they could actually put something out that will be a significant mover. Because a lot of and I don't know if this is unfortunate, but like a lot of the like I look at Mantic doing Kickstarters for models, and it's like it's sad almost. Like I'm just like, man, like they're so hurting for capital to be able to do. I think their latest one they didn't Kickstarter, but they were Kickstartering like a lot of the original Kings of War stuff and some of their other games. And I think even War Machine Privateer Press did a Kickstarter at one point, and I was like, what are they doing? Like it's sad to see that, because it's like that's how like it's good in the sense that it means you get stuff that you otherwise wouldn't have gotten, but it is kind of sad that like you have these big what seem to me is be fairly large companies having to kind of resort to these like very like I don't know. And I've done lots of Kickstarters, but it's always been from like super independent creators. It's not like companies like Privateer Press or Mantic, you know. So I'm curious to see if he's able to actually put something out that actually like the industry or shakes a bit. So
I think it would be healthy for the entire industry if there was a large scale investing, like someone with a lot of money or someone with like a lot of capital backing to invest in some miniature game and create some other miniature alternative. I don't want anything to kill Games Workshop. That's not my point. My point is I would like them to have to like sit up and take notice and be like, maybe we should get our shit together. Maybe we can't let the things like the 40K app happen. You know, like, you know, having competition is normally good. But also for us as gamers, I'm never going to be sad about it, because we might end up with some kick-ass models and we might end up with some kick-ass IP, all of which I'm super into. Like, you know, and I think that would be good. And I think, like, there's a lot of eyes on how much money Games Workshop's making at the minute. So there's got to be a lot of people thinking, we should make a cool-ass miniature game. Like, which is exciting, right? Vince, you got to be excited about that, surely?
Oh, I'll be excited to see all the failed projects. Yeah, it's great.
You got no confidence.
Do you know how many people tried to capitalize on D&D when it hit its... So D&D's two biggest years pre the launch of 5th edition were 1983 and 2001. Okay, those are the two biggest years adjusted for inflation. Okay,
yeah.
1 year that was owned by TSR. The first one, the latter year, was owned by Wizards of the Coast. Both of those times led to what to boom. You're familiar with boom and bust cycles, right? In the economy, like economies naturally produce boom and bust cycles.
Yep.
So both of those led to boom periods. In the 80s, you got all the people who were involved in. So as somebody was mentioning in the comments, you have a bunch of people who used to work for GW, now working for these other companies or whatever. Sure, let's say some one of them gets money, blah, 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 whatever. You had a bunch of these people go off and start making their own games, right? And you had the birth of like all of these games in the 80s. And what it produced was a lot of broken hearts and a very few really enduring good games.
Right.
Okay. Like, my point is, whenever you have like, so it's not about getting one to invest, because that's betting too much on one thing. Like, odds are they just make a bad game. I'm just saying that, like, statistically, that's like, statistically, most restaurants fail. Statistically, most games are bad. Okay. And aren't going to be market-shattering successes. What you want, if you want to produce a long-time rival, as a point of fact, by the way, Warhammer itself is one of those games. Okay? Warhammer itself, it exists because of D&D.
Yeah. Started out making miniatures. Yeah.
Well, Citadel started out making miniatures for D&D, but also you've got to remember that Games Workshop had the original distribution rights, the sole distribution rights to D&D in the UK.
Yeah.
Okay, which was a huge contract, right?
And it wasn't like they were basically like living out of a suitcase, and they just kind of like pretended that they're these big shot game store in the UK.
Yeah,
and somehow
100%.
like hoodwinked the D&D guys to give them the rights.
Yeah, I mean, they were working out of the back of a shop, sleeping in their cars. Yeah, 100%. Great. There's so much ink that's been spilled over those early years, and they're amazing. I have a whole video about it called Tabletop History, where I reviewed the early years of what was going on there.
I'm gonna watch that. That sounds great.
Check that out for sure.
There you go. But at any rate, so like what ended up happening was we got a ton of bad and average, and a very few, like we got the pyramid, right? There's a ton of bad at the bottom of the foundation. And Warhammer was like, the early editions of Warhammer were very RPG influenced, very, 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 very RPG influenced, and very D&D influenced and stuff like that. Now they had their own take on it, they had their own ideas, but it endured. It was one of the few that did. Most games out of that time period are just lost to the ash bin of history. They don't even know their names. I'm not talking about the ones that stuck around for a little while and then, maybe kind of died off, like Rollmaster or something like that, Those were hugely successful comparatively to most of what I'm describing, right? Most of these were just, they came out, nobody cared, they died. That's the vast majority. And, right now, I'm seeing a lot of the same things happening in this market right now. Like there's a lot of successful games because we're entering a sort of boom period for the hobby, right? Which means that a lot of other people are going to want to get in. Some will pour big money into it. They're just as likely to fail as anybody else. Some will be small independent creators. You got a lot of people doing like miniatures agnostic games that are really cool. Zona Alpha and a bunch of other stuff like that, where there's no miniatures line with it. It's just a cool rule set to do, neat games. And what'll happen is you'll get a boom of a ton of games. And if we're lucky, then we'll get a couple that will endure. And I mean, it's hard to imagine because we already have some that came out of the last boom cycle that have stuck around, right? The early 2000s boom cycle, which is like, Privateer Press's offerings in Hordes and War Machine and Infinity, right?
Yeah.
And those are still around. But they,
Yeah,
again, they had tons of other people who, there was lots and lots of other miniatures games published in that boom cycle that, nope, they're all gone now.
Rest in peace, Confrontation, because they had such cool minis.
Yeah, there was also X-Wing. X-Wing was huge at one point, like which Peter said in the chat, which I think is a good point.
Okay, so like X-Wing's a really good example because I feel like it was a different enough. I mean, it has an existing incredibly popular IP. It's different enough from any of the games that we played that you wouldn't confuse it with like Warhammer. It's pre-painted models, so the barrier to entry is extremely low. So like, what went wrong? Because I remember a day. I remember I think you referenced the like Wargaming sales chart at one point, Vince, and I remember a time that the industry releases where they're like, here's the top selling. And I remember there a time X-Wing was #1, and they were the king of the coop. So what happened with the X-Wing? And I know they've gone through like various editions, and like now they've been spun off out of FLG into like some other subsidiary
into the people who have Marvel Crisis.
So like what was the story there? Because for me that felt like it had all the ingredients to be this like, maybe it was too competitive. I think maybe and it didn't like. I think a big part of the 40K is like the hobby side. That is you can't understate how much the painting, collecting, building is a bigger part of the hobby. And when you distill it down to like a pure competitive game like that X-Wing became, I kind of feel like that was a lot of its downfall. But like what do you think? What's the like?
Well, I never got into it because like when
and I have a whole sleeve of Star Wars tattoos. Like I love Star Wars.
And you didn't get into it.
And I was like not interested.
Well, I think one of the things for me is I knew that there was a lead time. I think one of the smart things that Games Workshop do at least is they always do a new edition. The reason they do a new edition is it means they're like, it's a reset point. Oh, Crazy Horse, thanks for donating £9.99 to the show. I appreciate that load. So we're on a 69 at the end. Perfect.
The man is a champion. He is a hero. He is one of the best of us.
Yeah, that's very, very nice. I appreciate that loads. I've got a building to show him later that I've just printed out, so he'll be happy to see that. What I was going to say is when they reset the edition, that's such a positive for new people. They're like, oh, I can jump in now. Like this is the point where I can start because this is the start of the thing. Whereas the other side of it is not that, right? Like, if you're like if I knew that there's so many ships or cards that I have to buy, then I just won't do it. If I can't start at the beginning, then I won't start sometimes, and I think that's one of the reasons I think would be an issue. But I would say that ultimately, again, talking about presentation, like they didn't present well, and Vince, I really value both your experience and expertise, and also like your general sort of knowledge and wisdom on this field. But I would say that comparing it to D&D and the boom and bust of D&D and games like it might be correct. But I would argue that I feel like it's much more what we might see with computer games, or what we've seen recently with computer games. So if you look at like Among Us, and it's like how long it took to get massive, and now it's like general player base. I think if a new company understands, and I think people are understanding, games companies understand what makes a game nowadays, and that's having a large population of gamers play their game. They get it. Like they're starting to understand it. That's why they're doing pro tours for Fortnite or anything else. Because they're like, we need to encourage a large amount of people to play, so people keep playing, so we can keep changing it up, right? And that's the process. And I think they understand that. Because computer game developers are learning as much as tabletop game developers are learning. And I think one of the things that someone who's smart enough, like guys that work with Blizzard and WoW and all that, and you would feel that they have that knowledge to hand at least, would understand that they need to produce something that isn't like, that generates that player base. They understand that they're not just going to open as a nightclub promoter. I've spent so much of my life doing consultation. Like someone's like, I've bought a pub, and I'm like, no one's come, and I'm like, okay, what have you done to make people come? And they're like, why would we do that? We just buy the pub and make it. And I'm like, no, for fuck's sake. Right. And really, like, most products are 90% advertising, 10% the actual product. And they know that now. Like, they know that. And we haven't had anyone in the tabletop industry actually go about it professionally and do it properly. And I include Games Workshop in that. Like, so I think I'm excited about the Metzen thing specifically because I think Metzen at least comes from an environment where he understands that. And I'm not saying you might be right. It's just going to go on the trash heap of history at some point. But I don't think he's like some small scale indie developer. I think he has game construction and development behind him, and that's why I was excited about it. I was like, that's really sweet. Have you guys seen the cafe that they're setting up in England? You might not have seen it, where it's got augmented reality boards. So you have some miniatures, and on the base of them they have like an AR reader sort of thing, and then you move it forward. So I've got, let's say, my dragon who's on the AR base. I move it across the map, which is all AR generated, and it's on this kind of light up board. Looks amazing. Move it across, and then the computer just does all the combats for you, and they attack each other. Have you seen that?
And what's the actual game, though? Is it like a unique game?
Yeah, it's a unique game. Yeah. Have you guys seen that by any chance?
But conceptually, no. But I mean, I can easily. I mean, we've talked about these kinds of things for a long time, right? There's been a couple different versions of people who've taken a shot at this in recent years to greater or lesser success, mostly lesser. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, my point is you haven't seen it, and so that cafe that they have in some place in England already, I know is doomed for failure because I
thought you were going to say something really good about it.
Right? Whereas if you take a good example of something that's been really successful in England, at least in the past few years, would be the guys at the Bad Moon Cafe, Hugh and those guys. They have done nothing but get their name out there. And you don't know what their pastries or their pizzas are like. You don't really even know what their tournaments are like, but you heard the name on the lips of everyone who's been around that area. They've invited wargamers down. They've been on people's shows. They've been smart and they've advertised. So I think ultimately it's an exciting time because I feel like there might be a company that understand that. And that's really fun because you might end up with like a good competitor in the market, which I find quite exciting. I know that's a long way of saying it, so I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, here would be my pushback against your example. Now, look, I'm never going to be an angry person about more awesome games. So to that, we are in complete alignment, Rob. Like, more awesome games and more awesome figs means more awesome players getting into a more awesome hobby, and that seems like a wonderful world to live in, right? All I want is this hobby to grow and be successful and for people to find games that they love, play games that they love, paint figs that they love, right? That means we all win, okay? So, yeah, on board. Now, here's the challenge. Like you mentioned Among Us or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how many people are playing Among Us 90 days from now versus that concurrent number currently?
Yeah,
or 180.
Yeah, it's dropping off.
Now, the trick being is that video games have a very different market to what you're trying to get in, to what you're trying to accomplish in a war game, right? Like in a war game market, we're not coming out with another war game. I mean, GW has tried their best to fight this in a little ways by constantly introducing new side games and stuff like that and having new skirmish things and, you know, Adeptus Titanicus or the airplane one in 40K. I don't even know what that game is called, but it's something about airplanes. I guess people play it. And
I don't think they do. I'd like to point out, I don't think anyone does.
40K airplane game, I think that's what it's called. And like my point is that like that's them trying to beat that cycle. But what you're really trying to encourage is a different thing. Okay? What you're trying to encourage, if you want to retain people in the long run, is a fandom. That's what you're building. You're not building a single game or a single product. If you really want people to stick around, you want a fandom. You want people who will literally go right on the internet in their own free time about a thing, who will meme your product, who will live, eat, sleep, breathe, and die your product, right? And yes, they'll be then excited for a new edition. I mean, Rob, we could do a whole show on new editions. My God, you want to talk about like a history of because you're right that it is a great chance for new players to come on. There is almost nothing more fraught to where you can completely ruin and reduce your game to rubble than an edition change. See earlier conversation about transition into Age of Sigmar, for example. But that
or
was
X-Wing.
like or X-Wing or
like
a ton of games.
6th to 7th edition, like a year and a half or something for 40K. It was
40K,
like,
yeah.
It was because they were like, oh crap, we screwed this up, and like KK new edition, like, bro, like Right away,
Literally
they're like,
immediately, they were like, "Uh-oh." Can I just? I want to continue this point and listen. I'm sorry, but can I just say a massive thank you to Dudade for donating some 36 quid to the show, but specifically £36.52p, which was the exact math he needed to work out on how to get to 69.69%, which is muchos perfect. Chef's kiss. Leave it there, everyone. That's the perfect amount of money. Is they want 69. Like someone in the chat earlier was like, I'm a 40-year-old man and I still laugh every time someone says 69 on the show. And I
because it's funny. There's nothing wrong with it.
It's always funny.
Yeah, like some things are just funny.
And
Like
that
a
will be one of them.
monkey or somebody walking into a door and just banging their face on it. Like some things are just always funny. Somebody biting it, riding a skateboard, like trying to 50-50 grind down a rail and then, slipping and like these are the truisms of humanity. They've been true since the earliest times. Like our oldest comedy writing from Babylon was jokes about farts. And poop.
Was
so
it
there you
really?
go.
I did not know
Yeah.
that. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
If you go look at the writing, that a lot of the graffiti and stuff that was excavated from Pompeii, because it was all intact, was just sex jokes about gladiators. So
Are you? Is there any point, Jim, that you want to get good enough at 40k that everyone knows your name, that people are making sex jokes about you, or are we already there?
I mean, I hope people are making sex jokes about me. That would make me very happy. So, I don't know if I'm looking for that kind of infamy, but yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So sorry, I didn't want to derail your point, Vince.
No, it's all right. The reality is there's like edition changes are huge chances to bring people in, but to also ruin your game. And when I say you're trying to encourage a fandom, like it's not brand loyalty. It's a deeper level than that, right? I'm not trying to get you hooked on Coke and hate Pepsi by getting you into 40K. I'm trying to give you a new obsession, right? Something that becomes a defining element of your personality. Because I'm going to change editions. I'm going to change the game. Armies are going to be good or bad. New figs are going to come out. The old figs are going to die. Whatever, right? It's a living, breathing thing that happens over time, right? If I'm going to keep you along for that ride, then I need this to become part of your personality, right? And when I post a picture of my new, Slanesh Emperor's Children Marine or something, I need people to respond with the meme of like heresy detected of the whatever those guys are running around, and the little black and white dudes with that little meme running around where the little klaxon goes off and they all get very scared about heresy. I don't know anything about 40K Space Marine people. But they seem very concerned about it.
They're very concerned. It's a concerning time, Vince, if I'm honest.
Sure.
Any heresy is generally concerning.
And what I love about it is like the more that like people just posting that meme. I mean, consider what's going on. I've just posted a thing I've painted and said, "Here you go," right? Mm-hmm. And people are responding in universe. Yeah. You understand what I mean? They're not responding as themselves. They're responding as this super version of themselves that part of their personality is defined by their association to the hobby, to the thing they love in the hobby. Okay? They have fully integrated it into their personality, right? That's what you want to build. Does that make sense?
No, yeah.
You want them to become like a community to become meme lords, basically.
I mean, the memes are a symptom, not the disease, right?
It's the passion.
Yes. There's this underlying passion that's deeper than like, okay, have you ever met somebody that's like really, really into golf? Okay.
Thankfully not, because I awful game, so
well, no, that's fine. I still live and work in the corporate world, and there are these people I meet, right? I mean, like, when we'll just sit around and talk, they'll be like, oh yeah, I went out to the links this weekend, had a great game, was this high, I'm down to this handicap, just picked up this new club, blah, blah, blah. They have, like, they'll have things on their walls of, like, the balls from certain games they've played where they hit particularly well. Like, it is... Sure, they're nerds. They're absolutely nerds. They're golf nerds. 100% they're golf nerds. But like, they're fully invested. It's their personality. They have tea times. They have a club membership somewhere, right? It's part of their life and fully integrated. Now they have a lot of disposable income. Okay, they could buy all the Warhammer armies. My God, they could just be into it. They could have all the armies and commission pay them. But my point is, it's not just a passion. What you want, and you're never going to get everybody to do that kind of integration. But look, I'm in. Look, I'm in. I'm that person. This is me, Rob. This is me right here, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like
You're all the
I'm
way
Stan
in.
and Slanesh. I've got my Skaven. I live, eat, sleep, breathe depravity. Right? This is what I want.
Mm-hmm. No, I get you. Jim likes Star Wars a lot. So much so, it's tattooed on his fucking arm.
Right.
I get you. I'm into it as well. I'm the same. And it's interesting, the conversation. I know you guys know this already. But I came to Warhammer a different way. I never played it as a kid. I discovered it as an adult. And that's where I fell in love with it. So my love into the fandom was a different route to a lot of people's. But that passion is exciting. And I think that passion is exciting because eliciting that passion actually takes a certain consummate level of skill. It's never hard to get a Warhammer nerd excited about Warhammer. Ever. It's super hard. No, let me get this right. It's never hard to get a Warhammer nerd into Warhammer. Or excited about it. They're like, hey, there's this new thing. It's like, great. But that isn't the game. It shouldn't be the game for Games Workshop, and then it shouldn't be the game for other miniature developers. It's not about getting us excited, because we'll be excited anyway. We'll throw our toys out the pram, but even the mention of a new Battletome or Codex, the excitement will always occur. My point is, the excitement, what they want to try and do is be able to market to people who don't yet have that passion. Find something that's accessible to them.
Yes.
And that's...
You've got to get people on that train track.
Exactly.
Where the end of the road is the integration, right? And getting them to actually punch the ticket to jump on the train at the initial station is very hard, right? Yeah.
And I love that. That makes me so excited when that stuff happens. Jim, you all right with your lights?
Yeah, I was just like, I'm trying not to blind the audience, but yeah, so I'm like, all right, where is this going? And I'm trying to make sure I can see my model still, so.
This has got to be like the most esoteric stream in a while, by the way. We're just so into the up our own butts of the meta of all this, by the way, for a while, unlike market dynamics and industry trends and sociological stuff. I'm just saying we are definitely sniffing our own parts.
Where else are you gonna get like this kind of conversation though? Like I don't know, I just like you said, like we're creating a fandom. This is the kind of stuff that like fans talk about.
100%. Yeah, this stream is living.
We're not even talking about the game at all. We're talking about like the market.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, does that matter? Ultimately, I'm stoned, and this metaphysical conversation is gold. Oh man, talking about the hobby is everything around the hobby, all of the things, right? I remember talking about doing a show a couple of years ago. I remember describing taking someone to Warhammer World on a date, and the chat loved it, and that became like a whole thing for a couple of weeks, where they were just outing themselves. Jim, like you were talking about, where you've been a secret nerd, and you have it hidden for a bit, and then people are outing themselves like, Rob, I've told everyone at work, and I was like, okay, how's it going? They're like, oh, and I loved it.
Actually, so, sorry to interrupt. Really funny story. I had I work I work in restaurant industry. I work for like a fairly large. We have like 6 restaurants, but I work for like a larger organization with we have like a CEO, CFO. There's like 6 or 7 different umbrella companies in my organization, and I do work across all these different entities, and so it's quite a there's probably 100 people that work for us, and about a year and a half or 2 years ago, I had Colin Sherman from I can't remember the name of his podcast. He had sent me something from Seattle, and I was like, yeah, just mail it to my office, no problem. Because I'm usually there, and here, if you're not home, you have to go pick it up from some depot. Anyways, long story short, it got to my office, and someone opened my CFO opened it, and it was 2 Leman Russ battle tanks, and I was like, hey guys, have you seen a package for me, like around the office, like I can't this. It's supposed to be here, and my CFO is like, "Oh, like were those leave addresses for you? I took them home to my kids." He's like, "You play 40K?" I was like, yeah." He's like, "Oh, I play 40K too." Like, and like so he like my CFO, who's this like MBA, he's got all these like qualifications. He's just like wears a suit every day to work. He was like this closet Warhammer player that I didn't know about, and he like found out that I played Warhammer through this like serendipitously opening one of my boxes, and I don't know why he thought it was for him. Like I don't know the whole story. I think he was trying to steal my tanks basically for his kids. But like, anyways, I was like, and then what would happen is I'd go to work meetings. Oh no, actually, and then what would happen is he saw the battle. I was doing like a presentation. He saw the battle scribe icon on my because I have it on my work laptop. So I was doing like a presentation, and he's like, we'd be in the meeting, and he'd like start talking 40K, and I'd be like looking around, and I'm like, dude, like, come on, like, look, no 40K talk, like we're in like a business meeting, like he's like asking me to list and stuff. I was like, he's like, do you play a lot? And I was like, yeah, a little bit, like just trying to be very modest. This is like I was literally traveling every weekend, like across the country to play events, and I'm like, yeah, I play a little bit, like didn't want it to like find out my like go like look me up and be like, oh, this guy actually plays like a ridiculous amount of 40K. Like, and it was just really funny because I was like, wow, this like very professional or the CFO of our company is like a closet 40K player. And he busted me because like my battle scribe icon on my desktop. So it was really funny.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'll share. Do you mind if I share a similar funny
Please.
story?
No, I want to hear it. Yeah.
So this is my previous life. I largely don't talk about. I don't really talk about my nerd hobby in my current professional role, just because there's not much occasion to. There are people at work who also play Warhammer who I know who have come to me because they know me, through the channel or whatever, and they'll be like, oh, blah blah blah. But and since I work from here, from this desk, like this is where I also work from, the same seat, the same angle and everything. So there's an ongoing joke about how I can't have my camera on for any serious meeting because my office is a comic book store is sort of the running gag amongst my leadership. So I have to use like backgrounds and stuff whenever I'm on video. But anyways, in my previous job, I sat down. I went to a meeting, and I was early to the meeting, maybe like 5 minutes early to the meeting. So I sat down in the conference room, and like 30 seconds later, my VP wandered in. And he just sat down and he started looking at his phone. And like it was just the two of us in the room. And he was a very quiet guy, didn't talk to people very much, more of a finance type of guy, real smart, super nice guy, but just, not communicative. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so he's just sitting there. It's just the two of us sitting in silence, both looking at our phones. Nobody else has come in the room. And he looks up at me and he says, "Hey, Vince, do you know what a bag of devouring is?" And I said, "Yeah, it's a cursed bag of holding. It consumes the items you put in it as well as you if you reach your hand in it." And he's like, "Yeah, I thought you'd know what that was." And then he just went back to his phone.
Was that supposed to be
that was
sort
it.
of like insult?
No, he was just remembering playing D&D from when he was younger, and the thing he could remember was a bag of devouring, and he had a feeling that I would know what it was. And so like I just apparently read as a nerd. I thought I was doing a better job of hiding it, but apparently I was not.
No wonder he doesn't play D&D anymore. If his GM gave him a bag of devouring, what an awful reward.
Yeah. Awful.
I don't know. I think maybe 2021's the year to wear it on our shoulders. But I don't know about you guys, but COVID's also been a really interesting kind of like push into like humanizing people. I think more hopefully with inside corporations with big Zoom calls and people having to like sorry, my kids are here while I'm on the Zoom call. That sort of stuff. I would hope that there's a little bit like not less professionalism, but more humanization of people inside their work environments as well. I think that's important and would be cool to see ultimately. And I think also people have had to do a lot of different things over lockdown. Like I've been part of Zoom calls where people are having like parties via apps, doing like questions or like they're doing all sorts of other stuff. And I feel like people have got a little bit creative over lockdown to try and find stuff that's more interesting and more fun to do. like I know Vince, you've like your life has been not largely unchanged because obviously it's still massive upheaval generally, but like you're
largely unchanged is not that wrong.
Yeah. Whereas I know Jim, yours has been like quite significantly impacted in lots of different ways. So
and in some positive ways too. To be honest, like I work in hospitality, but I've had this has probably been one of my putting the business aside on my personal life, probably would have been one of the most fun years I've had in a long time. So I haven't had to work that hard because there's no restaurants open. So I've been able to enjoy myself
in retail during Christmas is like categorically the worst time. And now it's just like everyone's just chilling at home.
Yeah. And I say
Everybody
that
says
I know
worked
it's
retail
been
for a while.
I don't want to like downplay how hard it's been for a lot of people. I've been very lucky and blessed to have have had a financially stable job, and I still have a lot of work that I do. So it's not like I haven't been financially affected anyway. And all that it's meant is that I get to work from home and paint a lot and go on like camping trips, and yeah, like it's been really like a really different year, but for the most part I have a lot of positive thoughts as well as a lot of negative thoughts, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, we've all missed the events. I mean, let's be honest, that's been the biggest impact, right? Not traveling, not going to events, not seeing people has been truly the worst part of all this. I mean, no doubt about it, as far as the community goes and everything else. I still get to sit here, I still get to paint, right? This is like what you're looking at right now is just a microcosm of my life. This is it. This is my whole life. I don't do anything else. Okay, I don't like play video games or do anything else. So this is everything. Most of that was unchanged, but with the exception that not being able to go to events, not being able to see all the amazing people in this community has really kind of just sucked. Pretty frankly.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Like I miss hanging out with everyone. And like it's not even like I actually don't miss competing. I miss just like seeing people. Like I miss that more than the actual tournament itself. It was funny because I wasn't sure if LVO was going to happen this year. I know obviously it got canceled, but I was like, you know what? If it does happen and I go, I don't even think I'm going to go play. I think I would just go to like hang out because like just to see everyone. Like I don't know, because I didn't have interest in playing at that point in a competitive event where I hadn't had any practice or any sort of like preparation. I would have gone just to see everyone again. Like that would have been the driving force.
But yeah, exciting. But I guess it's like whenever you, I don't want to be too soft here, but just go with me. Like when when you miss someone, like you see someone and you don't get to see them like for a while, and then you see them and that's great, or you don't have something. On my old gym wall, there used to be a quote which was like, "When you drink the water, remember where it's from." And my martial arts instructor would regularly deny us water in the gym. Like we weren't allowed it. Like we were allowed it when he said so and not when we wanted it, which really made me appreciate water when we were allowed it. Like fuck, did it make me appreciate the water when we were allowed it? And it's always been something that's like stuck with me through all of my life. That like denial of the thing or like that inability to access the thing sometimes gives you the opportunity to really appreciate it. And I think that is a great thing for the future. If nothing else, I hope like a lot of people's lessons that they're taking away from it is that you are like, or everyone, specifically is able to like appreciate that they're missing people, and then when you do get the opportunity to see those people again, people are going to take that and they're gonna like, I'm not saying anyone took it for granted before, but maybe you just didn't know that it was a thing like before.
Yeah, 100%. You didn't realize how lucky you were. We didn't realize how lucky we were doing all these events, getting to see all these people, sharing this time with everybody. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly, yeah. And now we get to, and now it won't be long. Like that's the exciting news. Probably, depending, as long as stuff doesn't arguably change, we're on a trajectory where we can all get to hang out again.
Don't you guys have like a mutant strain out in the UK there?
Yeah, but
it shouldn't matter for it. It shouldn't matter for the purposes of any vaccine.
I'm just fear mongering a bit.
No, but we're English. Exporting atrocities and monstrous strains of things is our kind of like go-to. Like
it's your brand.
It's our brand.
UK just makes everything worse, basically.
Which is so unlike us. I mean, in a way, it's like us. We're going to export this horrible thing to other countries, but similarly, at least this time around, we're not nicking stuff from you guys at the same time. Like, remember that. Like, we're only exporting, no international theft, which is a shame.
Silver linings.
Yeah, I think there really is. Oh dear. Has anyone in the chat got any questions? Jim, Vince, I don't want to keep you longer than you ever want to be on, by the way. Just you guys. It's and that's not me in any way insinuating anything. Feel free to stay here as long or as
I
long.
get it, Rob. You're sick of us. I understand.
No.
Geez.
I've got nowhere to be. I'm eating these waffle rolls, which I've fallen in love with a little bit.
Oh, I don't know what those are, but they look tasty.
They're really tasty. Like a chocolate-filled straw of wafer. I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, how nice. No, Rob, I haven't had chocolate in 15 years, probably longer, maybe longer than that now. Probably more like 18 years now. It's been a long time.
You don't eat chocolate?
I don't eat any processed sugar, stuff like that. No sweets, no nothing. Nope.
Listen, I'm a vegetarian, but I think you're a monster. Like, that's...
Nope, nothing sweet, no cookies, no chocolates, no nothing.
Is that just because like you don't enjoy those things, or just like a health thing?
It's because I don't want to be as fat as I used to be, where I was really fat. So it's kind of that. Basically, that was what it is. I don't snack. I don't eat outside of meals. I have all these rules.
Yeah,
okay.
It's definitely like it's good discipline to have, because I think people like as I'm about to go get a bag of. Okay, do you know what Chicago mixed popcorn is?
No.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I don't know if they have it in the UK, but it's like cheddar popcorn with salted caramel popcorn mixed together. It's the greatest thing ever. I have a bag that I bought last night. I impulse bought it. Like cheddar cheese. Like, I don't know. They use like a fake cheddar
popcorn with cheddar cheese dust on it. What are you talking about? What's cheddar popcorn?
No, we don't have that in the UK. Let me tell you the two sorts of popcorn we have. We have popcorn that's like the tiniest bit salty but mainly plain, and then we have popcorn that's the tiniest bit sugary but mainly plain. Those are the two types we have.
No, Chicago.
No, Dr. Pepper isn't okay. I don't drink any caffeine anymore either. I've cut out all caffeine. I haven't had caffeine for more than a year now. That's just responding to somebody in the comments.
Same.
Two, obvious. It's a salty and sweet thing, like the caramel popcorn and the cheesy popcorn. Yeah, it's a real good combination. I mean, I used to live in Chicago. It's delicious. You people who are saying it's not, you're out of your minds. It's delicious stuff. Secondly, Rob, you'll have to come to one of these years. We'll have to get you over to Nova, where when we go upstairs, they have all these like they just like have free popcorn. They just pop regular popcorn, right? It's just like regular little buttered popcorn. You can just get little baskets of it. But then they also have the full selection of all the different like things you can put on it, like pickle and garlic and stuff like that.
On popcorn.
Yeah, but it's like a powder. It's like this little powdery stuff you put on top of it. It makes it taste like that. I'll mix you up some pickle ranch popcorn, and I'll blow your mind. Trust me on this one.
I've never heard of that. Sounds terrifying. Good night. Sorry again. Merry Christmas. That's little baskets of American culture. It says good Oh wow! I've never heard of that. It's like both of you were like, yeah, cheddar popcorn. I'm like, cheddar popcorn. What the fuck?
I mean, this is sold in giant bags at Costco, what he's describing. Like, if you go to Costco, there are just giant bags of this caramel and cheese mixed popcorn. Yeah.
We've got some.
They sell giant versions of that at Costco.
I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
So it's like cheddar cheese and salted caramel popcorn, and it's literally the greatest snack in the world. And it's really bad for you. It's really bad.
See, what's fascinating for me is neither of those two popcorns are an option here. And then the fact that the combination is like a...
So we then put them together?
It sounds disgusting, because you're like, wait, salted like cheese and caramel? That's absolutely horrendous, but it's literally so good. Can't help myself.
Never heard of that in my life. That's outrageous. See, that's what I love about like doing this show and like meeting you guys and everyone around the world as well. It's like we get to share such like, it takes a long while for us to like slowly dive into where these weird like combinations like mix out. I think is it like, no, I was gonna say I don't think that you guys do anything like different at tournaments. Like they always start early. They always have like an hour lunch break. There's nothing. I guess one of the big differences I discovered between England and North America generally lumping you in together, but I apologize about that. Was like, is that you guys never like? Well,
I mean, I'll
normally-
take the upgrade at this point. It's fine. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably happier being called a Canadian than
yeah, one of the
we'll
things.
take you, Vince.
Yeah, one of the things I didn't know was like is how well like you guys always have terrain on your tabletop. Like you don't ever have to provide it yourself, or you don't often have to provide it yourself. Whereas here, it's very common that you provide terrain yourself in the UK, which is again weird because you would think this place would have had it earlier. I don't know.
Well, I think a part of it comes from the fact that like people have like basements here and like backyards.
Yeah.
So
I was
it's,
just gonna say, I
people
assume
have
that's
like
just geography.
giant houses
Like
where
we
they
can actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have a lot more space, so I think like it's expected that TOs can just store terrain.
Yeah.
For cheap.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Like I am shocked at the venues and things that you all in the UK, because space is at such a premium. Just what you have to go through.
Like, I'm
Whereas
super chuffed
here-
about our arena that's got 8 tables. I'm like, fucking look at this palace. Look at the room
Oh yeah.
we've got
Side
for
note, Rob, I had a
activities.
thought about this
Oh, yeah.
last night as I was drifting off to sleep. I had a thought about your arena and stuff like that,
Mhm.
which is when we're able to travel again, I thought it'd be fun to come over. And one of the things that occurred to me about your arena that's going to be big enough for 8 people is it would actually probably be a perfect size to do a painting class.
Oh, I'd love you to. Like, that would be... It's 8 tables, so it's big enough for 16 people.
Yeah, exactly. Seems
like-
about perfect.
Yeah. Like, that's one of the hopes, and I would love you to come over and do that. That would be the bomb diggity, as they say. I'd be really into that. And there's a small tiny bar, which is also hilarious. So yeah, it'd be really fun. I'm hoping like that a whole bunch of people are going to come over, and I would like to run a bunch of different like seminars as well here eventually. Not just painting, gaming seminars would be super fun as well. I think just having our own space is like quite unique, and I feel very fortunate that we've got the ability to have the space, and that really is only thanks to everyone in the chat who subscribes or everyone on Patreon. So it's only because of that I can do it. But yeah, that would be so good. And you can hang out for a day. Well, more than a day. You can hang out for as long as you want, right? Like, plus you're right next to Warhammer World, so you can visit there as well. Plus, you're definitely getting the VIP treatment, Vince. You're getting like backdoored. Yeah, you're getting like the hangout. And then once they've wined and dined you, you can come over to the cool kids at the arena.
Sounds good. I've been to Warhammer World a few times. I don't know about VIP treatment, but it was nice.
Yeah, you're gonna get VIP'd. You'll get the treatment. You'll get the walk around. I'm sure.
It's fun. I usually get to go with a lunch. I'll go to lunch with a couple people I know there. That's a good time, and then stuff like that. Like it's fun. It's fun. I know your history, but there's a lot of people there who are
There's loads of great people there.
Ultimately friendly, and just I love seeing those people. One of the things that is, we mentioned about the game earlier, but like, I know we were often hard on Games Workshop, and for good reasons often. But one of the things I'm consistently impressed by is just how much so many of the people who work there really do have a deep passion for the hobby and for the player base and for the game, right? I mean, like, it is nice to see. So that's what I'd say.
I love Warhammer World. Don't get me wrong. There was a bit when I left Warhammer World where I would get quite anxious when I was in there. But that was due to like personal conflicts and people who I didn't feel very comfortable around. But generally, there was also loads of really great people that when I would see them, I would feel really comfortable and they would make me feel really great. So, and now that's all, I've left that all behind me, which is great. So when I can go to Warhammer World again, I like great time. Had some of my favouriteest games ever of Warhammer at Warhammer World. So it's a place with fond memories and a place I would like to continue and go to again in the future. Plus, the museum is the best £7 you can spend. It
is incredible.
I have been around that 30 times, maybe. Like, as a paying customer, I'd like to point out. Not as, like, when I worked there. Because it's just... Jim, have you ever been to Warhammer World?
No, it's on my list of things I need to do. My plan was to go this year when I came over for the ETC, but... the universe had other ideas.
Well, maybe it'll still happen. Maybe it'll still happen. I'm not sure. It'd be nice if it did still happen. I hope it
If I
does.
make it over for the WTC this year, I'm definitely gonna come.
Oh, to Warhammer World.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Hell's
stop
yeah.
off either before or after.
And then you could stop off at my venue where you play a game of Warhammer. Pew, pew, pew.
Right.
Although we're going to probably road trip to the WTC this year.
So what's the drive like from? I guess Austria's not that far.
18 hours.
Not bad.
Yeah, which in North American terms is like super okay. If you told someone in the UK that we drive for 18 hours, they would think that you're mental.
I almost drove 4.5 hours. We had like a 28-person event in October. And I almost drove 4.5 hours for it. And I think I remember hearing on, I don't know if it was someone, yeah, I think someone from the UK was like 4.5 hours. You drive 4.5 hours. I was like, yeah, I regularly drive 4.5 to 7 hours to events. That's like very normal in Canada.
Yeah, it's not the done thing here. If you got to drive,
Yeah, I mean
go on, Vince.
the first time I was in the UK. This is several years back. The first time I was in the UK is maybe like 2016 or whatever. I was up in Glasgow for business.
Mm-hmm.
And I stayed in, so I finished up all my business in Glasgow, and I said, okay, well, I took Friday off work, and I was like, well, I'll rent a car, and I'll just drive down. So I just drove down from Glasgow to Nottingham, and then eventually drove down to London, and that was a very pleasant drive. It was only like 6 or 7 hours. It was wonderful. It was in January. It was nice. It was very pretty.
Everyone in the UK will hear that and go, no. That is not okay.
So what is it about driving that is so abhorrent?
It's not that. It's just we're again, I've never. I had never been to America until like 4 or 5 years ago, and again, Canada I only went to last year. Great hospitals, by the way. Just like to point that out.
Yeah, I remember that.
But,
I remember you almost dying.
It was such a fun time. Also not had caffeine since then, Vince. We're on the same train, baby.
There you go.
But the thing is the size. Like, it just dwarfs what we have here. Like, what you guys will have as like a car park will be a whole shopping center for us. It's just outrageous, the size of the buildings, the properties. It just, you guys just keep building and building and building. Even in your cities, even in even in your big cities, and Australia is very similar. Like, Australia is very similar as well. Like, really, really large, like really big space. And England, it's very compressed. Like, all of Europe is very compressed. Like, it's just very built on top of itself. And so
Sure. Hold on.
Yeah.
I want to get into this because I thought I did an okay job at pronouncing Glasgow.
Terrible.
But all right,
I didn't say
what's the pronunciation?
Glasgow.
I thought it was Glasgow too. But I don't want to say
All right.
anything.
Like no A at all, just O.
No, Glasgow. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Glasgow.
Is Twitch chat, is this correct? I want to because there were many people upset at my pronunciation. I'm very sorry about that. I pronounce everything wrong, and yes, they're Necrons. Take that. But yeah, I quite like that city. It's one of my favorite places I've been. I really like Glasgow. I'm sorry that I pronounced it wrong, but I quite like that city.
It's an American thing. No one's gonna laugh. Jim, have you ever played the game where where you've got a set of red balls on a green material and a bunch of
Bocce?
other No, and you use a stick and you hit
Okay.
them. It's a bit like billiards.
Okay.
No, a bit like billiards. Like, it's on a table and there's
Yeah,
green
okay.
felt. What's that game called?
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
but not that. The other one that's a bit more serious.
Oh, snooker. Mickey, I don't know, something like that.
It's okay. We learned on the 40k adjacent show that Canadians call snooker snooker.
Snooker? I was like snooky, something like that. Snooker, I don't know. So I thought snooker was the one with the red balls.
Yeah, that's snooker. Yeah,
Okay,
that's right.
and it's like a slightly larger table than a pool table, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it supposed to be called?
Snooker.
And what did I say?
Snooker.
Snooker? No, I
it's
think
okay.
I thought snooker is probably how I'd say it. Snooker.
Yeah, which is how absolutely everyone else, well, apparently from Canada, pronounces it, and it makes me cry laugh. I found out the other day.
I mean, that should have been clipped and put into its own, thing. You want to draw people to the channel. Just put that up as like a 5-minute video, and you're gonna. That's boom. That's 1,000 new subs that day.
I'm a outlier Canadian though, because I say so in Canada a lot of people say they say instead of Z they say Z, which I think is ridiculous. It's Z.
Really?
So for the letter Z,
Z. I say Z.
they say Z.
Don't
I say
Australians
Z.
say Z as well?
Do they?
But don't Americans say Z?
Yeah, we say Z. Yeah.
I know, and I say Z too, but I don't like Z. And then
It feels like we're bringing a whole word when we just needed a sound.
I know so. Thank you, Vince. That's an exact. I'm like Z's a whole word. I can spell Z is just the Z part. So that's one. And then I also one other one that I fight Canadians with all the time. I can't remember what it is, but I feel like I don't speak the Queen's English.
I don't think I do either. I pronounce so many words wrong. I still don't know how I say behemoth wrong, but apparently I do.
Behemoth?
Yeah, apparently.
That sounds right.
That sounds right, but I get mocked about it all the time, as many pronunciations.
Obviously, the correct pronunciation is behemoth.
Okay, so
Go on.
I see Scrivo saying aluminum, but is it aluminium?
Aluminium, yeah.
I say aluminum.
That's their weird way to pronounce that, yes.
Aluminium is like a whole sentence. It's got like 17 consonants.
That has a beginning. That's a 3-act play. That's got a beginning and an end. I didn't see that twist coming. Aluminium.
I think that's sort of my. When I started doing this for years ago, like for Games Workshop, like with Warhammer thing. Like I didn't realize how many words I just said badly. I also didn't know how much I ummed. That was also a new thing for me. It's fascinating having done this for a while now, and then having people just laugh at
Streaming
you.
will teach you your verbal tics. That's for sure. Rob, did you see the year that the entire Detroit Warhammer Club printed shirts that said "Let me be clear" and then wore them to a tournament that they knew Tom was going to be at?
No, but that sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. Yeah, you guys probably. I mean, I don't obviously stream, but I've done quite a bit of, and again, not a humble brag. I've done quite a bit of TV and like cooking segments on TV and stuff in Canada and in the US and stuff in Portland. And I always watch them back. I'm like, do I really sound like that? I was like, God, I sound so awful. I'm like, wait, what was I doing with my hands here? I was like, why did I say but so many times? Why did I say so many times? I'm like, Jesus, I feel like I'm such a dummy. Like, I don't know. It's really weird listening back to watching yourself back in like media, and you're like, is that how I sound? Because the way you sound to yourself and the way that you obviously sound when you hear yourself is like totally so different.
Do you ever watch? So you watch yourself back?
So like if I do a TV segment, I'll often watch it back because I want to see how because a lot of times what happens is I'll do like a 5-minute segment and then they'll cut it, they'll like edit it, they'll put like other things in it. So it's not necessarily like the raw footage. And plus I just I like to I'm vain and I like to see myself on TV and share it with all my friends.
Vince, you watch yourself back?
I have to sometimes for editing, and I hate it to death. I hate the way I sound. I can't stand listening to myself. It's awful.
I can't fucking do it, man. Like I can't. Like I just can't. I think I'd curl up in a corner and die if I had to do it. I'd just be like, well, don't listen to that dickhead ever. I'd just probably burn the place down, to be honest, and just leave. I just can't do it. Just assume it's okay, and then I carry on, basically. Yeah.
I think sometimes if I feel like I did a really good podcast, sometimes I did like podcasts and stuff, I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to listen to myself on the podcast just to agree with myself again. It's like, yeah, that was a really good point, Jeff. And I was like, that was a really good point. I mean, I really worded that well.
I will quote myself later on is what I'll do.
Yeah, exactly. Just my
Vince, you quote yourself. Vince, you definitely quote yourself.
All the time. All the time.
And to quote me from earlier, this is why I'm right. Yeah.
Well, when you're making these kind of good calls, you can't just let that, you can't let that field lie fallow, my friend. You gotta bring it up. You gotta plant those seeds.
If no one would. Oh, massive Merry Christmas to Donaldinho in the chat. Lovely seeing you here. Big and Merry Christmas to everyone in the chat, by the way. So thanks for joining us. What time is it for you guys over there?
1:45 after the afternoon.
Oh, nice. We are rocking. What time are we? Nearly 10 p.m. over here, so it's very Christmassy. If I stay up another couple of hours, I might be able to fight Santa.
Now, do you, Rob? I mean, I'm sure this year's a bit different, but do you guys do traditionally, like? Because I don't really do like when you were like, oh yeah, I don't really do Christmas stuff. And I was like, yeah, me neither. Like literally, like I think I might go have a beer with one of my mates tomorrow night, like at his house. But like literally, I didn't buy a single gift for anyone this year. I have zero holiday cheer, zero. Like my mom's dropping off some food later, I think, for me. But like, yeah, I do very little around Christmas, and I enjoy it that way. I just treat it as like a few days off. So do you is that kind of similar to you, or do you usually is it just this year because of the pandemic that you're not doing much?
No, like I've always just done stuff. I've never had any family since I was like 18, so like I've always been on my own. But I normally would do stuff with my friends, like I'd cook for someone, or like I'd be with a partner, let's say, and then I'd like end up at their parents' house, or that sort of traditional thing. But like being a like nightclub promoter for a long time, I've always felt like parties, if you will, were like kind of my job. So my very best version of not having to do a party was just doing fucking nothing and just being responsible for myself, which was quite nice. And so a couple of years ago, me and Nathan did Christmas, which was super fun. We made food and we just watched some films. That was great. And then I was just very much looking forward to this year anyway. So I promised myself last Christmas that I was going to do this Christmas on my own, no matter what. So I was looking forward to it. And I get it. Like if you've got a family or like people who you love and you want to be around, you want to spend time with, it must be a magical time. Like having kids must be super fun. But if not, like it's just a good opportunity to tell the world to fuck off and hang out on your own. Like which is what I'm doing. And then like honestly, like Jim, it's been super lovely that you just turned up. That's kind of what I liked about. I didn't ask anyone if they wanted to be on the show. Vince, you messaged me and I messaged you back. Like I didn't ask anyone. Right. I was just like, if people want to come and hang out, we'll hang out. And if not, I'm just going to hang out with the Twitch chat, who I've hung out with all year, and like it's been really good for me. Like to be honest, like it's been a hard year for everyone, absolutely. And the Twitch chat have been like really, really good. We've like had a great time and we've had a great laugh, and it's been wonderful. Oh, Grim Slacker, thanks for donating 100 quid to the fund, man. That's amazing. That's absolutely outrageous. Thank you so much. Wait, didn't he say something like hilarious last time? Merry Christmas, bud. I love you, Vince and Jim. Solving world problems. Thanks. It might take more than 100 quid, but 100 quid will start doing it. So thank you so much, buddy. Anyway, did that answer the question, Jim?
Yeah. I'm similar to like I don't know. I get enough like party in my life on a normal basis. I don't need to turn Christmas into another day. So.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Vince, you spending it with your lovely lady?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Just my wife and I. I mean, normally we'd probably be back with her folks, and stuff like that. So, but this year it's just us. So, yep, just me and my wife and the dogs, and that's it.
I mean,
which is fine.
That's pretty boss, to be honest. That's a Christmas I'd go to if I got an invite. That's what I'd go to. I'd be like, tick.
You're welcome anytime, buddy. We've got a room for you waiting. If you ever find yourself in Ohio for some reason, you've always got a place to stay. You know that.
What's so like I'm in Vancouver and it's like sunny outside. We don't really get snow here. It's just a few degrees above freezing today, I think, maybe like 5 degrees. But what's the weather like in Ohio? Is it?
So it was like rainy and cold. It's below freezing now. It's supposed to snow a little, so we'll probably have a slightly white Christmas, which is cool. So that's nice.
And what about you, Rob? I don't even, where in the UK are you? Are you in Nottingham?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Did I say that right? Did I say that right? Nottingham. It's like.
Yes, if you're not from not from Nottingham. However, if you are from Nottingham, that's not how we say
Nottingham? Is that how I say it? Nottingham.
So yeah, we say Nottingham.
Nottingham. Okay.
Nottingham. It's got no letters in it, basically.
it's just some grunts.
Not in is how people from Nottingham say it. But I don't say. I think I've picked up the accent enough to go Nottingham. So which is fun. Yeah.
And I know this is totally not related to. I actually find what I find really fascinating about the UK. Speaking of, is the diversity of accent. So like in BC, for me to find someone with another accent, I have to go all the way to either Quebec to get a French Canadian accent, or the Maritimes, which is literally from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, so literally across the country. I know the States is a little bit more varied, but I find really interesting with the UK how like literally you can go from city to city and there's like different accents. I think that's so intriguing and so cool because you can tell people what city they're from just by their accent. Yeah, like someone from like Leeds or like Nottingham or Liverpool or like they'll have different accents, or even just like even different like and maybe this is like my total like ignorance speaking, but I feel like there's even like and maybe it's just because we like caricature it, but like you have like kind of the high class English accent, and then you have like the kind of like the like accent. Any words. That's like I just think that's really fascinating because we don't really have that in Canada. Like it's very like everyone's kind of speaks mostly the same.
Well, so Stu Flynn's nailed it. It's basically because of inbreeding. So like you've got like a family or like a genetic line that's basically lasted in Liverpool for hundreds of years and is based there, and that's why they sound that way. And so yeah, and it's really interesting the way everyone sounds here, I guess, even to me. But it's nice hearing it a little bit, like it gives you some sort of indication of what they're like. I've been listening to the Middlesbrough accent a lot recently, and boy, is that an accent to get behind. I'm originally from Cannock, so which is near Birmingham, so I meant to sound a bit like a Brummie, like dead slow, like not too slow. If you went dead slow, you'd be like Dudley. It's too slow for me. Cannock's a bit faster, like it's a bit angry, but it's still like that. So which is how my friend Fish sounds. And then if you're from Sheffield, like Tom is, there's an accent. But then you guys have accents, like, and maybe not in Canada, but like America's got like some very like
for sure.
Yeah,
I think because we're Canada's a fairly young country. Like I mean, we're like 106 years old maybe, but so I mean, at least in the UK, you get like Boston, New York. You get people from the South. You get people from. I have like, if anything, most of Canadians speak like Californians, and like people from like Seattle. Like we just have a very kind of generic accent, I guess. I do get called out on the A's, and sometimes people say I roll my R's like a Canadian.
Is there a Ohio accent, Vince?
No.
No.
I mean, there's a few little picadillos, like
picadillos. I like that.
To the sort of nature of Midwest speech. For the most part, Midwest speech it's defined by accentless. It's what you see on television or something like that, right? When people are trying to talk with no accent, they're oftentimes speaking like they're from the Midwest. There are some little individual exceptions, like milk will tend to have a little more E in it than milk. It will just give the boy some milk. You tend to do that. You'll get a little bit more like of a wash. You're going to wash the car instead of wash the car. Like people will tend to suddenly add an R into that. A few little picadillos like that, but for the most part, no, there's no accent to it. Now,
like, do I sound like I have an accent to you, Vince?
No.
Yeah, okay. I hope
you don't sound like. Have you ever caught Val and Pete on the Tuesday show accidentally getting a bit Canadian in the morning with each other? They're like, they ring in and they're like,
I think,
all right, hey, bud, hey, all right there, hey, bud, hey, bud.
It's like, yeah, bud, how you talking, how you liking it? Like, I can't even do a fake accent. Oh yeah, like we gotta go kill the mooses, yeah. Like I don't know, like I was like, I don't know anyone that talks like that in Canada, except it's like Canadians pretending like they're talking, yeah, going for a rip, bud. Like I don't know, like I've never. I mean, if you're like a super big, I have a few stoner friends that maybe talk like that, but I think it's the cannabis more than the country that's made them talk like that.
Yeah, somebody just said, Spleen Stabber said in the chat, Central Ohio is a super neutral accent. They send news anchors to Ohio to learn it. Yes, that is very true. Like our accent is exported out through like news anchors who learn to speak in a completely non-accented voice, right? Like everything is just this very normal pronunciation.
I mean, really? At least none of us have Aussie accents. I mean, those are.
I'm very comfortable with the Australian accent. Most of the others, I listen to so much Australian stuff. Yeah, I love like everything Aussies say just makes sense to me. That's what I'll say. Like if I ever was gonna live in a different country, I would move to Australia.
My
They've got
Surrey
it
on
right.
my iPhone is that like you can pick which accent your Surrey speaks in. So my Surrey speaks in Australian accent.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Nice.
That's really good. I'd move to Canada, I'd move to Sweden, or I'd move to Australia. Or actually no, fuck that. Added into that is either Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland, because those motherfuckers are hilarious, start to finish. Like, it doesn't matter where you are. They're just brilliant. Like, they've all got like. We have this thing in England. Well, I have this thing in England where I think some cities, like, I don't really want to fuck with Manchester. I'm like, nah, whatever. Like, yeah, like, Manchester's fine. It can just stay there. I don't care about Manchester. But Leeds, I love Leeds. Like, Nottingham and Leeds have always had this kind of, like, twinship in my mind. Not sure that's true, but, like, that's my, like, world bubble and how I love it. Like, that's I've got this love affair going with Leeds and Nottingham. I think that they work really well together. And I feel like this might be the same for countries, like, different countries. Like, the English and the French is just like a no. Like, it's like a no.
Yeah.
Like, Marcus Rock, if he's in the chat, yeah, he's the one. Yeah, like, there's a couple of French guys who are like, oh, England, oh, let's go. But the rest of the French are like, fuck you, English people. And it's like, that's fair. Like, we understand. Whereas,
You get it, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Whereas, whereas, like, those other countries, they just seem to work. Like, whenever, like, my friend Jonathan, I don't know, maybe it's just because of the people I know, right? Like, I know Jonathan from Sweden, he's hilarious. He's got the same sense of humour as me. The Australians who I know, same sense of humour. Canadians, like, same sense of humour. It just tends to work, generally. But that's probably just the people who I end up meeting, and not the actual places, because it's probably just as diverse everywhere. And I'm just
I gotta go
stupid.
grab some food for my mom. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, go on, Jim. You got this. I got a fun food on in Ottawa if you ever need one. Thanks, T-Man Cash. I'll take that. Come to New York City and I'll teach you a proper mafia gangster accent, Gorka Walker. I'll take that. All day. All day.
It was definitely nowhere near where you need to be. A lot of work to do there if that's what you were aiming at.
Are you any good at accents, Vince? Have you ever tried?
I mean, I grew up in a house. My grandparents were immigrants. They're from Italy. And so, like, I grew up around my grandparents a lot, and they spoke with pretty Italian-inflected accents, right? I'm not going to attempt to do it now and insult anybody from that country, but, yeah, I mean, I
can do it for you if you want.
It's around.
I'm walking
oh, sure,
here.
Please. Nailed it. Perfect. Pacino would be proud.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I love that. I love, like, I've never played it. All my D&D characters, I try to give them interesting voices or accents or stuff like that. I mean, because that's just fun. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I want to return back, Rob.
Go on.
If we can. Not that accent talk isn't interesting.
It's interesting to me, but I want to hear it. Please do.
Okay. I want to return back to. I just want to talk a little about edition stuff for a minute and go back to AOS. Since now we've jettisoned to the 40K portion. Oh no, he's back.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
No, it's fine.
okay.
I'm just messing around.
Yeah, do it.
Jim is awesome. I'm so glad you brought us together. Jim is such a cool dude.
You would really like him. You guys are like,
yeah,
talk about
he's
pain
great.
all day.
No, I was thinking about edition changes, and the common story is going to be that we've both been saying on the show is we both have pretty strong feelings that they're going to move to AOS 3.0 this next year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you want that to happen? How much do you feel that needs to happen?
I think it needs to happen 0%.
Okay.
But am I excited about them changing things for the better? Let's say Age of Sigmar just gets better because of Age of Sigmar 3, then yes, I'll give them the opportunity and I'll be the positive in that world. Like, obviously there's like terrain is something that I would like to see them create. Like, I've talked about this on the show a lot, and if you've listened, that's one of the things. Other than that, like, holistically, I would like to see the whole thing looked at just from like a to quote you, 40,000 feet view. Is that right?
I love that. Yes, I love that people were. Oh, this is another thing. I'm so glad you brought that up. Thank you, Rob. Have you people ever worked in an industry before? People who didn't know what this was. Where do you work? The Tesco on the corner? Like, no, a 40,000 foot view is what you talk about when you're doing strategic planning for a company, or when you're talking about something from a high level, like at a 40,000 foot view, this is what this looks like. You're giving the broad contours of it, right? And then you can go to a 4,000 foot view or the 4-foot view, right? And those are classically when you're talking about the level of detail. If I was going to explain the 40K universe to you at a 40,000 foot view, I would say, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. The last vestiges of man have been ushered into a fascist empire that is in an eternal fight for survival with enemies on all sides, both alien and chaos.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's Warhammer 40K from a 40,000 foot view, right? I didn't just sum up there's a lot more to it, but that's like if I zoomed way out, that's the broad contours of the game. So anyways,
yeah.
At any rate, I couldn't believe how many people gave you crap over you using that very real statement that I've heard used for years and years and years and years in multiple different corporate settings.
Yeah, I don't know if I got it right or wrong, but I enjoyed it either way.
My mom brought me lunch.
Oh, yeah, Jim's mom.
And a 2-6 of tequila.
Wow, okay.
She knows me very well.
You got a great mom.
What a great mom. Thanks. Everyone, can we get a round of applause for Jim's mom, please?
And
That's
I
great.
guess also a single lime in the bag for the tequila. I was like, thanks.
That is amazing.
What a great lunch.
Yeah, I was like, okay, thanks, mom. I was like, I'm 36, and my mom, maybe I will have a drink. I actually bought a really nice bottle of scotch last night, and I had like two glasses of it, and I was like, oh, this is really good. Maybe I will have a drink.
Yeah, do it. Go for it, Jim. Things you drink. I don't know this.
I do not. No, you and I are both on the same train here. I have not had alcohol for long time.
Same. Okay, so Age of Sigmar 3. We know the boards are getting smaller. Like, we know to such a reasonable degree the boards are getting smaller. From every extrapolation you could ever make, the boards are getting smaller. I don't know your
I do hope
on
that
this.
doesn't happen, but I don't disagree with you.
Okay, how do you feel about that?
I don't feel a need to change it. Like if it happens, I'm not going to be like, yelling at clouds or something. I mean, like it's not one of those situations. I'm not going to spit in the wind. I don't care. I'll play on a smaller board. I just feel like it's not necessary. I think they're very nice. I think the board size in AOS actually feels pretty good given the movements and the need for melee and the ability to position around and stuff like that. Like, I think there could be a reason to keep them with different sized boards given the two different games. And my perception, which admittedly is not super informed, of the nature of ranges and things like that in 40K versus the melee focus. It's odd to say you would want a slightly larger board for a more melee-focused game, but I think that actually is correct. I think it suits the game better into having multiple different engagements, skirmishes, distances between abilities to keep objectives quite separate, to keep slow armies that are like freight trains, like chugging along very slowly, but will just run over anybody they hit, like a Fire Slayer's, sort of in a box. And I think by shrinking the board, you make I think there's a lot of knock-on impacts there.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to shrink the board in the new edition? Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah. If they've done it with their lead game, they're doing it with what they consider to be their secondary game. Like,
is there a
maybe? I here's what I would say. I think you're right. I would give it probably like 80-20. You're right, Rob. But if it came down on the 20% side where they don't change, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And just maybe you guys can help me with this. So I know a lot of the 40K change came from the whole kill team 40K, like the multiples of the board size. So is it Warcry? What's their skirmish game?
Warcry. Warcry,
is
and
Warcry
you're right.
use the same size
yes.
boards as kill team?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd imagine that the bigger kind of skirmish level, which is the medium size, will be the multiples of that in the future.
So I would say that both of those changes come from some paid-for market research done to some company, which is
sure.
or more than likely the Games Workshop intern who Googled what size is your average kitchen table. One of those two. And It's 50-50 on which one has gone out and they've said, this is the size of a kitchen table, this is what you need to do. So I think that's where the 40K change comes from, and that's where the Age of Sigmar change comes from. How do I feel about it? I feel it's a faff for everyone. How do I feel about it in the game? Well, in 40K, it makes deep striking actually less important, which is a good thing because Age of Sigmar is kind of plagued by teleports at the minute. Like, there's just teleports everywhere. And being able to shut that down a little bit, I think, is a positive. But how do I feel like... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that right now. I feel like it causes some problems, like you said, Vince, like with things like Fire Slayers and some other stuff, like which are problematic.
It would have a lot of knock-on impacts. That's the thing you can't argue with, right? I'm not smart enough to trace out all of the consequences. Like, I don't know, right? I just know there would be a lot of consequences. That's what I know for sure. Does that make sense, Rob? What I'm saying?
Yeah. So many. Like even something as silly as like Geminids, for instance. Right now, one of the big changes from GHB 18 to 19, and Jim, sorry about this, but
I love learning about AOS, so I'm good.
So one of the big changes was that was the very first time we saw scenarios that weren't 24 inches apart. They started to be 18 apart as opposed to 24, and that was massive. Like, which is why even now when I like look at the battle plans when they come out in new GHP and I do a review show, I say half of them, and then normally it's half and half. Like half of them are 18 and half of them are 24, and that's actually really important because it affects like spellcasting for something like Geminids, but it also it affects like first turn alpha ability for combat armies, where like
100%.
so like that not being static. One of the things that I've seen in 40k, which has really struck home to me, is that you end up the same distance apart, but you actually end up with a smaller deployment zone, which affects other armies. I think about Gits and the fact that they're all clumped around the little terrain piece. I like. There's so many knock-on effects. I don't really know. And how do I feel about any changes? I don't know. Like, the past few months, Vince, I've become like a little bit more holistic in my approach to learning about new stuff. I'm like, cool, whatever. Like, that's fine. Like, because I know that being upset about it isn't going to help me change it. So really, just understanding it's probably the best thing. I'm looking forward. Go on, Jim.
I was just gonna say, like, I think like I used to be a lot more sensational, I guess, around a lot of rules changes, and I think the thing that I kind of realized over many edition changes in 40k fantasy, other games, is that ultimately there's not much you can do about it. So, like, outside of just giving feedback in the kind of the channels that are there, like, they're not gonna all of a sudden, after us complaining about board size, be like, yeah, you guys were right, we're gonna change it back. It's like, no, this is the new world order. This is how the smaller board sizes are gonna be, and so you adapt and you move on. And when you think about so many changes that have happened over so many editions, you look back, and I think right when they happen, sometimes you're like, oh, that was such a bad change, but then you look back 2 years later, you're like, oh, actually, it wasn't, the sky wasn't not falling. Like, it wasn't the end of the world. It actually worked out pretty well. Like, it actually changed the game in ways that, because, and as you were mentioning, Vince, some of these changes, they're small changes, like board size, but the consequences are so far reaching. It's impossible if you're a playtester to extrapolate out the outcome of some of these changes in any way that's like reasonable. Like, you could say, okay, well, maybe the games will be a bit faster. That's like a very general comment you can make. But when it comes to like army composition, how scenarios are played, and because the game changes over time as well, it's like, look, there's opportunity to kind of fix if there's an issue. But I just think at the end of the day, like, I think we've kind of gotten used to or you have to get used to the idea that the game will change over time. Sometimes won't like it, and then sometimes you'll look back and realize, oh, actually, I didn't like it then, but now I think it's great.
Yeah, I agree. I need to step away from it. I need to go take care of my dogs. I'll be back.
Okay, Vince.
But I think the interesting part of it to me is this: there's some beating heart of the game. And there's like some set of rules or things or elements, game elements, that are sacrosanct. That if you changed the thing, it would no longer be the thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, 4th edition D&D changed enough of what D&D was that it wasn't D&D anymore. It wasn't that it was a bad game, it just wasn't D&D. And identifying or looking from the outside, or trying to figure out what that is before you make the change, is actually really hard. Right? Yeah. Figuring out what's the sacred elements, the sacred cows that can't be touched. What is truly sacrosanct? And what are those core elements that truly define the game? right? I mean, there's some are obvious. Like if we went to 10th edition 40K and we said no more Space Marines, they're dead now. They got wiped out, right? Like they're all dead. They're gone now. It'd be like, well, we're not
this
playing
argument always
40K.
comes up when people start talking about alternating activations. I'm like, yeah, but like part of the, for me, a core thing is like 5 to 6 turns. I go, then you go.
Right,
It's not
like,
alternating activation.
yeah, absolutely.
That is, and if
Something
they all
like
said
that
like,
in
oh, we're
game.
gonna do alternate activations in 10th edition or whatever, I'd be like, okay, this is not 40K anymore. This is a totally different game.
Right, like that's just it. And the other tricky part is, it's not like that line is going to be drawn in the same place for every single human being who engages with the game, right? So what you're really trying to say is, what do the majority of people, the vast majority, find to be that untouchable core? And that's a tough thing to
I'd be happy if they got rid of Space Marines.
Sure, I wouldn't
Fuck
care.
'em.
All right, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
All right, Vince. Might take this opportunity, Twitch chat, Jim, just to we'll take a small 5-minute break. We're not going to turn the stream off. I'm just going to put up a holding screen for you guys, so you guys can just hang out for a minute, and then we'll be back. I just need to go get some water and do some stuff. So some music for 5 minutes. Get yourself some tea, coffee, whatever you're doing. Merry Christmas. A mince pie. I've got a mince pie at home. Yes, that's right. Snort the jam is what I'm going to do. I'll be back in a minute, Jim. I'll be back in a minute, bro.
No worries, man. Take
Talk to you
your time.
soon. Bye. Merry Christmas, everyone. We are back. We are not. We are waiting for Vince, but we're joined by Mr. John Scrivens, who's joined the Christmas party. Merry Christmas, John.
Hello. Do you like my background, guys?
Is it Christmassy? Is that what you're aiming for?
I'm just testing the green screen, and I forgot I'd left it on.
It looks really good. That's what we're going to say on this Christmas. Congratulations. That's what it is. No, yeah, you don't have any red LEDs. That's the streamer way.
I thought it was purple. You'd have to have like weird purple lights in the background and stuff.
I need to have green lights hitting my face at least, don't I? So it looks all grim.
This. Yeah. You should definitely get that at some point. That would look really good. There we go. So, John, are you looking forward to Christmas? What you got planned?
I'm going to be at home with the missus, which is going to be good fun. I've never had a Christmas where I've not been meeting up with the rest of my family, so it's going to be interesting. But I think it's a good excuse. It means I get to cook rather than eat my mum's food. Which...
is that a knock on your mum's food?
No, she's one of these people that's
Make sure to clip this out and send it to her.
She hears the whole thing of like salt's bad, so she just tries to use less salt, so then nothing tastes of anything. Because she's just going, right, I can't use salt at all. It's like, just use less, mum. But no. So I'm there like, just salt bay it. Yeah, let's do it. It'll taste great.
Meanwhile, I'm the opposite. I'm like, butter, MSG, salt, get in there, like all the bad things. Like, we love it.
My lockdown thing was watching lots of TV chef stuff. I'm like, salt and pepper on everything as I'm cooking. Otherwise, it just doesn't taste of anything. And now I just can't eat properly.
Salt to olive oil.
Yes.
Like Gordon Ramsay. He's like salting everything.
I'm new to cooking generally. So I've bought myself some spices and some herbs and whatnot. I put some paprika in my food for tomorrow.
Nice.
I don't know how that's going to taste because I'm a terrible cook, but I'm looking forward to eating it. It's fun. So yeah, well, good. I'm glad that it's quite fun asking what people are doing for Christmas. I've really enjoyed that in like messages and WhatsApps and Facebooks. Has anyone else not just gone, "Hey guys, what you up to for Christmas?" And then everyone's like, "I'm staying at home, Rob, because the government tells me I have to stay at home." And I'm like, "It's a great question. But I don't know why you're not laughing every time I ask it, but whatever." Plus, I also get enough salt, Jim, in my like Warhammer content that I don't really need any food. That's a good question.
Yeah, I cry so many salty tears. I need to constantly refresh them.
That helps. That does help. What is everyone's? Has anyone got any hopes for Christmas, like stuff, like presents and whatnot? Does anyone
presents?
Presents. John,
it's weird. It's like ever since I had a job when I was like 17, I like was just like, oh, I need something, I'm gonna go get it. And now I'm like, okay, people are like, well, what do you want for Christmas? I'm like, I don't know, like I have everything that I want. Like unless you can get me a PS5 somehow because they're impossible to get. Like there's nothing else. I'm like, I don't think that's in your budget. So like I don't. I've been trying to get one for months. So if anyone has in Twitch chat has a hookup for a PS5 for a reasonable amount.
Oh. Yeah, because you can't get them, can you, for love nor money?
They're like, literally, there's like bot scalpers that are like buying them all and then flipping them on eBay for like $1,000. I can get one for $1,000 off eBay if I want, but I don't even really play consoles. I just want one.
Just to own one, right? That's the whole thing. Like, I've got one.
I'm trying to avoid it all. I'm really enjoying painting at the minute. I've never been like the best painter, Jim. But I'm enjoying like trying to complete armies and units. I think it's also given me like a real good sense of like accomplishment during lockdown. I'm like, I've done a job, like I've done a thing, and then like I get that done. And like I started like early on in lockdown, and I feel really confident about how fast I've like, well, not how fast, but just do the thing, get it done, do the next thing, get it done. I've been feeling really positive about that. So
you ever like I don't know, I actually just sold my old AOS, AOS, I call it AOS, is my Fantasy Chaos Army, but I rebased on rounds. But this is the first time I've actually like gotten rid of a large portion of miniatures that I painted. I generally don't sell armies. I just I find that like the time investment, unless someone offers me like a dump truck of money, it's just not worth it. And I don't know, you never know when you might need it. So but I don't know, like I've been thinking about like
getting all my chaos out and how much chaos I have for 40k in the last 3 years. I'm like, God, I painted so much chaos. It's like disgusting amounts of models. And I'm sure Vince, I know Vince does a lot of painting too, but you ever like just like look at the amount of work you've done? Like I always think about it. I'm like, you know, I'm gonna die someday, which is kind of morbid, but and then I don't know what'll happen to my models. Maybe they'll get passed down. Maybe they'll end up in a dumpster. But I'm like, man, like I put so much work in them. I really hope they don't go into a dumpster somewhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when I'm that old Warhammer guy and I'm like, oh, these painted these 20 years ago. It's just, yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this, but I get what you're saying. I'm always in awe of like how much time I invest in painting, and then like the like when you look back after a year of painting, you're like, holy crap, I put a lot of work into this over the year, and that's something that always makes me really happy.
Makes me really happy as well. Like it's taken me a long while to move on from like tournament gaming, armies, and getting them just done super quick to chase a meta or do something else, to move on to like I'm just gonna paint. Like, to be honest, I probably haven't moved on much from there. I've just developed the skill sets to just do that job better and quicker. So I've just ended up like learning how to paint armies to a better standard, but probably still the same amount of time I spent in them beforehand. Whereas like you and Vince are on a completely different level to where I'm at, which doesn't upset me. Like I'm super happy with where I'm at. So yeah, I do think like I've sold some armies, but they've never been painted armies. I've never sold a painted army because that's lifeblood to me. Like, right. like that was some deep emotional investment to paint something up to that level, and I wouldn't want to sell it. I don't think, even though it's not very good.
I sold my original painted Skaven to buy new Skaven because my original painted Skaven were painted in like 1998, and you know, so then I wanted to get all the new Skaven, right, the new plastic version. So I did sell those, although I kept the first unit I ever finished, so I still have that. So
yeah, I sold I mean, I worked for Games Workshop when I was like 16 in retail, and I had way too much. Like I had like Dark Elf Army, Beastman Army. I sold those because they were fairly poorly painted. But like in my modern day GW career, but back then it didn't matter because you got everything so bloody cheap. Like you were basically a one man like black market, like buying things that you didn't need, selling them to your mates for way too cheap for them, but you'd still make money off it.
That's totally not what I do right now. Shut up.
I feel attacked.
That was very different than today. Where as an adult, I'm like, yeah, I don't need it. I wouldn't see. The thing is, I wouldn't be selling them for the money, because like generally, like the money you're getting for an army is like, unless it's like extremely well painted. If it's not a commissioned army, you're generally not getting a great return. So I actually have an Archeon commission that I'm like, I don't do commissions unless it's like one-offs. Sometimes I'll do commissions, but someone's commissioned me to paint an Archeon, and I'm really excited. I'm not going to put him on a 7-foot pedestal, but I don't think he'd be too happy if like a giant shipping crate showed up at his house. He's like, "What is this? Oh, it's your Archeon." It's like, it's like on like a 3-foot like thing. I was like, yeah, I took some liberties with it, but I'm really excited because that Archeon has been. I had the old metal one, the foot one from Games Day, the mounted metal one that Brian Nelson sculpted, which I still think is like one of the greatest models ever sculpted. And so now to be able to paint the new plastic one, I'm super excited.
He's a great model. I have 2 Archeons because that's the kind of person I am, because one is converted to Tzeentch, and I can't just use the Tzeentch one for when I'm trying to play with a Slaanesh mark. That would be ridiculous. You got to get a second Archeon. So
I know that your plan is to eventually have one of each, right?
Yeah, you know, back originally when he could be used with anything, I'll never have a Nurgle one because Nurgle is awful and I hate it. But I've seen people do great Khorne ones, so I don't have a huge desire to do that. But back when he could just be used with any chaos, I really did want to do a Skaven Archeon. Because in a lot of the stories, especially in the end times, like he was always rolling around with Skaven, but he really hated them.
Yeah.
Right? And I just thought that would be a really fun conversion to have him have a lot of Skaven-infused elements. But no, now he can't do that anymore because, you know.
No.
Yeah, I don't know how the AOS army building works, but is it a little bit more? Because I remember it originally had the grand factions, obviously, but like, is it a little bit less forgiving on mixing and matching? Like, you can't just have like rat ogres and like chaos knights.
Well, it depends how much you love eels. Really, is how AOS army building goes.
Is how much you love what?
Eels.
Eels.
It's a question of, I mean, it's a question of of like, it's not true equally everywhere. What I mean by that is like chaos is a big tent party, and it allows most anyone in, except for Skaven. Skaven are just kind of always in their own thing because everybody hates them, and rightfully so. Like they are pretty terrible and wonderful, and should just be in their own sub-faction. But anyways, or their own Grand Alliance, sorry. But yeah, I mean, like when you've got Chaos Knights, when you go out and you buy Chaos Knights, that's a heck of a good investment, because that is 5 different armies at minimum you can use that thing in. Mm-hmm. So you're gonna get some mileage out of that.
And new ones are so nice too.
And that's Chaos, right? But then if you play Gloomspite Gits, they don't even have units that have the same keywords, even though they're the same thing. Like it's a real gobblepalooza of confusion across all the factions. Really enjoyed that. That's high five, Rob.
You're nailing it. This is the kind of content we've come to expect. I want to say hi to John. Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Oh, hi.
Hi. But no, they move around so much depending on which Grand Alliance it's in. Like in Death, you can effectively take almost everything in one army, which is like super weird. So the army buildings, like maybe that's one of the things. Me and Vince, before you left, we were talking about Age of Sigmar 3. Have you got any hopes for that? I'm interested in your hopes.
Yeah, sure. If it has to happen. So hope 1 is it doesn't happen. How about that? Let's just start there, okay?
Okay.
I hope it doesn't happen. Now, if it does, if you're like, well, Vince, you don't get to sorry, Santa's not coming this year. You've got to deal with AOS 3, which, by the way, I'm excited that we'll get our new Slanesh book, and then we'll just be the Nurgle of AOS 3.0, since we'll be like the oldest tome that has we built these rules looking forward to AOS 3.0. Sure you did. Okay.
They say that for 40K all the time. Like, yeah, they're supposed to be future-proof, so here's the 7 pages of facts to make them work.
And also, they're not.
Yeah. It's like Awakening Craftworld Eldar stuff. It was just written in such an indescribable way that you look at it and go, is that written for the new edition? No, it was just written really badly.
Right. I mean, look, to be fair, I did use the early 7th edition Skaven softback tome for the entirety of 8th edition, so what right do I have to complain? That was years and years, and I had to print out my 19-page FAQ from that tome to bring around with me.
You loved it, though.
So what's that?
You loved it. You loved it.
Of course I did.
Someone's like, how's your army works? Like, let me explain.
Well,
it does
down? Whatever I say it does, and there's no way you're going to bother to read this also. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But, what do I hope for? Honestly, I know I've heard all your discussions about the terrain, and I get it. I know there's a lot of people standing that. My honest answer is, I don't really care. Terrain's fine. That's my honest answer. I know that's a weird answer.
So how about I propose that terrain isn't in a bad place, but terrain could be in a better place. Is more where I'm not there saying the terrain, because terrain Age of Sigmar is basically not there. It's not a part of the game right now, and it would be cool if it was a part of the game. Is more kind of how I feel about it, because I actually really like what they've done with the 40k stuff, and it's okay to look at something and think that's pretty boss. I like that. That's fun. At least keywords would be cool.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Sure. I mean, there already are keywords on terrain. They just don't actually mean anything. Keywords have always existed on AOS terrain. It's just generally not relevant, right? I don't know. I play with the realms pretty much every game I play, because the new realms are actually quite fun and simple to play in. I've even used the new realms that you're not supposed to use in matched play for matched play. I know, everybody. I know. I'm a rebel. Jeez. And you know what? It was fine, because it's just a realm. It's like 4 rules. Who cares?
Okay, I'm glad. I mean, that's bold of you to do so, but that's fine.
Yeah. Surprisingly, only made the game about as interesting as any other realm does, which is fine. And I like them just fine. Like when you turn everything on the board entangling, that's a big effect of terrain, right?
Mm-hmm.
I worry about terrain being overcomplicated when people can barely remember what terrain is doing right now in AOS. And like, okay, so this terrain is, again, I'm looking at this from an outsider, but my understanding of 40k terrain is it has some combination of keywords that tells me how I interact with it, right? Like if it's breachable, then my dudes can move through it. And if it's got this, then it means, and so on and so forth. Like it interacts with these different game elements according to the keywords that it has, right?
Yes.
And that's cool. Like I think that actually fits 40k really well, especially in a shooting game. It makes complete sense. I think it like, to me, that feels like the perfect fit of that game. Like it's the type of thing I would expect in that game. We're talking about a game where you're buying individual models and deciding whether or not you want a power sword on this guy, and this guy's got this other type of gun, like all stuff that I find abhorrent. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean, all the games of 40k I played in 8th edition, we played with power level and just said, take whatever you want. Who cares? Okay. And you know what? We had super fun games. It was great because that's the speed. I'm in a different gear here, is what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
And so like
you don't have time for drama, Vince. Let's be real.
I really don't. Yes, exactly. Like I really don't. Life is very short. My years are fleeting, and so like if terrain were to be made where it was like, it was more impactful in an interesting way, but I could still sum it up as basically one type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Okay. That's fine. I have no issue with that, right? Like, if you said, like, this is a ruins, and ruins act like this, and this is what ruins are, right? And then if you want, be the realms or something, interact with ruins to make the ruins, like, you know, collapsible, or because they're old and rickety, or you know, whatever, I don't know, haunted, I don't care. What's that?
Rubble.
Yeah.
I'm expecting, right?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me started on the rubble keyword and why I'm so very angry at it. I'm legitimately angry at that keyword.
Why?
Sounds like a great keyword, though.
What's wrong with the rubble?
All right, sure, I'll say this on like the 5th show I've been on talking about this. Here we go.
I've never heard you say about the rubble.
Okay, here you go. Rob.
Yeah.
Jump.
Just to catch you up, Jim, the big gargants, they've got the ability to make something into rubble now, and none of us know what that means because there's no keywords. Yeah,
this guy specifically, Mr. Executioner Hood here.
Not this guy.
The Mega Gargants.
Although no, that little guy can do it if you put him in the right tribe. He gets a chance to break it down in the breaker tribe. But anyways, yeah, here we go. SOB chat for 2 minutes. I'll limit myself to 2 minutes of quick SOB talk. Here we go. Number one, first of all, I've said this 100 times. I'll say it again. That I am forever angry at that book because you've got the breaker tribe, you've got the taker tribe, and then you've got the stomper tribe. That's stupid. It should have been the shaker tribe. Breakers, takers, and shakers would have been awesome. That's a mistake. This is a grudge I will never let go. I will take this to my grave.
Not even subjective. That's a objective fact of the world.
Objective fact. You got it wrong. Fix it. I want to get a P-touch and go around to everybody's book that was printed and literally P-touch out the word shaker and put it in their books. 2, there's the Longshanks rule that lets you step over terrain. Right? You can step over models and endless spells and every type of prayer that we had to name individually since we never bothered to create a single thing to call endless prayers. Mm-hmm. And I can't wait until the next time they come out with endless prayers, and then I have to wait 4 weeks to be able to walk over that until they publish the FAQ. That's exciting.
Is it endless prayer different than endless spell?
It's different, yes. Somehow it's different. I wish it wasn't, but it is.
Because you do it via a prayer.
Sure. So here's the thing for AOS 3, Rob, I want to see. Just call them all endless prayers and let's lump them together. There's the thing. No, okay, so Longshanks works over like all those endless things, models, and terrain where the highest point on the terrain is 4 inches or less. Okay? All right. All current available GW terrain exempting the basic Azerite Ruins set. You understand what I mean when I say the basic Azerite Ruins set?
Yeah.
Okay.
Single floor ones, yep.
Single floor ones, that's exactly right. All other current commercially available GW terrain has a point higher than 4 inches.
Yeah.
Every one. Every piece that is made by is all higher, meaning you cannot walk over any commercially available terrain except for the basic Azerite ruins. Counting down, very good. But here's how they could have solved that. If the giants, when they reduce something to rubble, if Longshanks said you can walk over intervening models and endless spells and endless prayers and terrain no higher than 4 inches, new text, or that has the rubble keyword. Ta-da! Longshanks actually has a purpose. Breaking terrain actually has a purpose. And all those roles would be synergistic and wonderful. There you go. 2 minutes up.
Yeah, but
good.
Is
so
AOS terrain, is the AOS like the terrain that you're talking about, the official GW, is that pretty common that gets used, or do people do mostly homebrew?
No. We like just a styrofoam rock and a realm gate that we found like right in someone's bin is basically the terrain. Unless it depends where you go. Like America generally has great terrain, especially where Vince is, because there's some really quality TOs who put out some really great terrain. Then there's like little gaming clubs like over at Exploding Dice in Northern Ireland, great terrain. Bad Moon, good terrain. So like you do end up with some places where you do have some good terrain, but like there's no. The thing that I truly love, Vince, and I know we might argue about it, but like the thing that I love about what's going on in 40k at the minute is the push, or at least the idea of a standardization of terrain a bit. And it's Tatooine or it's like an ice planet. Like I get it, but like it makes more sense, and people aren't really rowing about it event to event. No one's like really confused. Everyone's like, I kind of get it. Like we all get it now, and I would like to see that happening.
And you go, it's woods. It's -1 to hit.
I would like every wood in the world to be thrown into the sea, but not actually into the sea. Like I'd like them to.
Yeah, that would be actually probably not great for the environment. But I completely understand what you mean. I got one. Let's just take all the various woods, put them on a rocket ship, and fire them into the sun. That's what I would like to see. Sylvaneth players, you get like I've said this fix 100 times. It's so oh God, this is things that boil my blood. Like the fact that the Sylvaneth new book didn't just say you get to place 1 Sylvaneth wildwood on the table. That's your woods. And then as the game goes on, you can cast your little spells that make woods, and you do that by simply targeting any other terrain piece on the board, and that then gains the Sylvaneth woods keyword. So you overgrow all the existing terrain, and it just becomes woods. You don't change it. You just put your little marker on it, and now it's Sylvaneth woods, and you can teleport into all that existing terrain. And then we don't have to spend 5 hours during my 3-hour game as I watch the Sylvaneth player try to figure out how many tips they can touch and how many woods they can fit in this little space. It's the tip touching game as we all play Let's Touch Tips with our little wood sections. Nope, pass.
Well, yeah, we could do is what I'm saying about Age of Sigmar 3 is we could get some clearer terrain. I mean, there's loads of scary things you can talk about with Age of Sigmar terrain. Not Age of Sigmar terrain, sorry, Age of Sigmar 3. Smaller boards, new app that's £5 a month. Like a whole bunch.
I will tell you right now, I would see it as like very unlikely they change the app.
I actually think that earlier on we talked about the boards getting smaller. I'm like, the boards are definitely getting bigger. Like now I'm thinking about it logistically. They're getting like whatever the Warcry set is, but you have to buy 8 or something.
Sure.
Because I think for 40k you have to. For 40k, you have to buy 2
Warcries, I think.
Yeah, so
it's buying 4 Warcries. Sorry,
4 Warcries. So it's going to be buying them for 6. Is going to be the Age of Sigmar 1 or whatever it is.
Convincingly, there is 4 different current Warcry terrain sets. I think. So if you've bought them all, you've got 4 boards. Convincingly, coincidentally.
I'm excited. Like I don't know, Vince. I'm just excited. Ultimately, although I would like to make a bet with you on the show right now.
I'm ready.
But you shouldn't take this bet because we both know why. You've been pushing the idea of vampirates. Jim, I don't know if you've heard about this. Pirates that are vampires is one of the new factions maybe coming to Age of Sigmar. Yeah,
that's amazing.
I'm voting for more traditional Twilight vampires versus werewolves.
How can you say traditional and then Twilight at the same time?
I do remember.
I'm with you, Rob. They're the most powerful vampires that have ever been printed in fiction. All other vampires are quite weak. Twilight vampires would rip their way through most traditional vampires. Like, say what you will, but they're basically, they have no weaknesses. They're immune to everything. They can walk in sunlight. They don't fear running water or crosses or anything like that. And they're more or less indestructible. Only another being with super strength can kill them. And since they live in a world without beings with super strength, they're pretty immune.
There we go. I'm
Near
ready.
as you could tell, in that world, a nuclear bomb could go off and not kill them. So that's pretty good.
Didn't
No.
Total War have vampire pirates? The
Yeah, they did.
expansion.
I
With,
think
like
that's
weird like mummy boat walking, cannonball shooting, giant pirate vampires. I don't
with
even know.
crabs
I remember
and
watching
all
that trailer
sorts.
and I was like, "This is really cool." They never had this in fantasy, but I really hope they have this.
Yeah, well, so the current theory is that it's vampirates, which is the kind of common trend. But I'm pro vampires versus werewolves, only for the Twilight analogy, and I want that. I want that for that alone. Like, vampire pirates could be cool, Vince. I'm on your team. Like, I'm not saying they're not cool. I like them in Total War. I'm with Jim. I think they look rad. It's just if I wanted a pirate, I wouldn't want it to be a vampire. If I had a pirate, I'd want it to be a grot. Like, that's just all I'm saying.
100%.
Well, sure. There's lots of things that I would love to see up in the sky. Like, if we're just going to make sky pirates, if we're going to make Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow, the game, like, if we're just going to say KO aren't the only people in the skies anymore, then sure, of course, let's get in the Grotbag Scuttlers. Let's get in the Skyer that wiped out a Skyport and is now like a Skaven Skyport. Let's just get that in. Let's get the Skyer team going. Okay. Let's get everybody up on boats.
Is there anything that prevents a grot from
And then-
being a pirate and a vampire?
All the above. I say all the above. That seems like a winner to me.
A
Plus,
grot vampire pirate.
Yeah, perfect.
Rob, look at the
Depends how many
advantage.
times they roll the chart to decide what an army is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we get Grotbag Scuttlers and the Skyer Air Pirates and all that kind of stuff, then we can have our own version of the 40K, Air Battle
play game that
whatever
we
that
don't-
game is called.
No one cares.
It's
No one cares.
Aeronautica Imperialis or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
Yes,
John,
we
how's
can
that
have our
selling in
own
the shop,
version of
John?
that.
It doesn't. They then released a second version of it with a starter set that involved Tau. At the time where Tau were really boring to play in 40k, so no one really bought it.
What game is this?
Aeronautica. Exactly.
40k Sky.
The worst Games Workshop game we're not playing.
Yeah. The one where everything hits on a 5-up, so you're all playing as orcs.
Yeah, it's 40k X-Wing, which is very different to the 40k wait, they also did what was it? What's it called? Gaslands. They also did 40k Gaslands, which was just the orc cars, wasn't it?
Oh, Speed Freaks, yeah. They
Speed
released it on
Freaks.
the orc buggies and then went, here you go, here's a box set, and everyone tried to play it and went, okay, yeah.
That's fine.
Like,
yeah. Oh, what, listen,
these models,
Vince.
please, not make us-
I got a big love for the idea of werewolves in Age of Sigmar. I'm into
I mean,
that.
there's a lot of fantasy tropes that we don't touch. Like, Warhammer in the end is a very narrow world as far as fantasy tropes go. Like, it's shockingly narrow. It touches on only like the most common of fantasy tropes. It's shocking to me how much is left on the table. Werewolves and centaurs and all these kind of stuff are barely present. Like,
Centaurs.
there's like
Don't talk
one-
about my centaurs like that. Don't you?
Because
Yeah,
Rob's
I mean,
going to
you've
get
got-
very aroused as well.
you've got like centaurs and you've got like the one centaur in the Underworld's warband. Like, there's just a lot of fantasy stuff. I mean, if you look at like D&D by comparison, I mean, it's not even close right now, given they can create stuff way easier because you only got to commission one artist to draw a picture and then boom, you've made a new monster, whereas it's a lot more work. But like, the world of fantasy, even in the mortal realms, as big and broad and amazing as it is so narrow.
You know-
We've got 50 different flavors of elves, and I've got 0 gnomes running around.
Oh my
I-
God.
No,
I will bring up a point though, and this kind of goes with like the curse of like all fandoms. Like it's kind of, I see it a lot in Star Wars where like anytime they introduce a new character, they're like, oh well, where was X character during the original series? Where were they during the prequels? Where were they? Like, why weren't they in them? It's like, well, okay, so that means like you can never introduce like, yeah, I don't know, they're in a giant galaxy that has like trillions of
Someplace
people
else,
somewhere,
yes.
not in the exact like 2 frames of the movie that you're watching. Like, they could have been anywhere else. And I
He
feel
was
like
going through some
in
difficult
fantasy, like
times
if they
instead.
introduce vampire pirates, you're gonna have some people being like, "Oh, well, where were these vampire pirates the whole time? Like, we haven't heard about them till 10." So, like,
well, fortunately,
what's going
that's
on
not
there?
true.
Like, and it's like,
we
okay,
have
guys,
heard
like,
about them.
uh-huh.
They've
Oh,
been
wait.
written out about extensively. Yes, absolutely. So in the original Firestorm thing, which was printed back in like 2016, we had the Wraith Fleet, which was led by a vampire pirate. And then when we came out with the when Forbidden Power or whatever it is, I don't know, whichever thing started the Soul Wars where Nagash inverted his pyramid and broke the realms and elite
Malign
endless-
sorcery.
Malign sorcery, thank you.
Yeah.
All these things get crisscrossed in my mind. In that book, they specifically mentioned that the vampire leader of the Wraith fleet is no longer bound to the ocean. The unleashed magics of the malign sorcery event, the Necroquake, allowed his ships to now take to the skies and fly around and hit deep, into landlocked areas. So they've been talking about vampire pirates in the lore basically for the entirety of AOS. Okay. Wraith Fleet Cape is way back in the beginning, so it's not coming out of nowhere. Now, as to what I actually think will happen, like what we predicted on the show when we did our big vampire speculation show, is they're going to Taco Girl it, is my prediction. Okay.
What?
Taco Girl. The Ortega Taco Girl, where she's like, why not both? Right? Like, we'll get about 10 or 11 new kits. About half of those kits will be we'll get new plastic Blood Knights, and we'll get, like new plastic kits like that are more traditional Neferata or Manfred style vampires. And then there'll be a sub-faction within it that's like the Legion of whatever, the Abyss or something like that, led by a new Mortarch, who is the vampire type subgroup with 5 or 6 new kits that align with the Underworld's Warband coming out in March. There you go. Or worst case, we just get a bunch of new vampires and it all looks like that, and it's basically that kind of redo. And then the only vampirates are the Underworld's Warband, and they're just kind of their own little weird thing that are adjacent to the army.
In the same way that the Kernothi are kind of just an Underworld's Warband that are kind of Sylvaneth, but their own thing, kind of kind of tapped thing, perhaps.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's sort of your worst case, is that they're just like, oh, these are 4 vampires or a vampire and a couple other people, or whatever that vampire lady who leads them in the silhouette happens to have. And, that's her crew, and she's kind of a, unique independent character in the world, right? Like Mollog the Troll and his little friends, like it's not like there's some it's not speaking to any broader thing. It's just she's a cool independent character and has her own little thing she's doing, which is sailing around being piratey.
Weren't the Cursed Company from Dogs of War vampires, pirates of some kind? They're undead pirates. I don't know.
No, you're thinking of the Pirates of Sartosa or whatever. I think.
I know there's like a.
The Cursed Company was the skeletons that were all the different races. Like you had a lizard man skeleton, a dwarf skeleton, an elf skeleton. Cool. Those were cool. I still have most of those. I still have my Dogs of War army. Just it's painted from many years ago.
A while ago.
I still have PTSD from like the first time I charged my Chaos Knights in 5th edition fantasy in a unit of like 40 pikemen, and I was like, okay, so they all die. I'll just take them. I was like, he's like, yeah, so I get like 17 ranks, all striking first, plus 17 strength against your Chaos Knights. I was like, okay.
I quite like the idea of vampires living I liked the I quite liked the storylines that you would get, like with Manfred and all the von Carsteins. I liked that ultimately trying to become an elected count and part of the bigger empire was like a good story. I thought it was a good story. I also
have a very soft spot for Dark Omen, which is my favorite old Warhammer game.
Very good.
I think a lot. Yeah, that's a great game. I still have every 3 years I replay it, and I'm just like, this game is awesome. And then you fight the old school Nagash at the very end. And I
never got to the end. I would always get to the castle, and I could never defeat the castle.
You end up with 3 cannons and 2 steam tanks, and you just shoot him, you cannonball him before he even gets to you. It's so funny.
Sounds about right. That's how you defeat Nagash now. So there you go. You just shoot him before he can get to you. Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. I just like that. I like that concept. I like Sheesh, like the Realm of Shadow. Not Sheesh, sorry. I like the Realm of Shadow.
Ulgu.
Ulgu, yeah. Sorry. And
I hope they do the Malarion, the what's his face, the Dark Elf dude that turned all crazy. They keep showing pictures of him, but I'm like, hey, when do we get the model?
4 years, probably. Whereas I like the idea of there being vampires that are trying to be almost human-esque, if that makes sense. They're it could be fun. It could be fun. We don't tend to have many well, no, we do. We do have agents, but we don't have many shadowy agents. I like the idea of us moving into a more subtle place, because we've done a lot of world building in Age of Sigmar now for the past few years. We've got cities, we've got trade routes, we've got kingdoms. I like the idea of there being a more political kind of agents of the empire, sort of area of the game with characters in, which could be quite fun. You know, like different job roles, like the idea of a witch hunter or something like that could be super fun in the game, and like, you know, not just randomly attached to army. I think that could be fun. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I just think it's a cool future. There's loads of cool stuff. I'm excited about new 40k stuff as well, because I feel like 40k is definitely going to get new stuff in the future. Because
okay,
yeah, I can't wait for more. I can't wait to see more Space Marines.
Can I just make a quick mini rant?
Yeah.
So first, what I really like about Age of Sigmar is they literally went to. So the thing I hated about fantasy is like, oh, okay, the Great War of Chaos is coming. Like 3 years later, okay, it's still coming. Archaon is still gathering his forces. So finally, when they did the end times, and they blew up everything, I was like, finally, like I've been waiting for 10 years for this to happen. They finally did it. And then Age of Sigmar has been awesome in that sense, where it feels like there's an ongoing narrative. And 40k felt that way for most of 8th. And then now with this whole like basically retcon of the Indominus Crusade and like how they've like, I was like, wait a minute, you guys just took the coolest part about Dark Imperium, that whole timeline, and you guys just got rid of it. And now we're back in that same like, yes, our Abaddon is gathering his forces for the 13th Black Crusade. I'm like, yeah. And like, oh yeah, after you guys retconned it twice already. And it's like, it's so disappointing. I was like, they should rename Warhammer 40k like Warhammer Age of the Emperor, so that there's no 40k, because people are like, well, it's called 40k, so it's got to stay in the 40k millennium. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Like, just screw off with that for a sec. But I'm just like, I don't know. They like I read those original 2 Dark Imperium novels by Guy Haley, I think. And yeah, they're like, oh yeah, they're re-releasing them with like new timelines to realign them with the existing timeline. So they basically retconned, because originally it was like 200 years after the Great Rift, and now it's like, oh, it's only actually 12 years have passed. I'm like, okay, but what about Vigilus? What about Psychic Awakening? When is all this stuff actually happening? And it just the timeline is so convoluted right now, and I'm like, what is going on in 40k? Like, where is Abaddon? Like, what is he doing? Like, is he like? Yeah, so it's just, there's all that cool stuff around the start of 40k where it's like Gilliman going to see the Emperor and like Cypher and like all these cool things happen.
And then
now it's like, it's just like, okay, well now what like what is going on? And then when they released Vigilus, which was like 2 years after Dark Imperium, it was like, oh yeah, this is like right after the Great Crusade or the Great Rift. I'm like, okay, but like, so nothing has happened. And then apparently that was like before the 13th Black Crusade. Like, it's just, the timeline's gotten so stupid, and I feel like they're making it worse. Like, I don't know, they just need to figure out their shit.
But they've not actually fleshed out either as well.
I think one of the things as a customer it would be great is to have like it. I honestly, I feel like someone could make a lot of money doing infographics for Games Workshop in all forms, like inside codexes, rules, FAQs, timelines for like distribution and other stuff. I feel like there's some very easy pictures that they could create to do, like in Age of Sigmar and 40k. I feel like as a new person, like, you know, the Age of Sigmar did a pretty good job with the Age of Sigmar 2 rulebook of kind of like setting the landscape, but it's changed so much now that they're going to have to do that in a new book, definitely. And I just don't think they did the same in 40k. Like, they've started to put like places where like war zones are happening, which I quite like. It was quite cool and like narrowed in a little bit. But it's quite hard. 40k is so nebulous, right? And they have jumped around a lot.
Yeah, it just, I don't understand. Like, they couldn't have been so out of ideas where they're like, well, we can't come up with any other reason for us to say do like the Indominus stuff, so let's just retcon the whole timeline. Okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, and it just bothers me because I'm someone that like I've read all the Horus Heresy books. Like I like that series because it's chronological for the most part. There's like a storyline that is fairly consistent, and then you come to 40k and you're like, I don't know, man. Didn't I do the 13th Black Crusade in 2002? Why are you doing it again in like 2018? And like it's like, you know, and even in fantasy they did that Storm of Chaos. They retconned that. I remember doing Storm of Chaos originally, and then Archaon invaded again in the end times. I'm like, wait, didn't we just do this 7 years ago? Like what? Like I don't know. They're from the IP department. It feels like they mismanaged the storyline, and that's a part that really I follow. Like, I follow a lot of these things, and I like to know like, oh, like what's actually happening in the story. I don't like it when it's just a setting. I like the fact that it's like an ongoing narrative. And I know not everyone's like that, but
yeah, well, it feels good that if there's then a new book coming out, you go, right, this is probably set now, and you know that's probably the next one to read. But as it stood after 8th edition drops, they did those 2 books, and then everything else was kind of, well, actually, this one's set before that, and it's at the break of the Gathering Storm, and you're like, well, actually, why am I reading a history book? I want to read what's happening next, because it's really exciting, and it was building up this thing, and like you wanted to hear what happened to Cypher when he disappears on Terra, and suddenly you never hear, and that's 5 years, and we've heard nothing of kind of those story threads, and it's just kind of like,
yeah, but I get it's too big. It's too big for even Age of Sigmar, which they blew up and started again. It's already too big. Like there's too much. Like, yeah, cool. I want like an 18-book biopic about what's happening in the city of Halahar. I do want that. Yeah, like that's what I do. But I also would happily read another 14 books or an anime series of just an orc and his Gretchen brother. Yeah, just beating stuff up for the rest of time, or his brother in this example.
Is he a vampire pirate Gretchen or a regular?
No one's sure.
I think the problem is it's because a lot of these books are now about the big names, so it's such set in stone stuff that the minute they put it to paper, it's like that is what Gilliman's doing right there, and here's a date. But if they go, right, here's a new captain for a chapter that we haven't written anything about, there's nothing about, that would be a whole new thing that we can explore, and that's what they're not doing as much, I don't think. And it maybe doesn't sell as well, perhaps. Maybe that's why they tend to stick to all these big name characters.
I don't know why we're framing it necessarily as a problem. There's just a lot going on there. Like, no, don't be sorry. I'm just. I don't know. I think like there's so much to unpack for them as creative background people, and which is exciting for us. But I feel like it's too big. Like now, I never followed Marvel stuff. Yeah, ever in my life.
Don't try to.
Yeah,
right.
I tried.
All that ever happens whenever I watch a Marvel movie, someone goes, "Oh my god, you should hear the background bit," and I'm like, "I don't want to." They're like, "You wait till this guy's been replicated 17 times in 3 universes." I'm like, "I don't care. I'm out. I don't want to know."
This is an example's bad, Rob. They did a big Marvel relaunch 7-8 years ago called Marvel Now. The whole thing was it's all jumping on points. Every book is starting from scratch. It's a good jumping on point. You can just kind of pick it up.
Well, that's cool.
Within 12 months of that happening, some of the books were relaunched, new things completely. Some of it was retcon. It was just an absolute mess. Oh. So it's not just Games Workshop that struggle with this. So it's nothing new.
But like so I would make the counterpoint, and I also am like big into the Marvel. Like, I obviously used to read comics as a kid and stuff, but at least with Marvel, they like fully acknowledge, okay, hey, this is this universe, and this is this alternate timeline, and this is Earth 67 and this is Earth 63, and these are separate stories or separate, like they break the third wall. They're like, this is actually a separate story with some of the similar characters, but it's in an alternate timeline or alternate dimension, blah blah blah, whatever. But it's 40K, and like I don't buy the fact that, like, I get that there's a lot out there, but it's just the fact that it feels like they should still have some general direction and general, like AOS. And look, AOS is a perfect example. Yeah, it's too much like story for any one person to maybe know it all, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't have some system to actually track like these things and where are we at in the timeline? What are the major things that have happened? Yeah, if there's like a small story here about, you know, Captain Numbnuts and what he did in some adventure, and it's like whatever, but like, you know, there's the fact that it just feels like it's so poorly like put together. Like there just needs to have a bit more cohesiveness. And then again, what John was saying, like I want every codex as it releases to feel like there's a little paragraph in there, or if I'm the kind of the guy that is really into the background, which I am, I'm gonna see something in that codex. Maybe it's like a little blurb, like in the Dark Angels codex in 8th. There was like, oh, like Luther's escaped.
Good example.
Luther's escaped, and the lion is sleeping. Oh crap, you're gonna leave us with that? And then in the Space Wolves one is like, yeah, they said Leman Russ would return in the end times. Okay, and I'm not necessarily, let's say, have like the Primarchs come back, although they should. Loyalist, just saying, not saying. I still think there's a way to like have a cohesive, progressive storyline that has all the major things line up. And yeah, I mean, the thing with 40K is, look, we got the warp. There's people come in, they emerge 3 months before they left or 3 years after they left for a 2-day trip. And it's like, so there's some like time dilation there. But when they're having a retcon, like a 200-year gap to like a 10-year thing, and then also we're still doing the Indominus Crusade, and now they're like, they released, I think it's called Avenging Sun, which is the new Reboot Gilliman book. But it's like, okay, is this based after the Plague War? It's released 4 years after second Plague War, which is the second Dark Imperium book. It's like it's somehow set before it. It's like, why? You're saying you couldn't have just come up with a story creatively that was set after? Like it was just too hard to do. I don't know. It's just
as a consumer, that just makes it an excuse not to bother picking up and go, well, I haven't read this book yet, so I can't read that one. It's an excuse not to pick it up. So to me, that feels an obstacle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you apart from the last thing I can maybe say for tonight, because I think it's getting late and I might wrap it up if that's okay with everyone else, because it's Christmas.
You're not tired, are you? You are tired, Rob.
Well, I'm just doing this again tomorrow,
in a
so
good
I
way.
don't want to ruin it. Is when I was at LVO for the first time, fun little adventure for me. I got to be with the Games Workshop crew as they went to speak to the guys from Bella Lost Souls, because they also, at the same time, they also were the people that owned Lexicanum. And currently all of the people
GW Wiki
and all of the people at Games Workshop were using Lexicanum to get all their information from, and they were like, is there any way you can stop people editing Lexicanum because it changes our current story as it would be
that's
existing
scary.
archive. But I think that's probably changed now. That was 4 or 5 years ago, so that's probably changed. It's been a real pleasure talking to you all. Vince, thanks for coming on the show. Massive appreciation.
100%. I got a lot of thoughts about all of this thing you've just said, but I'll put them to the side for a moment. Maybe we'll talk about it a little tomorrow. I'll save it for tomorrow, Rob.
Yeah, very excited. I'd like to ask you about the 2-week schedule. There's so much still to talk about if you fancy it tomorrow.
Oh my God, yes.
Love to see you. Jim, thanks for coming on the show. Really appreciate it.
Dude, I had a blast. Thanks for having me on. I'm always happy to I was like dreading painting these Death Guard, and I'm like, but I was like, hey, like this chatting and painting is like my favorite way to paint. It's like, because I get it's like triple up my hobby like this. So if you're around tomorrow and you're not tired of me, I'd love to come hang out again. But
sweet.
Let me know.
Love you, Jim. Thanks, appreciate that. John, Merry Christmas to you too.
Pleasure as always, bud.
And Twitch chat. So we'll see you all tomorrow, midday till late again, Christmas Day, and we'll be here and hang out. Happy holiday to Nick in the chat. What up? Happy holiday to all of you. I hope you guys have a great one, and if you don't, you can come and join us. Then you will have a great one. That's the plan. See you guys tomorrow. Have a great day.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.